Chapter 1 The Greatest Envy. Translator, Neria. Formatter, Gias 606. Editor, Niam. Breaking news. The Black Dragon Guild attempts to conquer the 40th floor of the tower. Didn't they confidently declare that they were going to finally show the might of the greatest guild? Unfortunately, they have returned empty-handed. The rank 1 hunter, the Flame Emperor, Yan Di, has single-handedly subjugated a boss once again. I envied him. While blankly staring at the TV, I thought to myself, I envy him. I envy him so much. It's driving me crazy. Hello, Flame Emperor Nim. Alright. Hello? The Flame Emperor furrowed his eyebrows. For some reason, even his scrunched brows looked handsome. You have set a new record once again. You are the only person who can single-handedly subjugate a boss monster. May I ask you to share your impressions? First of all, I want you to change that terrible title. Excuse me? I'm talking about the Fire Emperor. Call me by my name instead of that awful title. Like, what does Fire Emperor mean? How embarrassing. I'd rather be called the Plague than the Fire Emperor. One day, I'll definitely find the bastard who gave me that title and beat the shit out of him.
Ujeja.
The surprised reporter stuttered. He could only stammer, unable to respond, because the formidable man in front of him was widely known as the protagonist of this era, the subject of countless legends being written. In comparison, I was just an extra who couldn't even take on a minor role. Ah, I mumbled. I really envy him. How nice would it be to live a life like him? A life where you can say anything in front of a camera. I touched my smartphone and entered a random internet community bulletin board for hunters. I wanted to see how others reacted to the interview. Hey, the Flame Emperor is screwing around again. 2 minutes ago report. Reply. He is always on air, just like a plague. 2 minutes ago report. Reply. As expected, the community was on fire as they watched the interview. With a flick of my finger, I continued to scroll through the comments. Can't he hold his tongue when the entire world is watching him? 1 minute ago report. Replies 5. It's not like this is the first time. 1 minute ago report. It's the broadcaster's fault for doing this even though they know what kind of a person he is. 56 seconds ago report.
Real talk.
They're doing this just for the views. 44 seconds ago report.
Ow.
Even this place is plagued. How sickening. 37 seconds ago report. I want to become just like the Flame Emperor. 1 second ago edit. The internet community was divided into 2 sides. Those who defended the Flame Emperor and others who ridiculed him. Flame Emperor Nim, I wish your personality matched your skills. Please bear in mind that you represent all hunters in Korea. As a fellow Korean, I feel embarrassed whenever the interview gets transloaded and distributed across the globe. 1 minute ago report.
Ripley Nam.
It is translated and not transloaded. Before considering other languages, please give Hangul some more love. Also, your nationality does not matter inside the tower. 1 minute ago report. And you guys can tolerate your master cursing in Korean? Flame Emperor, you are a disgrace. 50 seconds ago report. It's just a grammatical mistake. Why do you need to insult him for that? Your personality is up. 38 seconds ago report. It's not my personality that is up. It's yours. GG. 23 seconds ago report. I want to become just like the Flame Emperor. 1 second ago edit. What utter chaos. But this wasn't the only community that was noisy. Any place that talked about hunters was like this. The Flame Emperor got a girlfriend. Apparently, it is the Saintess. 1 minute ago report. Replies 4. The Saintess? Really? 48 seconds ago report. My friend is a hunter and he saw the 2 of them together. 39 seconds ago report. My friend is the Saintess and she said that isn't true. 27 seconds ago report. I want to become just like the Flame Emperor. 1 second ago edit. Along with the Flame Emperor, the Saintess was one of the most popular hunters. In one post, someone even kindly left an attachment file called Best Photo of the Saintess. She was famous for her exceptional beauty that matched her stellar personality. And he is dating her? Oh wow! I put down my smartphone and rubbed my head in frustration. By the way, I want to become just like the Flame Emperor. 1 second ago edit. Were all written by me. I wrote those posts as I surfed across a whole bunch of conversations. I would normally leave this comment on every post I visited. Why have I posted the same remark over and over? Because I envy him. I really envy him. I want to be successful too. Because I'm envious. This is how I truly feel. Since I live alone in a single-room apartment, I can honestly admit how envious I am. Because I live alone. Because it's my space. So, of course, if anyone were to enter my space, they would be shocked. To say the least. Every wall held countless magazine and newspaper scraps accounting the adventures of the world's rank 1 hunter, the Flame Emperor. Every day, I'm surrounded on all sides by his great legacy. The Flame Emperor single-handedly subjugates the 39th floor. The Flame Emperor solo clears the 38th floor. Another legendary feat. Hunter Yu Suha crowned as the world's rank 1. The first Korean to achieve it. Disappearance of the Sword Saint Va, the empty rank 1. Who will take the throne? Expert foreigners believe Yu Suha from Korea is the best candidate. The impregnable 10th floor cleared. Who is the mysterious hero? 2 days since the Sword Saint's disappearance. Will the Hunter Association face its worst crisis? The oldest articles dated back to 10 years ago, their yellow and curling edges proof of the time I followed his feats. Of course, the newest articles of him held firmly to the wall, pristine and flawless. This was history, the Flame Emperor's history. No, this was Hunter Yu Suha's history that was recorded long before he received the title, and it surrounded me in all its glory. In this room, with me, I clutched my head, staring at his accomplishments all around me. I want to be successful too, just like the Flame Emperor. I want to be so successful that others would become envious of me. By becoming successful, I would make an example out of everyone who looked down on me or failed to respect me. After making an example of them, I would tell them to live properly from now on. Afterward, I'd kindly forgive them. I would forgive them, then everyone would praise me as a man with a big heart. A hero with a big heart. That's right. I envied the hero on TV.
Flame Emperor님.
Wow, didn't I just tell you to not call me by that? I already knew from your trash journalism that your brain was rotten, but were your ears also rotten? Sorry. Before you leave, please tell our viewers one last thing. Huh? What do you want me to tell them? There are many aspiring hunters who look up to you and try their best. Awakening soon after entering the tower in his early 20s. Defeating a boss monster in less than a month later. A hunter who literally writes legends. The Flame Emperor Yu Suha. Please tell your aspiring fans the key to success in one phrase. Just one piece of advice, please. The Flame Emperor smirked. If my advice could make them succeed, they would succeed with anything. If so, what difference will I make if they'll succeed anyways? Even so, please say something. This is why reporters are really... Fine. Just a few words then. The Flame Emperor scratched the back of his head. His front hair was pulled back and tied with a rubber band. Was that hairstyle called a ponytail? His black hair, which was long like a horse tail, shook a bit. Those who will succeed will succeed. The Flame Emperor glared directly into the camera. But, don't get in my way even if you succeed, or I'll kill you. Excuse me? That is all. I don't have anything else to say, so don't follow me. And it really ended with that. The Flame Emperor left the camera and walked away. Alone. The reporter shouted, Flame Emperor Nim.
Flame Emperor님.
What do you mean by that? But he was completely ignored. I gaped at the Flame Emperor's back, slowly fading away. Fuming rage. I was furious. It was the reporter who was being ignored, but it felt like I was personally being spurned as well. From the bottom of my heart, I was boiling mad. If I just had one decent skill, I said out loud to myself. Yearning was clear in my voice, but I didn't care. To wish and to reach for something better was human nature. In reality, I was the lowest F-class hunter. I didn't have such things like making the internet heated up in real time from an interview, or having people interested in trivial matters of my private life, or most importantly, succeeding with my own skills and becoming rich. My life was far from such a successful life, light years away if I was being honest. But I didn't care about petty semantics right now. What I wanted in this moment wasn't to highlight how unattractive my life was. It was my yearning. I want to succeed, I said to the walls all around me. I want to have an S-rank skill too. I considered the Flame Emperor's bold face and all of the exclamations telling of his prestige. And it's not about the money, I said. I just want to succeed. How great would it be if the Flame Emperor's skill was mine? If someone saw my current state, they would probably think I was insane, obsessive, a freak, annoying. After all, I was talking to myself and being quite explicit about my desires. But I'll say this again, as many times as it takes. This is my single-room apartment, my space. And in my room, I will say it out loud as many times as it takes. I want to succeed. And I'll continue saying this because venting out my frustration in an empty area is my unique stress-relieving method. It's really unsightly to see, but who cares? It's better than going outside and disturbing others. It's not like anyone was listening to me. But it seemed like I was wrong. As if someone heard me, a golden light flashed in front of me. Is this? A scene that I've only seen from videos. A scene that I've rewatched hundreds of times, no, thousands of times. A scene that fueled my envy every morning because it's never happened to me. The light that appeared when a hunter awakened their skill. And it's a golden light, hovering before me, the light I've been wanting, needing, and coveting over. It was mine, and it was a golden light. A golden light, at least an S-rank skill. The golden light only appeared if the skill was at least an S-rank skill. My heart pounded like crazy, loud in my ears, as if it wanted to leap out of my chest. The golden light concentrated in one spot and shaped into a card. An unsightly envy that is yet to be found in history. The tower, astonished by your unsightly envy, throws you a skill. Wait, the skill awakening sound was different compared to what I was told. Normally, you would hear something cool like, the tower is moved by your determination, or the tower rewards you for your honest efforts, or the tower praises you for your achievements. But it threw me a skill because of my unsightly envy. It's as if the tower is treating me like a beggar. Enna. Why should I care about its tone when I just received an S-rank skill? Unease rose in my chest, but I brushed it aside. How long have I been waiting for this moment? It was not the time to be concerned with negative thoughts. Creating a skill card. The light exploded one last time and a golden card waited before me. With shaking hands, I grasped the card. I blinked. For a moment, I thought I misread something. So, once again, I slowly read the last sentence written on the bottom. However, you die. It really said that. Right there, all in red. Exclamation point. As if the system was laughing at me. At my 10 years of yearning and wishing. If I use this S-rank skill, I'll die. I blankly stared at the card. The wind blew from the open window and shook the scraps of paper glued all over the walls. The crinkling of the paper tickled my ears. Time passed. Then I screamed. Everything in me tore out of my throat. Phuck! What the hell is this? How am I supposed to use this skill? On this day, I obtained the greatest ever S-rank skill. 3. The coolest skill ever. Chapter 2 However You Die 1. Translator, Neria. Formatter, Gias 606. Skill. A word that reduced many hunters to tears. Conditions for awakening a skill vary from person to person. I struck a scarecrow 10,000 times in the training room. Then it naturally appeared. One day, I suddenly heard a voice from God. Magic. I was able to use it soon after entering the tower. Hunters with good personalities and strong willpower struggled to climb to higher heights because they lacked skills. In contrast, there were hunters with dog sh*t personalities living good lives thanks to their skills. The Flame Emperor, who represented rank 1, was the latter. If we compared life to a game, wouldn't the Flame Emperor be playing a game where luck was a skill? He could get anything he wanted with his luck skill. In contrast, my life was comparable to a typical sh*TTY RNG game. I grumbled and heaved as I stumbled along who knew where. I'd left the bar after getting sh*T wasted, but I couldn't remember when that was. I entered an alley and more sludge spewed from my mouth. I swayed, my eyes focusing on my vomit. I recognized some of the food I'd eaten before. "You are unlucky," is what my vomit seemed to be telling me. sh*T. I slurred. If I am supposed to be unlucky, then don't give me any luck at all. This false hope has killed me. When you play a game, when do you feel despair? Those who have played gacha games on their phones would understand. It is not when you can't get a single 5-star unit after multiple pulls. It's when you get that 5-star that just happens to be utter garbage. A 5-star that's worse than a 3-star. Hell, my 5-star was worse than a 1-star. I want to become just like you. Activates automatically upon death. After dying to the enemy, you can copy one of their skills and made it yours. You cannot copy a skill from targets that have already killed you previously. Skills are randomly copies. However, you die. Skill granted by the tower. I hurled again, but nothing came out except a sob. Damn. Yeah. My life was truly a sh*TTY RNG game. Normally, after awakening a skill, you had to report it to the Hunter Bureau. But I didn't report it. Like hell I would. This sh*T was too depressing. Too embarrassing. Why the hell should I show them such a trash skill? Like, what would I say or how would it go? "Hello, Hunter Nim," they would say. "How did you awaken your skill?" What could I say? I was envious of the rank 1. "Excuse me?" Their faces would distort in confusion. So, just to make it all better, I'd expound further. I thought I would go insane because of my envy and jealousy. Then the tower tossed me a skill like it was telling me to eat this and get lost. Here was where I'd flourish my hand as if I was discussing a fine reward I casually got. It even told me that I'm an ugly person with the greatest envy. I'd say with a laugh. Haha, right? It's not like I could say that, as if there was any way to tell anyone about this. I alone would laugh and be miserable at my unlucky sh*TTY life. So I drank to my heart's content and ended up wobbling around in a remote alley. Though nothing had changed, I was still failing. I couldn't even wobble properly. Without realizing, I'd staggered into an unknown alley. I couldn't remember how or when I got here. Where the hell I was, that was anyone's guess. Could I just fall asleep on the floor like this? This is sad. So unlucky. I held back my tears. A faint scream rose on the night's air. It came from the other side of the alley. The pained voice begged, "Please, ugh. Why are you?" Instantly, my drowsiness disappeared. That voice was too real to be mistaken as a drunken hallucination. While I could not know who it was, I understood that what was happening was life-threatening. What's going on? I wondered, treading silently. Instinctively, I held my breath. One step at a time, I quietly stepped towards the alley where the scream originated. As I approached, the voices became clearer. This was Flame Emperor Nim. "Why are you suddenly?" a female voice said. "No use. No one is nearby to," a male voice said. This was the second stupid mistake I made today. The first mistake, drinking until my mind fuse broke. Throughout my entire life, I never got dead drunk. However, today was an exception. I was extremely furious to find out that my first S-rank skill was sh*T. So I ended up drinking Macchiali like water. My second mistake, not running away as soon as I heard the scream. "I've poisoned your drinking cup in advance," the male voice said. I couldn't figure out why he sounded so familiar. Poison? Flame Emperor Nim. I can't understand what you are saying. Even the woman's voice. She sounded altruistic. "Hey, your acting is pretty good. If someone else saw you, they would be fooled." A dead end. In the dark alley without any street lights, there was indeed a man and a woman. Perhaps it was weird to describe them as simply being there. The man was threatening the woman and the woman was being threatened. Basilisk's stomach acid, the man said. Originally, you would have poisoned my drinking cup with this. Wow. If it wasn't for my skill, I would have been in deep trouble. HM? What's wrong? You look pale, Miss Saintis. Is it the 10,000 poison immunity, Wandu Buchin? I am possible. You shouldn't have such a skill. Of course not. The man laughed, the up and down of it echoing softly. But I have a skill that's slightly better than the 10,000 poison immunity. Finally, I realized who this man was. No matter how dark the alley was, I could see the man's back. I couldn't possibly miss that ponytail. I'd seen him and his feet surround me in my room every single day for the last 10 years. And I'd seen him from TV just last night. I'd always wished to be just like him. It is actually the real Flame Emperor. I goggled. The rank 1 hunter. The protagonist of this era. An idol who tens of thousands of people looked up to. And because of that, he was the hero who received all the attention and envy. Especially my envy. Additionally, isn't she the Saintess? I covered my mouth to hold my breath. The Saintess. A rank 9 hunter who was selected by the Bureau. She is rumored to be dating the Flame Emperor. It was her recent behavior that sparked the entire scandal. The greatest beauty, who I've only seen from internet photos and videos, was right there. But playtime is over, the Flame Emperor said. It's time to pay the price for going against me. And she wasn't just standing there. She was being threatened. Wait a moment, Flame Emperor Nim, she begged. You must have misunderstood. I only wish to clear the tower with you as a team. I thought so too, but that wasn't the case, the Flame Emperor said. Please wait a moment. Think about it. If we team up, we can easily clear up to the 40th floor. We might even clear up to the 50th floor in a year. That's right. It's the place that humanity has not reached yet. But if it's the two of us. I thought so too, but that wasn't the case, he said again. Dumbfounded, I thought, weren't those two dating? The internet said so. Even broadcasters discussed the two heroes' passionate love. But the scene in front of me had no elements of romance whatsoever. It was difficult to even joke about it being a lover's quarrel. Murderous intent, Sa Yi. I only saw a man who wanted to murder and a woman who clung on for dear life. Please, let's just talk to clear up the misunderstanding, she cried. Talk? Talk. All right. It's the courteous thing to do. The Flame Emperor seized the Saintess' neck. Her voice let out a loud choking noise before her air was completely cut off. After that, only small groans sounded. But, I'll decide the rules and who gets to talk, he growled. The Saintess struggled as she suffocated. I watched her struggle and I also felt like suffocating. Unbelievable. Oh my God. Something that shouldn't be happening was happening in front of me. I'll ask the questions. Just answer me. You don't need to talk. Simply nod your head to answer. Okay? She strove to nod, whimpering. I gulped in fear and sympathy. If you answer sincerely, I'll let you live. I'll even give you the antidote. But if you ignore my personal consideration, well, do I need to explain further? I heard you graduated from Oxford. Use your smart head. The Saintess desperately attacked the Flame Emperor's arm latched onto her neck. The sound of her scrambling made its way to my ears, but nothing happened. It was impossible for the Saintess, who was well known as one of the best healers, to physically win against the Flame Emperor. Truthfully speaking, I only have one question for you. The Saintess fought for air. Who commanded you to kill me? Just answer me that. Was it the Black Dragons which? The Saintess flinched and stopped struggling. Think carefully before you answer, the Flame Emperor said. I might not have 10,000 poison immunity, but I do have a lie detection skill. If you lie to me and I find it out, I'll burn even your bones into ashes. The Saintess didn't answer right away. In the dark alley, it was difficult to see her face. However, you could feel her silence. While the Flame Emperor was watching, the Saintess slowly nodded her head. I knew it. His small laughter rose in the air between them. Goodbye, Saintess Isabel. Flames erupted. The fire swallowed the entire alley. It spread from the Flame Emperor's grasp to the Saintess' neck, and then her entire body was engulfed in flames. She started to desperately struggle. It was her last resort to live. But no matter how hard she floundered against him, she could not escape the Flame Emperor's grasp. The Flame Emperor merely gazed at the burning Saintess, untouched by his own affairs. In front of the scorching flames, the Flame Emperor was calm, being perfectly calm. He held onto the Saintess' neck until the very end. The Saintess swung both of her arms. She dug her nails into the Flame Emperor's arm and tried to scratch it. In the end, she reached towards the sky and stopped soon after. She went limp, and she did not move anymore. Emotions roiled in my stomach and smashed into my chest. That crazy bastard! A hero of humanity died right in front of me. It was wrong to even say she simply died. That's right. Her death was not normal. She was murdered. Murdered by another hero of humanity, the Flame Emperor. A madman. The Saintess was now just a burnt corpse. Even so, the flames did not stop. The Flame Emperor did not stop there. He burned everything until her flesh and bones melted. He did so with an emotionless face from beginning to end. He is not sane. I took a step back. I need to leave immediately. And thus I made the third mistake of today. My final mistake. Crunch. It was a small sound. I didn't step on a can. Instead, it was a small glass shard. Perhaps it was a glass shard from a shattered soju bottle. 2. Maybe it was carried by the wind from another place. I didn't know how it got there. Rather, there was no need to know. Instead, there are two things I really needed to understand. First, I'd made a retarded mistake. Ho! The Flame Emperor's voice turned towards where I was hiding. And second, the Flame Emperor was not a predator who would miss out on another person's mistake. I thought I took care of all the rats nearby. I guess one slipped. His eyes found mine. I ran. I ran without looking back. Those were the eyes of a murderer. Not someone who killed one or two, but someone who killed tens. Perhaps even more. His eyes were like a demon. And that demon was trying to kill me. Ha! How cute. As soon as the Flame Emperor sneered, a hot sensation pierced near my ankle, and in the next moment, I rolled along the ground. At first, I couldn't understand how I tripped. At least not until I saw my legs on the floor. Ashik! A screech escaped my lips. My legs were severed. My legs. Both of them were chopped. Left and right. They were still wearing shoes, too. I could even see the famous brand logo drawn on the side of the sneakers. Please let me live. Please, I begged, just like the Saintess. Then why did you run? You scared me, the Flame Emperor said, bending over. He picked up one of my legs. Then he started playing catch with it like it was a baseball. Hey, did you see? He asked. My eyes followed the up and down of my leg in the air, to his hands, and then back in the air. I didn't see anything. The Flame Emperor approached closer. What did you not see? I don't know anything. Please, I don't know. What do you not know? Please.
Flame Emperorním.
Please, let me live. I won't say anything. I won't tell anyone. I felt his presence above my head. He was bending his knees to look down on me. Wow. So you're telling me that you saw me and even recognized me? You might as well have seen it all. You probably know everything, too. Please. Hyung SSI, you're disappointing me. 3. Why are you acting like you know nothing? The Flame Emperor probed my leg. Tell me, who sent you? Is it the Black Dragon again? I really don't know anything. You're still telling me that you don't know anything but happen to watch over me and the Saintess from there? Silently like a rat? Hey now, Hyung SSI, your story is so reliable. If I was a bit more retarded, I would have probably believed you. The Flame Emperor grinned. But you see, I'm not a retard. Are you mocking me? Sparks of fire erupted in front of me. Flames erupted from the Flame Emperor's palm and it spread onto my legs. The burst of fire eating my legs sounded like a barbecue. The wafting smell of roasting meat reached my overwhelmed senses. He burned everything, leaving nothing behind. Not even the famous brand logo. Not even the shoes I'd worn for so long. Not even my legs, which were part of me for even longer. All of it disappeared. Next will be your head. Answer me straight. My mind became all white. This demon was insane. He was a madman. There was no point in talking to a madman. He didn't care about what others thought, and he firmly believed he was always right. He was a psychopath who would kill innocent people for no reason. As someone who represented rank 1, as a person, how could he do this? You're telling me that I was obsessed over someone like him? Many people, including me, believed he was a hero. We liked him for being upfront and honest. We praised him as someone with a refreshing personality. This lunatic? Ellie. I stumbled. What? He asked. Lie detection skill. I heard you have a lie detection skill. I desperately continued talking. You told the Saintess that you can tell when someone lies, and that she should answer sincerely. When the Flame Emperor didn't react, I continued. So test me with that skill. Test me to see if my words are a lie or not.
Flame Emperornim.
I just happened to really coincidentally pass by. Please believe in me. The Flame Emperor's expression became strange. I made that up, he said. Chapter 3 However you die too. Translator, Neria. Formatter, Gias 606. What? I asked. I made it up, the Flame Emperor said. Don't you recognize a bluff? He chuckled. I don't have any lie detection skills. It was a bluff to trick the Saintess. Wow, the two of you are really naive. Did you really believe me? Then. My lips quivered. I was shocked. Did you kill the Saintess without any concrete proof? A rank 9 hunter, the Saintess. Unlike the psychopath in front of me, she was an upright hunter who donated most of her hard-earned money to orphanages. That's how she earned her title as the Saintess. But you're telling me that this man killed her based on a suspicion? If that's true, then he's not the greatest hunter. He's the greatest psychopath. Hey! The Flame Emperor said. Those were some harsh words. How can you judge a person like that? Of course, I checked. The Saintess really tried to kill me. If I didn't kill her first, she would have poisoned me to death by tomorrow. The Flame Emperor spat on the floor. Plague! Just remembering it ruins my mood. How do you know? I know everything, the Flame Emperor said, sounding as if what he said was obvious. I just know everything. I have a secret trick. I gaped at him. But you don't need to know about that, he said. I was at a loss for words. It wasn't only because the Flame Emperor was absurdly self-confident. There was a certain conviction reflected in his eyes. Confidence that there was a good reason to kill the Saintess. At the very least, that's how it appeared to me. Well, you must be truly innocent since you heard me talk about the lie detection skill. The Flame Emperor's voice dripped with sarcasm. Ah! I couldn't close my mouth. To be fair, this is the first time I've seen your face. I've memorized the faces of all the rats lurking in this area. All 18 of them. I even counted their heads to make sure I didn't miss a single bastard. Anyway, you're right. I didn't realize I'd seen your innocent face among them. The Flame Emperor touched my head. But he was smiling. Did he finally believe in my innocence? Thank you. But you know who I am, he said. You even saw me kill the Saintess. But that's why you have to die for me. His fingers on my head stretched outward, extended into flames, and clasped my skull, burning. My name is Yusuha. Goodbye. Heat seared my head. The inside became hot, burning, boiling. My skull churned like an oil container. I couldn't speak, couldn't scream. Under the intense pain, all circuits were cut off. Impossible to make any noise at all. To a madman like him, I guess I'm gonna die like this. I'm Kim Gongja, Jin Kongzi. It was a name given to me by the caregiver of the orphanage. He wanted me to become a great person like Confucius. But I lived a life nothing like Confucius and died pitifully like an emaciated street dog. Sorrow filled me, overflowed from me and burned into the ground with the rest of me. If you compared this to a game, it would be a bad end. In plain words, a ruined life. A life where you die broken, with only sorrow remaining. You have died. I hated it. Skill conditions were met as a result of death. Why did I have to die like this? Rather, why did I have to live like this? It was unfair. Fury engulfed me. Everything was unfair. I could have lived a better life. I had the right to live a better life. But I also made 3 mistakes. Died by mistake. Lived making mistakes. Born by mistake. Was everything a mistake since birth? Randomly copying Hunter Yusuha's skills. Creating skill cards. I couldn't hear anything. Couldn't even see. But a dim light flickered. It was like there were fireflies dancing in front of me. Some fireflies were brown. Others were silver. And some fireflies were gold. Fast. The golden fireflies flew quickly. They were so fast it was near impossible to catch them. There were many brown fireflies. They appeared easy to catch. There were also many silver fireflies. As expected, it was also possible to catch them. Then there was the sun. The only golden firefly that flickered so fast I could barely follow it with my eyes. It shone as brightly as the sun. Difficult to focus on. That one. Please select a skill card. I reached out for the one and only golden sunfire. Selected. And I caught it. Copying the skill. And then I died. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Activating skill. I want to become just like you. Activates automatically upon death. After dying to the enemy, you can copy one of their skills and made it yours. You cannot copy a skill from targets that have already killed you previously. Skills are randomly copies. However, you die. Do you know what hell looks like? I'll tell you firsthand. First, there was no hellfire. In fact, I couldn't find any fire. There was a gas stove, but it lacked the firepower to start a hellfire. Contrary to my expectations, hell had a small fridge. It also had a small bed. And even an old TV. In other words, it looked exactly like my rented room. Rather, it was my rented room. No matter how I looked at it, this was not hell. It was my lovely 125 square foot room that I rented for a cheap price. I felt my head with one hand. It was perfectly fine. Just to make sure, I looked at my smartphone screen's reflection. I saw a face that looked like an unfinished Apollo statue. It wasn't handsome, but it wasn't bad either. I couldn't find any burn marks. What is going on? Really, what was going on? Did the Flame Emperor treat me and carry me back home? As if, however, it was the only explanation I could think of at that very moment. Perhaps he was kinder than I thought. He was crazy, but maybe he wasn't a psychopathic murderer. He could have pretended to kill me and instead saved me at the last moment. Breaking news. Then did he leave the TV on before he left? The Black Dragon Guild attempts to conquer the 40th floor of the tower. Didn't they confidently declare that they were going to finally show the might of the greatest guild? Unfortunately, they have returned empty-handed. No, that wasn't the case. The Flame Emperor wasn't present in this 125 square foot room. He didn't leave the TV on before he left either. Instead, the rank 1 hunter, the Flame Emperor, has single-handedly subjugated a boss once again. Instead, he was on the TV screen with furrowed brows. I found myself blankly staring at the TV. Hello, Flame Emperor Nim. Right. Hello. You have set a new record once again. You and the Sword Saint are the only people who can single-handedly subjugate a boss monster. With the disappearance of the Sword Saint, it can be said that you are the only person capable of such feat. May I ask you to share your impressions? At the top right corner of the broadcast, there were large bold letters that read, Live. I continued to gape at the TV. First of all, I would like you to change that sh*TTY title. Excuse me? I'm talking about the Flame Emperor. Call me by my name instead of using that sh*TTY title. Yusuha, the world's rank 1 hunter. The protagonist of this era. The hero I envied was right there. That's right. Perhaps it was inappropriate to say he was there, since he just killed me and I died to him a moment ago. No way. Even as I said, no way, my hands had already grabbed my smartphone. I checked the date. It was yesterday. My hands shook. I checked the internet communities. Hey, the Flame Emperor is screwing around again. 2 minutes ago report. Reply. Here. Can't he hold his tongue when the entire world is watching him? 1 minute ago report.
Ripley 5.
There too. The Flame Emperor got a girlfriend. Apparently, it is the Saintess. 1 minute ago report.
Ripley 4.
This site too. That community too. All over social media. Everything was the same. All the texts I'd seen yesterday were being posted in real time. I'd certainly seen these exact posts yesterday, but people were responding to it as if it were their first time seeing the TV interview. Despite that, there was something different. I want to become just like the Flame Emperor. 1 second ago edit. I could not find the comments I'd written. It was obvious. Normally, I would be passionately leaving comments by now. But my soul left my body a long time ago. I'd returned to yesterday. I'd really returned to yesterday. Open skill card. Flash. A golden card emerged in front of me like flames. I want to become just like you, S+. I'd already memorized the skill after reading it multiple times since yesterday. Despite being S rank, it was a skill that was unusable. The price of using it was my death. It was a rare garbage skill. But that wasn't all of it. Oh my God! I exclaimed. 2. There were 2 burning flames in front of me. I want to become just like you, S+. Returner's Clockwork Watch, EX. 2 golden cards floated before me. How? My heart pounded against my chest, loud in my ears. Returner's Clockwork Watch. This was a new skill I'd never seen before. It wasn't there when I checked it yesterday, and it wasn't there right before I died to the Flame Emperor. I only had a garbage skill that was totally unusable. I never had any other skill with that name. I definitely did not have another golden skill. I would have absolutely noticed something crazy like that. How? So, of course, I couldn't understand. How the hell had I obtained this skill? How had it become mine? I couldn't understand. I didn't understand it. But it's mine. I knew it. This card was mine. All mine. I also knew it could be the skill card that changed my life. I reached for the card and grabbed it. I flipped it. Returner's Clockwork Watch. Activates automatically upon death. Returns 24 hours prior to death. Even after retuning, all memories and abilities are retained. The penalty will increase with the Hunter's class. Skill copies from Hunter Yu Suha. Return. It said return. Upon death, you return to 24 hours prior. Ah! As if my head got struck by lightning, I trembled. My heart pounded so hard that it might as well have been a sledgehammer. I finally realized it. This was the Flame Emperor's secret move. I muttered at my news-filled walls. How did the Flame Emperor become the world's rank 1 hunter? How did he defeat the impregnable 10th floor boss all by himself? And lastly, why was he so certain that the Saintess tried to kill him? I finally understood everything. The Saintess really tried to kill me. If I didn't kill her first, she would have poisoned me to death by tomorrow. These were his words. I know everything. I just know everything. I have a secret trick. But you don't need to know about that. He died to the Saintess once. Just like he said, he was poisoned to death. That's why he returned to 24 hours prior, gritting his teeth to pay back what he suffered. For revenge. And because of that, even I died. I clenched my fists. He killed an innocent person like me, just because I was in his way. He severed my legs. He burned my head. And he killed me. He played with me like an insect. The interview progressed. Before you leave, please tell our viewers one last thing. Huh? From the reporter's question, the Flame Emperor scratched the back of his head. Yesterday, I looked up to him as a hero. Today, I only saw a psychopath. It didn't matter if he was the world's rank 1. It didn't matter if countless people praised him as a hero. He was my enemy. The Flame Emperor glowered directly into the camera. Those who will succeed will succeed. I glared back. But don't get in my way even if you succeed. I clenched my golden card. It was the same card that man possessed, and it was a skill I copied from him. The Flame Emperor was rank 1, and I was the weakest hunter that didn't even have a rank. But right now, I was at the same starting line as him. Or I'll kill you. This time, it was going to be my revenge. Chapter 4 Hero Hunting 1. Translator. Neria. Geas 606. Formatter. Geas 606. Revenge. The feeling of it surged through me. I put my mind to work because I already knew. It's impossible to win against the Flame Emperor using normal methods. My heart pounded against my chest and reverberated in my ears. I needed to calm down. Though I was hot with emotions, my mind needed to stay as cool as water. It was difficult, though, because really I just died. And not only did I just die, I died in the most excruciating way possible. Flames had scorched layer after layer of my flesh, searing the dermis and destroying my nerve endings with bursts of overwhelming, full-body pain. My screams no longer registered after the fire had eaten my inner ears. From there, I was a man-made barbecue. I imagined my muscles wafted a beef-like scent, making me twistedly glad I couldn't smell or salivate at my own spit-roasted self. Like that, I died. A horrifying, disgusting death. Damn that bastard. I glared at the scraps of paper glued all over the walls that surrounded me. This was the Flame Emperor's history. There were numerous interviews and articles pasted on the wall. They recorded his journey from his rookie years to becoming the world's rank 1. Obviously, there were many photos of him, too. Disgust filled me. I wanted to tear them all apart. TSK. Even if I killed him, won't he just return to 24 hours prior to his death? I couldn't kill him even if I wanted to. That was a big problem. Truthfully, Isn't that an invincible cheat? Not only was our skill difference like comparing the sun to a small firefly, but the Flame Emperor was also the world's rank 1. I was not even ranked. While the tower acknowledged me for having the greatest envy, strong envy did not mean I had talent. Even if a miracle or a fluke happened, it was difficult for me to kill the Flame Emperor. And even if I managed to kill him, there is a bigger problem to deal with. What would happen if I killed the Flame Emperor? He would simply return to 24 hours before his death, and that would be the end of me. The Flame Emperor would use everything at his disposal to kill me. When he realizes he can't kill me, he would just confine me for eternity. Perhaps he would make an underground jail to imprison me. With the Flame Emperor's physical strength and skills, it would be an easy task for him to subdue me. And then, I would live the rest of my life confined in a prison cell. Kim Gongja's bad ending number 2. Flashy imprisonment denouement. Damn! Killing him was a problem. Dying to him was also a problem. How was I going to act out my revenge on this psychopath? What should I do? How can I beat the rank 1? A day passed by. I'd spent 24 hours shut inside my apartment, exploring my possibilities. I'd expended all of my energy and thought into my plan for revenge, but I couldn't come up with a single worthy thread that I could grasp. Just one thread from the Flame Emperor's tapestry would be enough for me to unravel him and his entire life. But nothing came to mind. I stared at the newspaper and articles glued on the wall, still brainstorming. I would not give up. Every bit of information pertaining to the Flame Emperor was right there. Perhaps examining it would give me some sort of hint. The Flame Emperor single-handedly subjugates the 39th floor. The Flame Emperor solo clears the 38th floor. Another legendary feat. Hunter Yu Suha crowned as the world's rank 1. The first Korean to achieve it. Disappearance of the Sword Saint Va, the empty rank 1. Who will take the throne? Expert foreigners believe Yu Suha from Korea is the best candidate. The impregnable 10th floor cleared. Who is the mysterious hero? 2 days since the Sword Saint's disappearance. Will the Hunter Association face its worst crisis? At that moment, a shocking discovery. Wait a minute. Look at this. I mumbled to myself while touching a single scrap of newspaper. It was an interview I found online. I'd printed out the original article and put it up on the wall. Question Yu Suhanim. When did you experience your first awakening? Oh, Suha. During summer when I was 21. So it's been 11 years. Question, you must have good memory to be able to accurately remember even the season. YSH. I don't think my memory is particularly good. It just happens to be the case that I awakened on my birthday 11 years ago on June 7th. Question, so you awakened on your birthday. Did something happen that day? YSH. I was on the first floor of the tower. I can't tell you anything else. It's my privacy. When you looked at it, it was just a normal interview. But for me, that was the important hint I was looking for. Wow, really? I stared at it, shocked. Wait a minute. This might work. T. I did it. I found a way. A strategy to kill the world's rank 1 hunter. It was definitely not an easy task, and others would ridicule me for being crazy. But at the same time, it was the only method of killing the Flame Emperor. It was something even someone like me, an F-class hunter, could accomplish. I fully realized. I can really take my revenge. At that moment, loud yells floated in from outside. It's a fire, someone yelled. To see what was going on, I opened the window. On the other side of the town, red smoke billowed into the sky. Residents screamed and rushed to the streets. Oh no! What should we do? Someone panicked. Instead of just standing here, let us try to extinguish the fire, another person ordered. All right, the panicked person said. Many residents swarmed the place and started helping douse the fire. We, hunters, lived somewhere different from the outside world. To become hunters, we'd all stepped into the tower, and a city was made within the first floor of the tower. There were many names for this city. Some called it Babylon and others called it Naraka. While there were hunters who just simply called it the first floor city, There were others who gave it an old-fashioned name like City of Ascension, Dungtandu Sur. People from all over the world lived in the tower, so it made sense that the first floor city had many names. Most people who lived in the tower were hunters. Whether they liked it or not, they experienced life-threatening events on a regular basis. So, unlike those from the outside world, hunters were used to quickly reacting to danger. I left my room and headed down to help the residents. That madman. Running down the stairs, I checked the time with my smartphone. It had been 24 hours since I'd returned from death. It was the exact time the Flame Emperor killed the Saintess. Meaning, that plague. He started the fire to hide all of the evidence. The Flame Emperor, Yusuha. He was truly a contemptible scumbag. As soon as I arrived, the vigilante guard had already arrived on the scene. Hunters from big guilds arrived one after another. Normally, they would be growling and unsheathing their claws at each other. But instead, everyone cooperated to subdue the demonic flames. Huomoa. 1. Don't use your water abilities independently, a guild member shouted. That's right. We need to time our abilities together. Just like this. The Black Dragon Guild will be temporarily managing this area. Another guild member yelled. Please follow our instructions for a moment. Everyone. Hunters who were hard to find, unless you saw their faces on the newspaper, all gathered there. Even 2 or 3 top rankers were present. While helping the residents, I stole few glances at those top rankers. For the time being, a female alchemist said, we have finished isolating the surrounding area. The problem is whether or not there are any survivors inside. I think we will need to send a rescue team at once. I recognized her. She was number 5 in the rankings. A master alchemist, Lanjin Sungju, and leader of a guild filled with doctors and pharmacists. That's fine. This place was originally a slum. No one's lived here for 5 years, so it became an off-limits area, another female said. It's fortunate that a fire broke out in a place like this. She was the paladin number 10 in the rankings, leader of the Vigilante Guard, which was responsible for the city's public order. These 2 hunters were famously known for helping others in need. Among the top rankers, they were not lone wolves who stood idly. They arrived at the scene faster than anyone else and took command. With these 2 female powerhouses, it was clear something or someone was missing. Normally, the Saintess would be standing in between them, but she was nowhere to be found, which was obvious, since she was murdered by not your typical lone wolf, but the greatest sh*theid loner of them all. The only people who knew this fact was probably only the Flame Emperor and me. Not even the other top rankers knew this truth yet. No, perhaps they'll never know the truth. The master alchemist looked around. That's weird. Why isn't Miss Saintess here yet? I heard she had to do something tonight, the paladin said. I don't know the details. Could be a date. She chuckled. She's been with the Flame Emperor lately. The master alchemist hunched her shoulders. I dislike the man known as the Flame Emperor, she said. While it might be impolite of me to talk behind his back in such a place, he displeases me. I think Miss Saintess should meet a better person. Your standards are too high. Just what kind of man would be better than the rank one? This is why you're still single, the paladin lightly teased. I can find a partner whenever I want. The master alchemist blushed. I'm just not interested right now. Her voice trailed away. Speaking of the devil, of course he would appear. It's the Flame Emperor, someone shouted. The people who were working to put out the fires all stopped for a moment. Even the top rankers turned their heads. Dressed in a hoodie and sweatpants, the Flame Emperor, or rather, the Plague, casually strolled toward them. The Plague seemed greatly annoyed. Ah, damn. Who played with fire without my permission? He said. This crazy psychopathic bastard. The paladin immediately became more professional and welcomed him. Greetings, Flame Emperor, sir. MHM. I have arrived. His tone was particularly kingly. As you can see, someone committed arson in the Old Slums district, the paladin said. Would you please lend us a hand? She asked politely. But the Flame Emperor remained aloof. If I help you, Then what are you going to give me? He asked. You would gain great satisfaction by generously assisting residents, the paladin said. Enough with the bullcrap. Tell me what you'll give me. Tomorrow all media across the world will write in big bold letters. The Flame Emperor subdues the fire, a charitable act of goodwill. You can improve your image while grabbing the attention of all the people around the world, she said. The Flame Emperor guffawed. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and smirked at her words. Do you think I give a damn about those trash journalists? He was truly a psychopath. It was clear the Flame Emperor was well on the path of insanity with no return. Residents were already recording the Flame Emperor with their phones. In real time, the Flame Emperor's every word and action was being transmitted throughout the world. The internet became heated as the two sides, the ones who sided with the Flame Emperor and the ones who criticized him, battled it out. I wonder what would the defenders say? Yeah. You should fiercely protect your self-interests. Helping someone for free only makes you a pushover. It's nice to see a hero who is this honest. 2. I was dizzy with the contradictions. The weight of who the Flame Emperor really was pushed against me in the form of a headache. No one knows. Dread sent chills down my spine. They are all completely mistaken. He isn't up front. That bastard's insane. Even though flames danced right in front of me, my heart ran cold. Those flames, that arson, this disaster, all of it was caused by the Flame Emperor himself. Nevertheless, he returned with a perfectly fine face and asked, "What are you going to give me?" And so, I was finally convinced. I need to get rid of him. A monster. It wasn't just for my revenge. It was for all of humanity. For the sake of the hunters, that monster deserved to be eradicated. Monsters were simply monsters. It's the hunter's mission and duty to kill them. By all means, I must kill him. In this tower, there lived a single monster that played with fire. Literally shot fire with its hands. A real monster. Yes, it was so. But it was inappropriate to say that it was simply there. It was quite inappropriate. Because that monster was my prey. Even if I die, I stepped forward. Each intentional step brought me closer. I moved past the heroes who were concerned about the follow-up measures. I strolled past the ordinary people who were doing their best to control the fire, towards the ever-rising flames, towards the fire that was as fierce as hell. I walked closer. Huh? Wait a moment. Where are you going? A guild member said. I walked. Young SSI. You shouldn't get too close to the flames, said someone else. I strode toward my goal. Oh no. That person must be crazy, a female voice said. Someone please, stop him, a male voice said. Damn, what's that crazy bastard doing? Another male voice resounded. And then I burst forward. Behind me, people were making a fuss. There were those who jumped up and down. Others who stopped working and yelled at me. I bypassed them all. Ignoring them, I simply raced toward my goal. It was hot, no different than hell. With a roar, the blaze of fire surrounded me in one fell swoop. The flames licked me with red tongues. It hurt like crazy. With each step, my flesh melted. My eyes burned to crisps within its sockets. But still, it's better than dying to the Flame Emperor. This was the only method of killing the Flame Emperor with absolute certainty. How long had I been running? It felt like I ran for quite some time, but it also felt like only a minute. The smoke clogged up what was left of my throat. I wheezed and coughed, and then I stopped coughing. I stopped altogether, and then I heard a voice. You have died. That's right. You'll be returning 24 hours prior. That was my second death. When people saw me jump into the fire, they made a huge commotion saying I was crazy. Of course, I wasn't crazy. It was the complete opposite. I had an awfully cold understanding of the current situation. I'm back, I said out loud. My voice sounded perfectly fine and didn't hold any of the raspy traces I had. What felt like mere moments ago. Here I was, back to my hell. My 125 square foot, single-room apartment. The walls were plastered with interview articles, and a live broadcast streamed on the TV. That was already the third time that I'd heard this live broadcast. Breaking news. The Black Dragon Guild attempts to conquer the 40th floor of the tower. Once again, I'd returned to yesterday. Good. The skill is working properly. Unlike the last time, I didn't pay any attention to the television. There was no need. The skill that allowed me to go back to 24 hours prior worked. All I had to do was make sure this was certain. With this, I could kill the Flame Emperor. You are currently an F-class hunter. Due to your low class, you will not be penalized. As expected, I mumbled to myself. Returner's Clockwork Watch. It said that the penalty will increase with the hunter's class, right? On the contrary, it meant that no penalty was given to hunters with the lowest class. If you're an F-class like me, you didn't even get a penalty. This is my chance. While I was still an F-class, this was the very moment. The one and only golden opportunity to hunt the Flame Emperor. My last chance. I took the knife out of my backpack. It was an old knife. A knife that I'd been keeping ever since I started working as a hunter. While it was not usable for killing monsters, it was sufficient enough to kill a person. How can I kill the Flame Emperor? I thought about it. Should I cooperate with the Saintess before she dies? Should I report to the Black Dragon Guild about my skill and devise a plan to imprison the Flame Emperor forever? Or should I try to record the moment the Saintess dies? Any method was fine, but they were just simply fine. It didn't ensure the Flame Emperor would certainly die. I don't have the qualifications to gain the Saintess' trust. I lacked the skills. I don't have the authority to move an entire guild into action. I lacked the strength. I don't think I can successfully record the Flame Emperor killing the Saintess. I lacked the confidence. But, even so, I had something. If I die, I'll return to 24 hours prior. A skill. The Returner's Clockwork Watch that was copied from the Flame Emperor. Yeah, I have a skill. My heart pounded in my ears, my breathing rough. Don't worry, Kim Gongja. You can do this. I tried to gulp, but my mouth was dry. Taking a deep breath, I looked at the wall one last time. A magazine interview with the Flame Emperor was affixed there, untouched. Question you, Suhanim. When did you experience your first awakening? Oh, Suha. During summer when I was 21. So it's been 11 years. Question you must have good memory to be able to accurately remember even the season. YSH. I don't think my memory is particularly good. It just happens to be the case that I awakened on my birthday 11 years ago on June 7th. 11 years ago. 11 years ago on June 7th. It was still summer. If you counted the days backward, it's 4,050 days. That's right. I just need to die 4,050 times. This was the only method of killing the Flame Emperor with absolute certainty. Yusuha. If you are a monster that can't die, I raised the knife. I'll kill you before you become that monster. And then I stabbed my neck to return back in time. Back 11 years in the past to June 7th. Back before the Flame Emperor awakened his first skill. Back before he could return 24 hours before his death to those summer days. Back to the time the Flame Emperor could still die. A groan escaped my gritted teeth. The pain seared me hot and cutting. My heart thumped hard and deep, about to burst. I sliced through my nerve endings as they screeched at me to stop, until, like a light, my sight flickered off, and like a thread, my sense of touch was cut off. But then I still heard a voice. You have died. You'll be returning 24 hours prior. I returned to the day before. The day before, I was lying in bed. The TV was off. However, the walls remained unchanged, plastered with scraps of newspapers. One day was not sufficient to erase the Flame Emperor's history, or rather, that psychopath's history. I glared at Yusuha's photo. It doesn't matter. If a day was not enough, then a week. If a week was lacking, then a month. If a month was not sufficient, then a year. If 1 year was inadequate, then... Now, I pulled out my dagger once again. I just need to die 4,049 times more. And I stabbed myself to death. Chapter 5. Hero Hunting 2. Translator. Gias 606. 4048. You have died. 4047. You have died. 4046. You have died. I strove to erase the history of a single person, a legend that would surely have been engraved on the tower for all eternity. I will erase it. Just as Rome wasn't built in a day, the legend of the Flame Emperor was not made in merely a few days. Obviously, it was difficult to erase all of it. But it wasn't impossible. Damn! It hurt. I pushed myself. To kill myself, I pushed past my limits, giving more than I had. I used malice to kill myself. All of the resentment and spite that filled me, I used it to slice away my life. When I wanted to give up, I remembered all of it. The agony of being burned alive by the Flame Emperor. The injustice. The rage. He had the nerve to come back after setting fire to the town. And with that shameless face, he said, "What are you going to give me?" That condescending look as if all others were insects. As if I was an insect. Venomous fury rushed through me. "You bastard. I'll kill you." Tightly clenching my teeth and strengthening my grip on the knife, I thrust the blade into my neck. "I'll kill you, Yasuha." The act of stabbing was done to kill me. But even more, it was done to kill the Flame Emperor. To demolish him and his legacy. You have died. You'll be returning 24 hours prior. For how long had I been killing myself? How many times had my breath stuttered to a stop? Like a never-decreasing hourglass, my work seemed endless. The Flame Emperor's achievements seemed to be as formidable as a pyramid that would always stand tall through the ages. As if it would never collapse. But look, cracks started surfacing on that pyramid. Finally, it was starting to crack. Countless scraps of newspapers plastered on the apartment walls surrounded me. Testimonials showing the history of the Flame Emperor. With each death, they faded away. One by one. The Flame Emperor single-handedly subjugates the 39th floor. The Flame Emperor solo clears the 38th floor. Another legendary feat. Subjugation of the 37th floor successful. Hunter Yasuha crowned as the world's rank 1. The first Korean to achieve it. Disappearance of the Sword Saint Va, the empty rank 1. Who will take the throne? Expert foreigners believe Yasuha from Korea is the best candidate. The impregnable 10th floor cleared. Who is the mysterious hero? 2 days since the Sword Saint's disappearance. Will the Hunter Association face its worst crisis? One more. Another page. Just like how an old man's teeth fall out one by one, leaving a gaping maw exposed. So, too, as the newspaper clippings disappeared one by one, they left the walls exposed and open. The Flame Emperor solo clears the 38th floor. Another legendary feat. Subjugation of the 37th floor successful. Hunter Yasuha crowned as the world's rank 1. The first Korean to achieve it. Disappearance of the Sword Saint Va, the empty rank 1. Who will take the throne? Expert foreigners believe Yasuha from Korea is the best candidate. The impregnable 10th floor cleared. Who is the mysterious hero? 2 days since the Sword Saint's disappearance. Will the Hunter Association face its worst crisis? They were vanishing. He was disappearing with my every final breath. I can see it. The beginning of the end was visible. But there was still a long way to go. So I would endure. The Flame Emperor had practically been eternally immortal. Until me. That psychopath was no longer eternal, nor was he immortal. As long as I knew that truth, I would hold out as long it took. It's not impossible. I swung my knife and made sure it gouged heavy and deep. With the bloody swing, I killed the time when the Flame Emperor subjugated the 37th floor. Subjugation of the 37th floor successful. Hunter Yasuha crowned as the world's rank 1. The first Korean to achieve it. Disappearance of the Sword Saint Va, the empty rank 1. Who will take the throne? Expert foreigners believe Yasuha from Korea is the best candidate. The impregnable 10th floor cleared. Who is the mysterious hero? 2 days since the Sword Saint's disappearance. Will the Hunter Association face its worst crisis? I swiftly swung the knife once again. With that death, I killed the Time Flame Emperor rose to the top of the world. Hunter Yusuha crowned as the world's rank 1. The first Korean to achieve it. Disappearance of the Sword Saint Va the empty rank 1. Who will take the throne? Expert foreigners believe Yusuha from Korea is the best candidate. The impregnable 10th floor cleared. Who is the mysterious hero? 2 days since the Sword Saint's disappearance. Will the Hunter Association face its worst crisis? Killed more. Disappearance of the Sword Saint Va the empty rank 1. Who will take the throne? Expert foreigners believe Yusuha from Korea is the best candidate. The impregnable 10th floor cleared. Who is the mysterious hero? 2 days since the Sword Saint's disappearance. Will the Hunter Association face its worst crisis? I killed another one of his feats. The impregnable 10th floor cleared. Who is the mysterious hero? 2 days since the Sword Saint's disappearance. Will the Hunter Association face its worst crisis? Until, finally, I looked at the one thing that had stuck with me through it all. My battered knife. It had become lustrous, as if it was new. Less wrinkles crossed my hands. As I went back in time, my rented room had become smaller and smaller, more impoverished. I'd forgotten how poor I'd been. I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face and caught my young self staring back at me in the mirror. And then, I swiveled my head to look around the room. There was nothing. There wasn't a myriad of newspaper articles.
No magazine interviews.
Not a single scrap of paper stuck on the apartment walls. White and empty. A pure, blank space. Kongbai. I'd successfully erased the history of the man known as the Flame Emperor. I did it. I mumbled, slack-jawed. I came back to 11 years ago, May 6th, a whole month before the Flame Emperor, Yusuha, was due to awaken. I'd returned. There's no need to hesitate. I don't need to wait. Cheap hoodie and sweatpants. A new knife. It was all I had in my early 20s. So, I threw my jacket on over my hoodie and went out, wearing all I owned like a suit of armor. The thrill of returning to the past. There was none. Yusuha. Until I killed that bastard. I had no room for sh*t like carelessness. 40-90 times, the number of times I died to return to today. 40 more deaths than my initial calculations. This included the time it took to commit suicide thousands of times and for short breaks as well. Not only that, I'd collected all the information concerning Yusuha, every single thing. I did this by repeating today, May 6th, 10 times. 11 a.m., I reminded myself. Yusuha almost always woke up at 11 a.m. May 6th. He woke up at 11 a.m. on this day, as well. Last night, he had washed down 4 bottles of beer, so a scowl had been permanently engraved on his face all morning. 2 p.m. Yusuha left his monthly rented studio apartment and headed toward the hunting ground, the type of studio apartment that the F-class hunters often stayed in. Knowing that the weak hunters frequently died while hunting, the landlord of the studio apartment would impose a hefty security deposit in return for putting up a cheap monthly rent. He had a good mind for business. 3 p.m. Yusuha killed a weak slime from the tower's 2nd floor hunting ground. However, killing a slime wasn't good enough for a day's earnings. At 3:11 p.m., Yusuha grumbled to himself. Ah, plague. I wonder when I'll become like the Sword Saint and live a king's life. At 3:15 p.m., 4 minutes later. Wow, slime hunting is really boring, he griped. An average F-class hunter. A life of waiting to strike it rich someday. That was the 21-year-old Yusuha, not the 32-year-old Flame Emperor. If only I had won the lottery, he muttered. Before long, the 21-year-old would have been able to realize his wish, because as soon as Yusuha obtained the return skill, he used it to win the lottery. MA, short for Merchant Association, Sanglan, issued weekly lottery tickets. The Merchant Association was the only guild inside the tower that could print lottery tickets. And all the hunters who won the lottery were all on record. In the winning records, there remained a young man who would later be called the Flame Emperor. A lucky bastard who won first, place not once but twice in a row. That's 3 weeks and 4 weeks from today, respectively. However, such a future will not come to the 21-year-old Yusuha who I was looking at right now. You die here today, May 6th, 5:31 p.m. Yusuha moved on from the second-floor hunting ground, no doubt thinking that it was pointless to spend the rest of his life killing only slimes. He headed for a more challenging area, the kind of place novice hunters would rarely visit. A little more secluded and dangerous. A place that nobody besides Yusuha would enter for the next 36 minutes. He's here. I had been waiting. It's him. A man yawning while traipsing about Yusuha. Even though he was 11 years younger, I could recognize that bastard at once. It wasn't because my perception was particularly great. Just that the present Yusuha looked similar to that damn guy from 11 years later. In the future, you'd probably find that bastard pigging out on some elixir for eternal youth. Thank you for being such a goddamned greedy little pig. Come. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I fought back the tension and opened my mouth. Oh, over here, Hunter Nim. Please, save me. Ha! Yusuha turned his head in my direction. I was ambushed by wolves. I cried and sniffled. I beg of you, please help me. Some potion. I coated my entire body with blood. I was covered in it, drenched. Of course, it wasn't my blood, but the blood of some monsters I had hunted in advance. But to other people, I must look like a novice hunter on the verge of death.
Ach, Stern.
What the hell? Yusuha exclaimed. Naturally, I would look like that in Yusuha's eyes too. I was counting on it. Dude, did you anger the monsters here? Damn it. Then today's hunt is ruined. Bastard. Potion. I begged. Potion, my ass. I can't even feed myself properly. Yusuha sighed and came closer. How much you got? I asked. How much you got for the potion? Mister, you think I'm running a charity here? Don't tell me that you thought I'd hand this expensive potion over for free now, right? To a man that I've never met before? You gotta be with me. Yusuha took out a plastic bottle. Then he shook it right in front of my eyes. Splash. A blood-red liquid sloshed inside a bottle engraved with the Ministry of Alchemy's emblem. 20 gold from the Ministry of Alchemy. It was a recovery potion that was sold for 19 gold each when bought in a 5-pack. I'll give you 20 gold. So, please hurry. Wow. Just look at this guy. Your greed is no joke. Yusuha kneeled so he could look at me on even ground. Mister, can't you tell what's going on? You're about to die. This potion is something that could save your life. And you want to buy your life with just 20 gold? Is your life worth only 20 gold? Right? I lay there in a pool of my own blood. What if I just leave you here? You would simply die. If you don't want to die, you gotta pay the right price for your life. Yeah. I knew. F40 gold. I said. Enough. Hand over everything you have right now. I knew that he was this kind of guy. Ah, that's right. You couldn't give me anything even if you wanted to. You can't even move your hands, right? Don't worry. I'll get it for you. I could do at least that much service. Yusuha reached out, rummaged and groped through everything I had. My jacket pocket, the inside of my hoodie, even my pant pockets. The jerk finally found my leather wallet and smirked. Let's see. 1 gold, 2 gold, 3 gold, about 60 gold? You're so poor, mister. Carry some more around, man. That's all I have. All I had to my name. It's all right. I'll spend it well on your behalf. Yusuha took my wallet and patted my head. 4,050 days ago, no. He was just like when he burned me alive 4,050 days later. That's just life. Don't you agree? He took out something from his chest with a heave, after putting away the potion he'd promised to give me. Instead, he pulled out a blade. A sword, Jan. It wasn't an item meant to save lives. On the contrary, it was a tool used to take lives. Ah! I looked up at Yusuha. Rather than looking angry, I just looked at him as if he was ridiculous. However, Yusuha interpreted my gaze differently and shrugged. Hey, don't look at me like that. I was thinking about giving you the potion, mister. But if I let you live here, you might want to get back at me later, right? I can't let that happen. A man should live without worry, and since you've seen my face, Yusuha smiled. You have to die for me. The hunter who I could only ever admire on television. The hero I'd worshipped for 10 years. The man I'd always envied, always wanted to become. That hero's face was hideous. More hideous than I could ever have imagined. All right. I quietly looked at Yusuha as he held the knife. I'll live without worry in your stead. He slowly raised the knife. Then, I kicked my right foot up into his crotch. GGK? Yusuha staggered while he swung the knife. But that was more than enough time for me. After barely dodging Yusuha's swing, I stabbed my knife through his neck. I was different from him. I wouldn't leave my prey that I had to kill in front of my eyes and run my mouth pointlessly. I stabbed his throat, then twisted the knife and dragged it up to his chin. Blood sprayed out. It soaked my hands. Yusuha gagged. He gurgled and choked on the blood and fell to the ground. He let loose a scream, spattering the blood that had been clogging his throat. Hard and shrill, railing out against the pain. But only for a moment. Blood curdled out of his neck, painting his throat. I watched it all. Yusuha inched closer to death with each passing second. Instinctively, he must have realized that he was dying. Yusuha writhed on the ground, then curled up. He pressed down on the wound on his neck with both hands. But the blood didn't stop. It only trickled out between his fingers, even thicker than before. Right? Must not dawdle. I pressed my foot down on Yusuha's neck. His eyes grew wide. Why? For what reason? His eyes were loaded with such questions and resentment. It wouldn't be long before those eyes would be extinguished. There was no need for me to give any sort of explanation. I'll think of this as valuable experience. I grabbed the knife that killed me 4,090 times. Then I swung. To kill a monster. Chapter 6 Hero Hunting 3, Part 1. Translator 7. Kook. UK, Ugh. People always believed that there was a higher chance of awakening while in a life and death situation. In fact, such a myth had been passed down in the hunter industry since its inception. But maybe it wasn't a myth, maybe it was real. Even I had awakened a skill simply for having an excessive amount of jealousy. Therefore, I remained vigilant and shook my knife. Hick! I wouldn't give this psychopath a chance. Kook! He would die. But what angered me the most, rather than the fact that this psychopath burned me to death so casually, it was something which caused anger to burn in me more intensely than even the pain and the desperation. He told me his name, before returning me to the past, before holding onto my head and lighting it on fire. The Flame Emperor told me something with a smile. But you know who I am, and you saw me kill the Saintess, so you have to die. My name is Yusuha. Goodbye. The thing that crazy guy had said last. One weird part that I just couldn't stand. It was extremely disgusting. He told me his name. Why did he tell me his name before he killed me? Did he think that I didn't know what the name of the Flame Emperor was? He must have thought it was cool. The Flame Emperor. That bastard probably thought that the scene looked cool. As if in a sacred duel where the warriors learned their opponent's name. This is what the Flame Emperor must have thought as he killed me. Whoever I kill, I do it in fairness. So at least I'm not being too imposing. How dare dash? Like that dash dot. How dare a psychopath like you think something like that? A man who killed a witness just because he stumbled across the scene. A person who pretended to be blameless as he came back to inspect the fire he created. A person like that could no longer be called human. He was a beast. A devil, even worse than a beast, who acted cool as if it made him more noble. Don't mess with me. Puke. My knife stabbed into Yusuha's neck again. There was no sound.
No scream. No moan.
The hunting ground was hidden, far away from where anyone would be active. I looked up to the sky, but my eyes weren't in focus and my body was swaying like a weed in the breeze. He was dead. Ha. Maybe it wasn't appropriate to say, dead. Yusuha was more than just an ordinary hunter. And it wasn't simply that he was dead. The man who would have become the Flame Emperor someday. A legend who had reached the top of the world's rankings. The one who managed to single-handedly defeat 10 floors in the tower that no one had been able to reach even after trying for years. He was killed by me. Who? I sighed. Now I can be a little sane again. As I turned to head back, I heard something arrive, probably drawn by the smell of blood. A pack of wolves were crouched among the trees. Great, these weren't ordinary wolves. They were engraved by what appeared to be tattoos which could be seen even through their thick hair. These were meadow wolves, and the more complex the patterns on their bodies, the stronger they were. Though these meadow wolves only had the simplest patterns on their bodies, an F-class hunter like me couldn't possibly fight them. First, I carefully retrieved the wallet that was stolen by Yasuha and stepped back. You guys want to eat this guy, right? I pointed at the body. I don't need it. You can have it. I took another step back. Come on. The wolves cautiously approached the body. Crack. One of the wolves took a bite, and that seemed to be a signal for the rest of them. Crack. Crack. Soon the body couldn't be seen as it was completely covered by wolves. Eat well. I hurried away. Is it over now? I buried the clothes that had been splattered with Yasuha's blood in a deep pit I'd prepared before the fight. As I washed my whole body with water from a plastic bottle and changed into a new set of clothes from my backpack, it still hadn't sunk in yet. Is it really over? If my clothes were too clean, people might be suspicious of me. So I deliberately rolled on the ground for a bit before heading back to Babylon, the city on the first floor of the tower. As I walked up to the gates, a guard watched me closely for a moment before yawning and turning away. Ah! No one had realized. It's over. Even when I went to a bar and ordered a beer, even when I emptied the beer and ordered another one, no one cared about me. No one knew what I'd done. Old news played on the tavern's television. Today, the strategy which was guaranteed to clear the 10th floor failed. Hunters ranked 2nd and 7th in the world intend to challenge and defeat the 10th floor together. Voices of protest against the world's number 1 hunter continually grow stronger. This is due to the fact that the Sword Saint still refuses to work with anyone else. No matter how long I waited, there was no breaking news like, a hunter has disappeared on the 2nd floor of the tower, but I should have expected that. Novice hunters lost their lives every day. No one really cared about the disappearance of a lone novice. No one cared about me. In other words, it's over. Hey! I lifted my empty glass high. Pour another draft for me. You sure are drinking a lot. Was your hunt good today? Yeah, it was good. Very good. Even as I said this, my heart wasn't settled. I took 2 or 3 hours calming my heart with beer. It wasn't until sunset that I gradually began to accept the reality. What should I do now? There was a lot to do. I could win the lottery. I would get the money and no one would suspect a thing. Hey! My life is about to get better. I opened my status window, which could only be viewed by myself. Name: Kim Gongja. Rank: F-class. Skills: 2 to 4. I want to become just like you, S+. Passive: Returner's Clockwork Watch, EX. Passive: None. None. Kia. Now I'm not even hungry anymore. My status window was like the most delicious meal in the world. 1 S+ class skill and an EX class skill that I'd never even heard about. When it came to meals, this was like having caviar on top of my steak. If there is someone with better skills than this, then they are truly broken. But I couldn't stop the warm smile from spreading across my face. But I have no combat skill. Ah! Why was the human mind like this? The thing I didn't have was the thing that I noticed the most. No matter how easy it is to make money, a hunter must be a hunter. Even with all the money in the world, without power, then it would eventually be robbed. The society in the tower was much more bloody than the outside world. To put it nicely, the strong ate well and the weak were the meat. It didn't matter even if you wanted to escape the tower and live lavishly in the outside world. Those who stepped foot in the tower could never leave. Those were the rules. Not even a hunter with an S-class teleportation ability could go out of the tower. It was simply impossible. Only one being in all of Babylon could interact with the outside world. The guildmaster of the Shanglian Guild. The only hunter with the title Count. Even then, they could only send and receive things from the outside world. They couldn't directly leave. Anyone could enter, but no one could exit. This meant that those who had entered had abandoned their wealth, their relationships, their nationality, their identity. Maybe even their humanity. Indeed. Of course, I was one of those people. Eat or be eaten. That was the law in the tower. The alcohol made me a little drunk, and I couldn't help but mutter. I wanted to succeed so badly it drove me crazy. There was a reason why I idolized the Flame Emperor so much. Was it because of his personality? Did that guy even have something that could be called a personality? No, the reason was much simpler. I was envious of his success. His achievements had been dazzling, awe-inspiring. Let's succeed Kim Gongja. Okay. What can't a man who died 4,090 times do? It's time to be successful. Then, Jialing. The bell on the tavern's front door rang. Chapter 6.2 Hero Hunting 3 Part 2. Translator. 7. I didn't care who came in at first. After all, how amazing could a hunter who came to such a place to have a drink be? But the people in the tavern began to chatter. Hey, that guy over there. What? Really? Why was he in a place like this? The bar became strangely quiet, as if everyone was afraid to breathe. At this point, it would be odd if I didn't get curious. So I turned my head to look. Standing there was an old man dressed in an expensive-looking black suit. The man was dressed as if he had just come back from work. He wore a white shirt and a patternless red tie. If one saw this man, one couldn't help but think, when did I return to the outside world? The man looked like any common office worker, but there was one thing that stood out. On his feet were bright red sneakers. Not shoes. Sneakers. Wow! What kind of fashion sense is that? The difference was striking. But it wasn't just his clothes that were weird. Milk. Yes. Please add vodka and sugar to a glass of warm milk. Actually, it would be better if you used honey instead of sugar. The owner of the tavern was embarrassed by the strange orders. A customer. I'm not a bartender. I will pay the necessary amount. Don't worry. The owner of the bar nodded hesitantly. The other customers were mumbling quietly, all of them still looking at the old man. It seemed that this man was quite famous. Who is this? My eyes narrowed slightly. Strange. I can't seem to remember someone like this. While I wasn't proud of it, there was probably no other human who envied the top-ranking hunters as much as I do. So naturally, I was able to say every name from the 100th to the 2nd in the rankings. All because of my jealousy. Even then, this old man in the suit was someone unfamiliar to me. I think I saw him somewhere before. Where did I see him? Where? It came to me after thinking for a long time. Ah! I remembered in my room. Among the fragments that were attached to the wall, there was a picture of this very old man. 22 days since the Sword Saint's disappearance. Will the Hunter Association face its worst crisis? It's the Sword Saint. I remembered. This was the most famous person before Yasuha became known as the Flame Emperor. I'd forgotten because he was a hunter who'd disappeared long ago. It was hard to remember those hunters who'd been active more than 10 years ago. I didn't know what to think. Looking at someone who I knew would disappear. Right. Now it's years in the past. I finally, truly felt that I'd returned to the past. This man would soon become the strongest in the world. Even the Flame Emperor had to look up to him. It was an amazing feeling. Even though I knew it was just an excuse, I kept staring at the Sword Saint. What should I do? It was strange to see such a great man in front of me, even if he'd died long ago. Either way, it was pretty strange. Hey, doesn't this senior have S-ranked skills? A thought ran through my head as I drank my beer. Not strange skills like mine either, but actual combat skills. It was at that moment. My hand had moved without me realizing it. Suddenly, my S-rank skill appeared in front of me. I want to become just like you. Rank, S+. Effect. Activates automatically upon death. After being killed by an enemy, copy one of their skills and make it your own. Skills cannot be copied from targets who have killed you before. The copied skill is randomly selected. However, you die. Wait a minute. The feeling was like being struck by a lightning bolt. The same sensation I felt when I finally figured out a way to kill the Flame Emperor filled my body. I want to become just like you. This skill was amazing. With it, you could copy any skill from any hunter. The only drawback, however, was that you had to die first. However, I don't stay dead, because I had another skill. Returner's Clockwork Watch. Rank, EX. Effects. Activates automatically upon death. Return 24 hours prior to death. Memories and abilities are preserved even after returning. However, the higher the rank of the hunter, the larger the penalty. Skill copied from Hunter Yu Suha. Then, a chill went down my spine. Can I just copy anything? A hunter who picks up things by dying. The pressure of having to kill Yusuha had caused this fact to evade me all this while, but I'd finally realized. Note. It took him long enough. I was wondering when he was going to run into the old man's sword. The Sword Saint, the world's strongest in the present era. Gulp. I swallowed the mouthful of beer I'd forgotten in my mouth. The Flame Emperor, who had also been considered the strongest in his era, had such a game-breaking regression skill. So this Sword Saint, who towered over the world in the time before his disappearance. What kind of skill would this great person have? Wouldn't it be just as good as Yusuha's skill? If I could copy it. I stared intently at the old man's back. Jackpot. Maybe. My hunt had not ended yet. Chapter 7, The Monologuing Identity 1. Translator. 7. I searched for information about the Sword Saint on my phone. Originally, it was said that he was an elder from a wealthy old Northern European conglomerate. His real name is Marcus Callenberry. It was rather regretful, but it was said that he gave up his family, connections and fortune and entered the tower all by himself. No one knows exactly what skills he has. It is rumored that he has a habit of muttering to himself. I clicked my tongue. There's no helpful information. I even looked for any interview videos but couldn't find a single one. Apparently, this elder was the complete opposite of the Flame Emperor. Although he was reputed for his bad personality, information of him could be found all over the internet. On the other hand, the Sword Saint was a mystery. The information on the internet about the Sword Saint was very vague. He was apparently from a large wealthy family, supposedly entered the tower on his own, and it was rumored that he mumbled to himself. All the information was speculative. What? I turned my head to a table in the corner. There, the Sword Saint sat alone, drinking his milk vodka. At least the information that he talks to himself is correct. The old man, with an odd sense of fashion, sat at the table with his odd drink and seemed to be mumbling to himself between sips. Shut up. Don't be so noisy. In the first place, you are... He mumbled. I couldn't hear exactly what the old man was saying, but he seemed to spit with every word he said. It was a horrible scene, and I couldn't help but be a bit frightened. Does he suffer from psychosis? The number one hunter was psychotic. That was scary in itself. It was like having a nuclear bomb and not knowing when it might explode. No, if you think about it, Yusuha had also been a psychopath. Perhaps one of the conditions to become number one was to be mentally ill. Almost all the top rankers are psychos. I shook my head and kept browsing the internet for information. However, most of them were purely speculative. But as I kept looking, a post in a forum caught my eye. Caution. NG1 words you should never say in front of the Sword Saint. It was an interesting title. The thread was posted in the Hunter Specialty Community website, a place to play, chat, and share information that could only be accessed by those who had a bureau-issued hunter certificate. The post was done anonymously. I saw it for myself. There are NG words that you should never say in front of the Sword Saint unless you want to die. What are they? Anything about his family. A few days ago, a few top-ranking hunters were fighting with the Sword Saint, and one of them said, "Looking at the way you are now, your grandchildren outside must have suffered." I bet you like to be alone because they don't dare keep you around. How embarrassed would they be if they saw you behaving like this? Then he died. What? Died? Yes. He was killed. In fact, he only managed to say, "How embarrassed would your grandchildren be?" before his throat was cut. His head had been separated from his body in an instant. The comments after that ran wild. Don't be insane. This is probably a rumor created by those large guilds. He's doing well, so people are trying to trample him back down. Most of the people who responded didn't believe. Nevertheless, the anonymous writer was persistent. Believe it or not, I don't care. I just felt like telling you, so I told you. Of course, I'm not saying the Sword Saint was wrong. It was that guy's fault for mentioning his family. However, it's certain that those few top powers are ganging up on him because of this incident. You can see it with the constant abuse directed at him in the media these days. Anyway, if you ever meet the Sword Saint, you should try it. Read too loud. I'll take care of it myself, so leave me alone. The old man had been muttering to himself since he sat at the table. It really seemed like he had a mental illness. However, even if he suffered from psychosis, he still stood at the top of the world. The fact that this crazy old man had great skills beyond imagination remained unchanged. Good. And that was good enough for me. It was worth giving a shot. Good drink. Ah, have a safe trip. The Sword Saint emptied his goblet. As soon as he left the tavern, all the customers collectively let out the breaths they had been holding. He's finally gone. He must have dementia. Why did he keep muttering like that? I know, right? Anyway, the alcohol doesn't taste good anymore. All the customers were probably waiting for the Sword Saint to leave, as they all rose to their feet to leave at the same time as I did. However, our intentions were probably the opposite. This is my payment for the beer. I got up quickly and settled my bill with the owner. I had no time to waste. Ah yes, thank you. Come again. The beer was delicious. I will. Darling. The bell on the door rang as I opened it and stepped out. It was late at night and darkness covered the street. Where did you go? I looked around. There were many crowds of people coming out of the numerous pubs on the street. Dozens of people laughing and staggering as they enjoyed the effects of the alcohol under the night sky. Where are you, Mr. First Place? Fortunately, after looking around for a while, I found the back I wanted. Found you. It was all thanks to his unusual outfit. He was probably the only man in all of Babylon who wore a suit and carried a sword. I quickly gathered myself and started following the old man. What skills do you have? My heart was pounding. The Flame Emperor had a ridiculous regression skill, which was an X-rank skill. So what skills would the Sword Saint, who was the previous generation's strongest, have? Wouldn't he have skills that were even more broken? That skill would soon become mine. If I was lucky. Note. Our MC is a pretty greedy guy, lol. Got on EX skill and now he wants more. How long had I been chasing this old man's back? We'd long since left the heart of the city and had started walking through the back streets. As I kept following him, we left the alleys and back streets and entered the outskirts of the town. Here, there was a field that had no buildings or any signs of construction. The Sword Saint walked through this empty field. I walked a bit more before I stopped behind a tree. This place should be appropriate enough. The Sword Saint turned around, with starlight bathing his old body. Why don't you come out here, young man? No one would know what happened in this place. He was staring right at the tree that I hid behind, and I sighed in my heart. He caught me. I should have expected it. From the very beginning, it was unreasonable to think that the strongest hunter wouldn't know that he was being followed by a low-class hunter like me. I could only blame my own incompetence as I walked out from behind the tree. Excuse me. There is something I wanted to ask you, Sword Saint Nim. Note. Leaving in Nim, just to further emphasize just how polite KGJ is being. I tried to speak as politely as I could, but for some reason the Sword Saint laughed. Weren't you following me this whole time already? I don't know why you're getting so scared to ask this old man a question. For some reason. It seemed like the Sword Saint believed I was intentionally pretending to be afraid. In addition, since he'd turned around, the Sword Saint had not let go of the hilt of his sword, even though I hadn't done anything. It seemed that he was ready to attack at any moment. Why? Of course, this was the best outcome for me, since my purpose was to have him kill me anyway. But I haven't done anything other than followed him. Whether he knew my intentions or not, the Sword Saint seemed as though he was ready to end my life. As if in his eyes, I was already dead and he was just humoring me. Your acting is amazing. Indeed, you must be an amazing assassin. Yes, too. You don't need to pretend you don't know. Other hunters might fall for it, but you cannot fool my eyes. I know you are an assassin sent by the Black Dragon Guild. Old man, you're really misunderstanding something. Should I like this or not? Anyway, this way worked too. I didn't have to talk about his grandchildren for him to kill me, though I didn't understand how he mistook an F-class hunter like me for an assassin. Honestly, I couldn't understand. Aha! You're really abominable. Come here and act to my face. The Sword Saint looked at me with his mouth twisted, as if staring at a monster he had to get rid of. It was a very odd expression that I couldn't understand. Didn't I tell you before? You can't deceive my eyes. This, sir. There is something I truly want to ask you. Eventually, I just asked what I wanted to know. What makes you so convinced that I'm an assassin? I don't do anything that would make you think that. Shut up. Xing. The Sword Saint drew the sword at his side. I have many skills. Among them is a skill that tells me how many people a person has killed. Thanks to this, I've been able to avoid many crises. What? I still didn't understand. Ah! Then, a few seconds after, I realized.
Iki ati Usua.
That's right. I murdered Yu Suha today because I knew he was going to become a monster, but the people in this era didn't know that. So now I am a murderer. Unlike the outside world, murders happened pretty frequently inside the tower. But murder was still murder. In other words, in the eyes of the Sword Saint, there was probably a number, 1 hanging above my head. The number 1 would be a prominent indicator of murder, so it was natural that the Sword Saint was on guard against me. Yes, I understand, Mr. Sword Saint. Even if you're on guard against me and I have nothing to say to that, you can take it as an excuse, but listen. I followed you because of an important reason. I can't tell you what it is exactly, but it is an extremely important reason. I can swear to the heavens. It was a heartfelt statement. But the situation became strange instead of getting better. As he listened to my small speech, the Sword Saint's expression got worse and worse. Disgusting. Yes. A devil who has murdered as many people as you have dares to act in such a way. I haven't lived a clean life, but I never committed a reckless massacre as you have. His words made me confused and embarrassed at the same time.
No.
Wait a second. Massacre. I've only killed 1 person in my entire life. You really are shameless to say such a blatant lie. Chick. The Sword Saint pointed the tip of his sword toward me and said, I can see the number 4091 hanging above your head. I was dumbfounded. What the fuck? I tried to ask, what the hell? But my words got cut short as I came to the realization of where the number 4091 came from. Ah! It was from my one time killing Yu Suha. And it's the number of times I committed suicide. 4090 times. The exact amount of times I killed myself. Be prepared, devil. If so, I don't know if it was that black dragon who sent you or someone else, but I will do my best to kill you. It meant that, in the eyes of that old man, I was nothing but a murderer who slaughtered 4091 human beings. A cold shiver went down my spine.
No.
This was a serious problem. It was no longer just a matter of copying the Sword Saint's skills or not. That's right. Any time in the future, if the Sword Saint sees me, he will try to kill me. Because in his eyes, I was an abominable murderer who, like a deadly virus, should not be allowed to survive in this world. Wait. I reached out my hand. Please wait, Aminu. At that moment, The Sword Saint's sword flew toward me at an unstoppable speed. Chapter 8, The Monologuing Identity 2. Translator 7. Luck. It was pure luck that helped me evade the old man's attack. The Sword Saint's eyes widened slightly. Perhaps, in his eyes, I was a tremendous master. So after I dodged his attack, he immediately jumped away, expecting a counterattack. What he probably didn't expect was that I would be fiercely rolling on the ground. SWO-Sword Saint Nim. Wait, please listen to me for a moment. It didn't matter if I died. I wanted to die after all. No, what mattered was if I could fix the misconception that the Sword Saint had. Then die. That way, I could avoid useless confrontations in the future. I'm an F-class hunter. You dodged my sword. You must be a high-end assassin, huh? Ah, is this old geezer deaf? This was horrible. Instead of clearing up the misunderstanding, it was just getting worse. Again, avoiding the sword had been pure luck. I couldn't even follow the blade with my eyes. The old man's skills far exceeded my cognitive abilities. If he attacks again, I wouldn't be able to avoid it. After all this, it seemed like I could only give up on convincing him. I watched the death approach in the form of a sword. He stopped. The Sword Saint suddenly stopped, just a step away, and at first, I thought this was my chance. Oh? Are you ready to listen to me now? But the Sword Saint didn't look at me. Instead, the old man frowned at the air. Curious, I also turned my head to look but found nothing there. Didn't I tell you I'd take care of it? The old man spoke to the open air. So noisy. Catch and interrogate. So I should keep this demon alive. He was talking to himself. What the? The Sword Saint, who had just been about to cut me down, stopped. Instead, he began to mutter to himself. The immediate crisis was delayed a bit. I furrowed my brow. Is that a self-talk skill? Maybe it was. At the bar, I thought, this old man is mentally ill. But now that I was witnessing it up close, it seemed a bit different. Shall I say a bit more elaborate and sophisticated? The man truly seemed to be talking to someone. Is it telepathy? Suddenly a thought came to me. Telepathy or sound transmission, Chuanying. The ability to freely communicate from a distance. Such a skill did exist. Then, was he talking about me to someone else? A shiver went down my spine again. He intends to capture the man who slaughtered 4,091 people. Wanted criminal. The Hunter Bureau rarely released bounties. And when they did, the targets didn't last very long. The wanted person would be hunted by top players and would need to hide for life. If they were caught, they would be executed publicly in Babylon Square in the middle of the city. This is not good. I clenched my teeth. I have to die right now, so that everything I could go back 24 hours and let everything be reset. I had to die immediately. I stared at the Sword Saint. It's too late. I've already made up my mind. Even if you're the master. The old man was still muttering to himself. I wasn't 100% sure if he suffered from psychosis or was really talking to someone. But even if I wasn't sure, I still opened my mouth. How are your grandchildren doing? The old man stopped talking to himself. Then he slowly turned and looked at me. I heard that the outside world is really ugly these days. If they're the grandchildren of the great Sword Saint, then they must be quite pretty. You must be very worried. Dark blue eyes, and pupils that were as still as the ocean's depths stared into my eyes. It is said that you're originally from Northern Europe. I heard that terrorists there are really rampant. I don't know. Maybe without your knowledge, your grandchildren have already suffered many injustices. Suguk. Ha! The sound of an apple being cut in half rang out in the clearing. Ha! At first, I couldn't tell what had happened. I'd been watching the old man this entire time and I hadn't seen him move. Not even his lips moved. So where did that sound come from? The strangeness didn't end there though. Originally, the Sword Saint was standing on the ground right in front of me. But does it feel as though the ground was slowly turning over? The horizon tilted and the moon in the sky flipped over. High in the night sky, the first quarter moon, Songyun, tilted and became the last quarter moon, Hayun. The only thing on the horizon was an upside-down old man. The old man's blue eyes just stared at me, and I couldn't help but think that they truly resembled the starry sky. I could see why he was called the Sword Saint. Then I realized, the ground was not upside down. My head had been cut off and it was slowly falling. One hit KO, Ichi. Beautiful. My eyes couldn't follow the attack of the old man, but as I saw the world after my head was cut off, I couldn't help but think it was beautiful. After a while, my head hit something. My mind was blank and I couldn't hear anything, but I finally realized that my head had landed on the ground. By the time I realized that there was no longer any life in my eyes. You have died. What kind of skills did he have? How long did he have to practice before he could get skills at that level? The skill condition has been achieved due to death. I was filled with emotions that were much different from when I had been killed by the Flame Emperor. I felt betrayed by the Flame Emperor and I'd wanted revenge for my wrongful death. However, it wasn't the same with the Sword Saint. I want to be like that. I want to have a one-hit attack too. This was similar to the feeling I had toward Yasuha before I learned what he truly was like. Jealousy, covetousness, adoration. Flames of desire burned within my heart. And there was something that responded to those flames. A skill of Hunter Marcus Callenbury will be randomly copied. Cards began to appear in the darkness around me. Creating skill cards. Swish. The cards had their backs toward me so I couldn't see their information. Still, the colors were more pronounced than when I was killed by Yasuha. Perhaps it was because I've already adapted to death. For 1,090 times. As the Sword Saint had confirmed with his kill counter skill, I'd already experienced death thousands of times. No hunter was more familiar with death than me. It's not something to be proud of. I couldn't help but make a bitter smile. Please select a skill card. The cards floating before me all started to fly around quickly. Whoa! At first I was surprised, but it didn't take long for me to regain my focus and begin to concentrate on the cards. I mustn't get anything else. Golden yellow. I can only get a golden yellow card. But they were fast. It seemed impossible to chase after them. Oh my God! Did I grab a golden card from these fast-moving cards when I was killed by the Flame Emperor? Me? How did I do that? I was new, but I was really lucky at that time. There is golden yellow. Where are you, golden yellow? But I realized something strange. No matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find one. I don't think there are any golden cards. Among the cards flying around in front of me, there were blue cards and silver cards. However, none of them were golden. Believing I was wrong, I focused and searched even harder to look for anyone that I missed, but found nothing. This meant there was only one possibility. Really? I was shocked. Is there really no? From the start, the Sword Saint did not have any S-rank skills. This doesn't make sense. I wanted to scream. He is the #1 hunter. The most legendary character before the Flame Emperor arrived, and he didn't have any S-rank skills. It was very hard to believe, but it was true. My skill proved it. Marcus Callenbury, the great Sword Saint, reigned above the world without a single S-rank skill. I was shocked and a bit fearful. No, this cannot be. My reaction of shock and fear were completely genuine. I'm sure that there are at least a few strong skills among the silver cards. I didn't know where to curse my situation or laugh at the odds. Nevertheless, I was eager to try my luck. With a very earnest heart, I stared at the cards. 3 blue cards and 4 silver cards. 7 cards in totally flew around dizzyingly. I can completely ignore the sh*T cards. It was a reasonable choice, of course. Now the question was which silver card to choose. The kill counter skill was probably included in the silver cards. And he probably had an unidentified cheat skill as well. Of course, the technique I wanted should not be as subtle as the kill counter skill, and it would be better if it was a cheat skill like the resurrection skill. The probability is 1 out of 4. In other words, I could only rely on pure luck. Please be something good. I reached out my hand. Please be the one I want. The Sword Saint's cheat skill. Then I caught one of the silver cards. Selection complete. A skill has been copied. Returning to 24 hours ago. Hook. I woke up swallowing a groan. Side room. A Pyong-1 large lodge welcomed me, the familiar sight enriching my heart a bit. The futon gave off a bad smell as it hadn't been washed in a long time. Unfortunately, this single-bedroom apartment was all I could afford at the time. What did I get? I immediately opened my stat window, wondering if I'd succeeded or failed in my 25% gamble.
Kim Gongya.
Class F. Skills 3/4. I want to be like you 2S+ passive. Returner's Clockwork Watch EX passive. Sword Constellation A+ passive. None. Note. Of all passives, RIP. Ah. I sighed, feeling both happy and sad. I'm glad I got an A+ rank skill. First I felt glad. Even though it wasn't an S-rank skill, I still believed this was the best one he had. I was also lucky to not get a skill like Kill Counter. It's another passive skill. Then there was my sadness. What I'd initially aimed for was a combat skill. Some kind of rare martial art, like fencing, or maybe a skill that awakens an aura. Most of those were active abilities. In other words, I failed to get the best combat skill. Ha! I sighed again. No, if I think about it, it's not so bad. In fact, if other hunters were to hear my lamentation now, they'd go crazy. Where could you find A+ rank skills without having to work hard for it? I decided to look at the bright side instead. First, I had to focus on checking the skill out first. Shack. Of course, the skill cards were only visible to the hunter themselves. I want to be like you S+ passive. Returner's Clockwork Watch EX passive. Sword Constellation A+ passive. Sword Constellation. Just by looking at the name, it was really hard to determine what the skill did. But even I want to be like you had a strange name. It was difficult to judge whether a skill was a scam or a prize from the name alone. Maybe it would turn out to be an amazing skill. It was a little comfort I gave myself since I was the one who grabbed the silver card. Ah, what's so noisy? A voice sounded out from somewhere. Grandfather, this master told you. If you want to have practice in the middle of the night, at least be quiet. When you move, there's no need to disturb me. I don't have to wake up. Let's treat each with manners, yeah. Slowly. I slowly turned to look in the direction of the voice. On a futon in a single room. I was crammed into space where I could barely lie down alone. Yet I could see something behind, though blurry. Someone was laying there with his back to me. Excuse me. I felt goosebumps. Who are you? Huh? And then my eyes met with someone I didn't know. Spirit. Ghost. Something that was clearly not a living human. The ghost was large. If it wasn't for his clothes, he might have been mistaken for a gorilla. His physique was rather wide, even down to his eyebrows. And he stared at me with a shocked expression. Hey, who are you? I want to ask the same thing. Who are you? Can you see me? I nodded evenly. Yes. Can you hear my voice? If we're communicating right now, maybe that is obvious. What the hell? Am I really talking to a ghost right now? You would think that an ordinary ghost would be like a monster, picking on everyone because of its grudges in life. But this guy was different. He spoke and acted like a human, only with a blurry body. Huh. Isn't that weird? I don't know what to do. The ghost shook his head. It seemed that I wasn't the only one who couldn't understand the current situation. Where are we? It's as small as a doghouse. Where has that old man Marcus gone, and why is there a boy like you in front of me? Only then did I finally understand something that the ghost had said. By Marcus. Do you mean Marcus Callenbury? The Sword Saint. TCH. Even a beginner like him can be called a Sword Saint? It's undeserved. The ghost clicked his tongue as if he heard something unbelievable. Anyway, the name you called was right. Where is he? He should be around here. I was dumbfounded. The Sword Saint is a beginner? The hunter who was currently ranked number 1 in the world. And since I intended to murder Yasuha, Maybe he would continue to reign at the very top in the far future. What exactly was this ghost in front of me that called such a big shot? A beginner. And why was I able to suddenly see ghosts? To answer my questions, I brought up the skill card and read the information. Sword Constellation. Rank A+. Effect: a ghost from another world. He cleared the 99th floor but failed the 100th floor and died. The resentment remained, causing him to become a ghost. He cannot interfere with the physical world, but it is possible to tamper with the owner's mind. Seek advice from his rich experience and amazing skills. However, no one can see the ghost except for the owner. This skill was copied from Hunter Marcus Callenbury. I was lost for words. Hey, I said, where's the old man? Are you ignoring me? TSK. Hey, I've been doing well this past year. It's rare to find warriors like him, even if he's only so. Oh my god. It seems I copied the Sword Saint's ghost. Chapter 9, The Monologuing Identity 2. Translator. 7. Can't you return me to the old man now? Bei Hurayong was raging. It was inhumane for more than a single person to be in the cramped room, though he was a ghost, so he was a blind spot in human rights. Could you take it if you had a 3-meter mosquito buzzing? Ah, really? Even if I wanted to do it? I can't. You copied me with your skill. Then you should be able to cancel it. Don't you know how to give a refund? Refund? What kind of world is it these days with no refund? I can't cancel it. I'd explained how the skill was copied, but even after hearing the explanation, the ghost still bothered me in vain, wanting me to send it back to the Sword Saint. Old man Marcus. Disciple. Master Li has been kidnapped. Your one and only teacher has been kidnapped by a child. Even then, this ghost turned in the air and began to shout. Geez, you ugly student. This all happened because you ignored your precious master. I was afraid of this happening. That's why I told you to treat your teacher like the heavens. Excuse me. He was giving me a hard time. I'd lost the fear of seeing a ghost in real life for the first time. Fear? That was something. No matter how scary it was, it would give anyone a headache if this was how it acted. Let's just live quietly, please. Okay? What do you mean live? I'm already dead. Ah, then please die quietly.
No.
Do I look like a dog? You're scolding a ghost that's already dead and afraid to die another time. Everyone in the neighborhood. Look at this bastard. From the beginning, there's nothing I couldn't say. Wow. I opened my mouth in shock. What the? This was my first time seeing a ghost in real life, but it talked too much. No, it's the first time seeing someone talk too much. And then I realized. I could understand why the Sword Saint was talking to himself at the bar. Come to think of it, the Sword Saint kept mumbling, but the content that he talked about was pretty monotonous. Shut up. Don't be so noisy. You're too loud. I'll take care of it, so leave it alone. 99% of what he said was about noise. He'd been babbling at the side like he had a mental illness. That constant muttering. If it was a ghost like this. Huh? What the? Did you just talk to me? At your age? You dare to speak up to me? Damn it. My shoulders sagged subconsciously. My future looked bleak. I'll have to avoid the Sword Saint for the rest of my life. No matter what skill I got, I didn't expect a ghost to come out. Huh? I have to live away from that old man. What kind of *T is that? Bei Hurayong shook his head. Where's a hunter as good as old man Marcus? He's my disciple, but he's still a good old man. Oh, but never talk about his grandkids. He's usually pretty nice, but when it comes to his grandkids, he gets crazy. I already know that. I sighed. There is a skill that the Sword Saint has. What is it called? The one that tells the number of people a person has killed. Ah, Detective's Insight? It's a crap skill. Bei Hurayong responded quite quickly indeed. So that was the name of the kill-counting skill? Detective's Insight? The ghost seemed to know all of the Sword Saint's skills. What about it? It's only useful to find out if someone is an assassin or not. Besides, there's no guarantee that someone is an assassin simply because they killed a lot of people. The number is 4091. Huh? the kill count floating above my head. The number is 4091. Bei Hurayong looked dumbfounded. He frowned. Somehow, the facial expressions of this ghost was better than many living people. What? This guy? Are you crazy? I think I will really be crazy if I have to spend one more day with you. You're so noisy. No, you're a complete beginner. Bei Hurayong's facial expression became serious. A beginner among beginners. Looking at you, I don't get it. How does a guy like you kill 4,091 people? I couldn't have done that even while reaching the 99th floor in my lifetime. That's because I didn't kill 4,091 people. Ah? I shrugged and began to explain. This is what happened. The only person I really murdered was a really bad guy who would later be known as the Flame Emperor. That I was murdered by the Flame Emperor. That luck allowed me to copy his regression skill. That if I stayed there would be no hope for revenge. That I made a decision to go back over 4,000 days. What? Bei Hurayong, who was listening, had his mouth wide open. You committed suicide more than 4,000 times? Just to get revenge on the Flame Emperor? Yes. Bei Hurayong became silent. He had looked dumbfounded at first, but now his expression changed. He looked straight at my face with eyes that seemed to be struggling with something. He was so serious that I wondered if he was the same ghost that was just making a fuss in my Tupyeong room. Hey. After a long period of silence, Bei Hurayong opened his mouth. What is it? What is your name?
I'm Kim Gongya.
Bei Hurayong let out a groan. Why did you choose the old man? Yes. After you got revenge on that Flame Emperor guy, why did you decide to copy a skill from the old man? Isn't it obvious? I felt uneasy. I couldn't understand why he'd asked that question. He is the hunter ranked first in this era. He's the strongest, so he must have strong skills. That way you'll get stronger faster? Yes. You can honestly answer my questions as there is no fear of the information leaking anyway. It says on the skill card that no one else but you can see me. It's totally safe, is it not? What? Absolutely. Silence fell in the room once again. Floating, Bei Hurayong wandered through the air around me. He came to the left and stared at my face, then to my right and measured my height. All of it with a serious expression. I frowned. It felt like he wanted to do something weird. Let's see. The physique wouldn't be too bad once it's refined. The willpower is amazing. Sense of improvement is moderate. Knows how to keep his sanity but is still unpredictable. Indeed. If it's this much, Bei Hurayong kept muttering to himself. What is he talking about now? From what I'd heard, this ghost seemed to be the Sword Saint's master. And now this master was talking to himself while moving side to side. Hey, Kim Gongja. Suddenly Bei Hurayong flew to my face and called my name. Yes. Show me how you hunt monsters. So I hunted a few mobs. Are you satisfied? I didn't have anything to do in my room anyway. As soon as dawn came, I headed to the hunting ground. Actually, since I died to the Sword Saint and returned to the day before, it meant I had to kill Yu Suha one more time. So it was necessary to go out anyway. As expected, Bei Hurayong nodded. My expectations were indeed correct. What did you expect? Well, in my past life, I was called Sword Emperor Jandi. As dawn broke, Bei Hurayong's voice seemed to echo across the hunting ground. My hometown is not here. You can think of it as a different world. Anyway, just like it did here, the tower appeared in my hometown, and I conquered faster than any other hunter there. I was wondering what you were doing. Turns out you were bragging about yourself. Well, Bei Hurayong snickered. So what? Eventually, our world failed to clear the 100th floor. This was written on your skill card, right? Sword Constellation. Rank, A+. Effect. A ghost from another world. Cleared the 99th floor but failed the 100th floor and died. The resentment remained, causing him to become a ghost. He cannot interfere with the physical world, but it is possible to tamper with the owner's mind. Seek advice from his rich experience and amazing skills. However, no one can see the ghost except for the owner. This skill was copied from Hunter Marcus Callenbury. Come to think of it, it was pretty amazing. Before I'd returned, the Flame Emperor had only broken through the 40th floor and was considered a legend. What about the 99th floor? The ghost before me was truly incredible. I can tell if you're good or not. How talented a hunter is. I can tell immediately. That's why I asked you, Kim Gongja, to show me how you hunt monsters. Aha! I laughed bitterly. Are you trying to see if I have talent for swordsmanship? There are many stories like this. A story where the main character lives without realizing their talent, then they suddenly fall down a cliff or meet a great master and awaken their true power. A meeting of fate. Chiyun. Tut. You worked in vain. Note. Tut is like the sound made by clicking your tongue. Unfortunately, such luck didn't come to me. I don't have any talent for combat. It's all luck of the draw. But now when I die, I can at least copy the skills of other hunters. If I had talent, I would have been out of the F-class long ago. Why would I want to live like that? Bei Hurayong frowned. What are you talking about? You're talented. Yeah. Tremendously so. That wasn't the response I'd expected. Hey, jokes too. Are you making fun of me? I'm not joking. Bei Hurayong quietly shook his head. Of course, you have no martial arts talent. Your coordination is poor. Your physique is lackluster and it would take a long time to learn to use aura. But regardless of that, you have a very rare talent. Note. This was so harsh, I cringed. Poor Gongja. Bei Hurayong's eyes became serious. You're not afraid of death. You just don't have it. Surprisingly, nothing at all. Bei Hurayong stroked his chin. Probably, after dying over 4,000 times, the fear of death disappeared without you knowing. This is also what I expected. You don't realize it, but you're completely reckless when you face monsters. People usually hesitate a little because they're afraid of dying or getting hurt, but you don't have that. Is that a talent? Of course. I got an immediate answer. Innate talents are not the only type of talent. People can awaken talents one by one in their lives. The most difficult of these is the talent to overcome the fear of death. But you have already learned the most difficult thing. It's awesome. I was a bit embarrassed. So far, no one had ever talked to me like this. Note. Gongja is getting shy. I had never thought of myself in this way either. It was just because I'd been treated like a worm by the Flame Emperor, so I was so angry that I surpassed 4,000 deaths. Note. I think he should get to 5,000 deaths. It's a whole number after all. Who agrees? Dying. That was my talent. I just have one question. What is it? When Old Man Marcus killed you, what were you thinking then? I recalled what had happened in my last death. Only a few hours had passed, so I was able to vividly recall the memories and my emotions. Note. I can't even remember how I felt 10 minutes ago. The night sky, the moon and the wind that was blowing so quietly that no sound could be heard. I thought it was beautiful. It was then. Ha 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 ha. Bei Hurayong raised his head and laughed heartily. The sound of the laughter was magnificent and it spread through the empty plains. That was funny. Bei Hurayong's eyes twinkled as he looked toward me. You don't rob skills, you just copy them. In other words, another me is still attached to Old Man Marcus. The old man and you. I wonder which of you will be the greater hunter. I'm a bit curious. I'll help you. Sword Constellation. The ghost that once conquered 99 floors in the tower and was known by the name Sword Emperor, looked directly at me. To the extent that you can get rid of Old Man Marcus. No, to be much stronger than that old man. Then he reached out his hand. Let's conquer the tower. It was the moment my partner was born. Chapter 10. Solo start. Translator. 7. What is the most annoying situation when you wake up in the morning? Is it the smartphone alarm you set last night ringing? Is it the stickiness of the greasy oil that stayed in your hair all night? Is it just the fact that you have to go to work again today? Wake up. Wake up quickly. For Christ's sake, a little emo. If you don't wake up right now, I'll start singing a song I love from my hometown. Did you know that I learned music all my life? When I sang a song, Over 30 people broke down in tears. Not at all. The worst situation was when there was a ghost fluttering around your home. Look at the time and you're still in bed. What time is it? I cracked my eyes open and looked at my smartphone. On the lock screen, 4:01 a.m. was written in a nice font. It's only 4 o'clock in the morning, you crazy bastard. 4 o'clock in the morning is when the worms wake up and begin to move. You're weaker than a worm, so you should wake up earlier. I guess you were just bored because you can't sleep. I don't know what you mean. Bei Hurayong looked away as if he'd been caught. Wow. I always wondered why the Sword Saint woke up at 4 a.m. to practice. It wasn't because he was hard-working. It was because you were too noisy. Fine. I was bored alone and woke you up. Better? Thanks to that, if you get up and practice now, it's for your benefit. Come on, bow down and thank me. I want to kill. Hoo-hoo. I'm already dead, so you can't kill me. If you want to try, then you'll have to die first. But you can't even die. You zombie bastard. Your name should be Kim Zombie, not Kim Gongja. Damn it. I came out of the apartment dressed in sportswear. In the Tupyeong room, the ghost chattered without rest, and I really couldn't take it anymore. For the sake of my mental health, I left my home and started jogging under the dark morning sky. Hook. Zombie Kim. I'll repeat, you really don't have any talent outside of your willpower. Bei Hurayong floated and caught up to me. I usually prefer to teach from the bottom up. But you don't even have a bottom. Should I say you're the bottom of the bottom? It has been 3 days since I copied the skill Sword Constellation from the Sword Saint. In that time, I killed Yu Suha once more and avoided meeting the Sword Saint. Now, I was training according to a schedule that Bei Hurayong had made himself. In terms of talent, you have what we should call the Abyss talent. So cool. I'm jealous. Hook. When people are running, you shouldn't interrupt them. Let's go. Note. The hooks and who's are basically him panting. What? The bottom line is you need special tutoring. And in order to receive special tutoring, you have to pay an expensive tuition. Bei Hurayong laughed. You're going to get a lottery ticket, zombie. There is a guild called Sangrian. The common name for it was the Merchants' Union. The leader was the third-ranked hunter, who was commonly known as Count. As mentioned before, Count is the only player who could send and receive things from the outside world. He was like a one-man company. Thanks to this ability, the Sangrian Guild basically controlled the economy in the tower. What that meant was, "Excuse me." "Yes, guest. How may I help you?" "I'm here to receive my winnings for the lottery." On the first floor, the Sangrian Guild in the city of Babylon was the only one who issued lottery tickets. Your lottery ticket won? Yes, that's right. Congratulations. The clerk who was wearing cat ears bowed toward him, a sunny smile across their face being a bonus. Hey, whenever I see this clerk, I get curious about why they're wearing cat ears. The head of Sangrian likes cats. No matter how good a cat is, do you need to make a normal person wear cat ears? He's just a perverted bastard. I can guarantee it. Is that even important right now? Of course, the clerk didn't wear the cat ears because they wanted to. They simply didn't have a choice. Be it cat ears or a cockroach's antennae. If the guildmaster told them to wear it, they had to do so. Oh, for reference, this clerk was a man. The uniform was just unisex. Excuse me, guest, but have you confirmed the date? I'm sorry, but you can't win the prize if the ticket was purchased long before. That's fine. It's a ticket from last week. That's great. It was a lottery ticket that I'd bought right after my discussion with Bei Hurayong. It was because I intended to win the lottery once anyway, and Bei Hurayong had passionately shouted, "You need the capital. Then we will begin the identification and verification process." If I may ask, what place did you win? First place. Yes, the clerk asked reflexively. I got first place. Here, please check the number. Above the head of the clerk hung a billboard. On the billboard, the words, "The first prize for the Sangrian Happiness Lottery," was written, followed by the amount of money that was displayed on slots like a slot machine in a casino. 53,000 gold. If I was to use the currency from my hometown, it would be 5.5 billion won. Hey, it's so easy to make money, isn't it? The humming voice of Bae Hurayong filled the suddenly quiet hall area. Wearing an embarrassed look, the clerk suddenly said, I've checked the number. No dash. Now please wait a minute, customer, while I call for my manager to take over. Yeah, take your time. The clerk hurried away into the main area of the building. I could feel people peeking at me and gossiping, talking about my win of the first prize and expressing their envy. Will you be okay, zombie? Won't you get stabbed in a dark alley? I have an idea. I shrugged my shoulders. Hiding it doesn't mean that it'll be hidden. All the hunters who won the lottery were recorded. The same was true even for the Flame Emperor. So everyone could see that he won the first place twice in a row. If it's going to be known anyway, it was better to do it openly. When I won the lottery, I was immediately assassinated. If such a rumor was to spread, the one who would be affected more would be the ones who organized the lottery in the first place. Note: I think the person who got assassinated would be the most affected. But those are just my thoughts. After a while. You've been waiting for a long time, Mr. Kim Gongja. My name is Arthur Taylor. A man who was dressed more professionally than the previous receptionist appeared and bowed slightly to me. His greeting was very polite. However, something that didn't change was the fact that he also wore cat ears on his head. Call me Vault Keeper, and I would appreciate it if you spoke to me comfortably. Note: in Korean, there are different levels of politeness depending on your standing and familiarity with the person you're speaking to. He's basically saying, you don't need to be too polite. I'm Kim Gongja, and that's a pretty interesting name. Haha, I often hear those words. Then let's go upstairs. The Vault Keeper smiled brightly. No matter how you looked at him, this man was a hunter who was at least in the top 300. But although I was only an F-class hunter who could only look up to him, the Vault Keeper remained very polite to me. That's how 50,000 gold customers are treated, of course. The ghost made himself known once again. Hey zombie, do you know what I've been thinking about? I think you're too easily flattered because you've never been treated well before. A few days ago when I complimented your talent for dying, you looked so moved. I feel so sorry for you. Note: oof, so savage. Ah, shut up. Please, just a bit. Men shouldn't be that easy, man. Be like me. You gotta believe that everything in the world is simply for your benefit. No matter how I thought about it, Yu Suha and Bae Hurayong were very similar. They even had similar nicknames. One was the Flame Emperor and the other was the Sword Emperor. Perhaps all the people who were called Emperor were psychopaths.
Mr. Kim Gongya.
I'm sorry, is there something wrong? The Vault Keeper asked while guiding me up the stairs. He seemed to be afraid that he'd done something wrong. I hurriedly replied so that I didn't look crazy.
No.
I was thinking about something. I'm glad. The Vault Keeper sighed in relief. Your expression wasn't too good, so I thought I'd been rude without my knowledge. Haha. When you said no, I felt so relieved. What the? This person. Is he an angel? TCH. So easy, it's so easy. I ignored the nagging psychotic ghost behind me. We entered a VIP reception room. The gold coins were already piled upon the table of the reception room, and it seemed that a clerk had come and prepared it in advance. The Vault Keeper smiled again. This is all the coins that customer Kim Gongja has won. It's amazing. Over 50,000 coins. The room was bright and it illuminated all the coins at once. Just looking at them made my heart swell. A feeling was overflowing within me, though I couldn't really describe what it was. Note: Is this love? You can take all of these gold coins, or you can purchase a personal vault from us for safekeeping. What would you like to do? Well, I tried to gather my thoughts. As expected, the magical power of money was great. Frankly speaking, my mouth was watering. But my goal was to stand on top. To be a handsome hunter who was the envy of everyone. Money was just a means to reach that goal. Note: that's right, Gongja. Ganbat. To be a man who controlled money, not a man controlled by money. Kim Gongja. Regaining my calm, I nodded slowly. I'll keep it in a deposit box. That's a very wise choice, customer. The vault keeper was delighted. I always personally suggest this for the winners. I understand wanting to hold all your wealth in your hands, but I always strongly recommend getting a safety deposit box. After all, there are many people who have bad intentions. And I opened my mouth again. I would like to purchase the status of an honorary member of the Sangreon Guild. Yes. The cost of purchasing an honorary membership is 10,000 gold coins. Isn't it? I approached the table and rested my hand on the stacks of gold coins. Gold, the color that dazzled the eyes of man. But I already knew a gold that would be even more enchanting. My future. For that future, I'd have to invest these gold coins without restraint. I'll buy it in a one-time payment. The vault keeper studied my face for a moment. Customer Kim Gongja, you haven't joined any other guild, right? Yes. Guild. A hunter guild wasn't simply for socializing. The greatest significance was instead the protection given by the guild. Even if it was the hunter bureau or a vigilante, I might get attacked before I could even say anything. I could tell from the way the Flame Emperor and the Sword Saint had killed me. Lawlessness. Compared to the world outside, this place was much more brutal. I shouldn't foolishly follow the footsteps of the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor had preferred to move alone. After winning the lottery twice, he wouldn't have had any protection. It must have been a hard and exciting life because many people were after that money. That's why he was poisoned and assassinated later on. It was very pathetic. Why was there a need to compete with the big guilds? Okay. The vault keeper took out a notebook and began to scribble something. Anyone can become an honorary member of our guild for a fixed price. I'll have an employee immediately come and issue you a second-class honorary membership card. Oh yeah, and I added a bit more. I live in a small, cheap apartment right now. I would be really grateful if Sangreon could recommend a place for me to stay. Of course, I'm willing to pay the necessary price. In addition, you'll probably announce the first-place winner in the newspaper. At that time, even if you reveal my name, please ensure that they also report my status as an honorary member of the Sangreon Guild. The vault keeper wrote all the things I requested in his notebook with a blank expression on his face. Note: I bet he's regretting being so polite now. You are quite thorough, customer. Ugh. With the world as it is nowadays, I need to be prepared for anything. You're absolutely right. Behind the vault keeper, Bei Hurayong was holding his stomach and laughing boisterously. Hey, this expression of his as he's being treated like this by a pushover. So sweet. This is why I love making fun of the elite. No. You were the one who said I was easy. What's the big deal? I did? I'm not sure. I don't quite remember, so maybe it didn't happen. Oh my God. Even if he had to be disgusting, he didn't need to be this disgusting. Anyway, you're doing a good job on your own. Bei Hurayong kept laughing. I was worried that I'd have to clean your diaper and wipe your ass like a baby. But from seeing this, I think you'll be fine. If you don't talk, no one would hate you. Boy, you seem to be in a good mood. That was right. My mouth was grumbling, but my heart was happy. Absolutely. It starts from now on. 4,000 deaths to return 4,000 days. This was an ability of the regression skill that the Flame Emperor didn't take advantage of. Now it was my time to enjoy it. Chapter 11 Solo Start 2. Translator, HH. Hey, zombie. Do you know what's most important when being tutored? I'd like you to first stop calling me zombie. It's the tutoring fee. We finished our business in the Sangreon headquarters and left. It was right in the middle of the day, and the streets were bustling. Retired hunters were busily serving customers in restaurants and cafes. There were a lot of completely empty stores among them as well. The owners of the stores were sitting blankly with their mouths gaped open. People who succeeded would succeed, and those who didn't would not. It was cruel, but it was the unchangeable fact of both Babylon and the outside world. And you just got the tutoring fee. Let's see, so what's next? A good tutor. Nope. There's already one in front of you. Bei Hurayong spoke shamelessly. without even the slightest change in his expression. A good reference book. You need a textbook that'll help you grow faster. A textbook. Yeah. Like a skill tome or an elixir. But there's no way you'll understand a skill tome even if you get one. 'Kay? So the only answer is to get those expensive elixirs. This guy said the right things in such a rude way. Also, I don't deal with cheapo elixirs. Why was it the Alchemy Castle? There was a guild that doctors and pharmacists were registered in. Get the elixirs made only by their skilled masters. Eck. I know where the store is, so don't worry. There's something that Grandpops Marcus used to go. If we get all the elixirs there. Wait a minute. HM? Why? I lowered my voice because some people were walking by me. Aren't those elixirs ridiculously expensive? Of course they're ridiculously expensive. If you hear the price, your jaw will drop. Bei Hurayong snickered. Should I tell you how much it is? Let's hear it. He whispered in my ear. My eyes widened after hearing the price. It was an astronomical amount. Even if I pour everything I have, I only get 4? If we buy it in bulk, we can get a discount and get 5. They know how to run a business. This is why doctors who know the taste of money are the scariest. It's too expensive. Goodness. I would become poor again. I thought I would be able to live comfortably since I got the first place lottery ticket. Well, what can you do about it? It's because you lack skills. Just think of it all as your fate. Humph. Bei Hurayong's face hardened.
Gongya.
Hide. What? Quickly. His voice turned serious. I found myself behind a trash can at his words. It was a trash can that a restaurant used to throw away food waste. I crinkled my nose. Why are you telling me to hide suddenly? Be careful. It's Grandpops Marcus. I held my breath. Carefully, I peeked above the trash can to see the street. An old man with tied-back white hair, the current world rank 1 with the detective's insight Sword Saint, was walking far away. If I get caught, it'll suck. My heart pounded. Was it because my nervousness was delivered? Too much talker. Bei Hurayong shut his mouth for a while. Both of us hid behind the trash can holding our breaths, looking at Sword Saint. Again. Shut up. Thankfully, he didn't seem to have noticed us. He muttered to himself like always and headed somewhere. Sheesh. Bei Hurayong grimaced seeing Sword Saint enter some building. TSK. That's the best shop. The best shop. Elixirs, I'm talking about elixirs. The best creators set up their shop there. Ah. Seriously. Everyone else is just a drug dealer. We have to buy it there. Bei Hurayong tapped his feet. This was the first time I saw this ghost actually mad. I was lost in thought next to him. Using the same store as Sword Saint is too dangerous. But a good store for elixirs. I searched for the top rankers on my phone. There was a list starting from first place. Plus, rank 1, Sword Saint / affiliation. None. Rank 2, Black Dragon which / affiliation. Black Dragon, Guild Master. Rank 3, Count / affiliation. Merchants Union, Guild Master. Rank 4, Heretic Questioner / affiliation. 10,000 Temple, Guild Master. Rank 5, Venomous Snake / affiliation. Chun Mumun, Guild Master. Rank 6, Babbles Linguist / affiliation. Manhack, Vice Guild Master. Rank 7, Kwangyak Messenger / affiliation. Golden Newspaper, Vice Guild Master. Rank 8, Crusader / affiliation. Civil Militia, Vice Guild Master. Plus, it's not here. I muttered to myself. Bei Hurayong reacted to my words. HM? What's not here? Your luck?
No.
The opposite, actually. I was overflowing with luck. It might not cost as much as I thought. What? We'll only have to spend a penny to get the best elixir. I grinned. 'Cause I know a really good pharmacist. We entered a dark alley. It was a poor neighborhood. People here had to live here because they couldn't earn money. It was a Harlem neighborhood. The hunters looking our way had abnormal gazes in their eyes. There's a skilled pharmacist here? Bei Hurayong complained. like he didn't believe it. It's not a skilled pharmacist, but the best pharmacist in history. Take it easy with your lies. Why would someone like that stay here? Ah, don't believe me if you don't want to. I heard someone clicking their tongue from some corner. It seemed like the hunters looking our way had turned away. They probably thought I was a psycho seeing me talk to myself. Even though people in this Harlem were the worst, they didn't touch mental patients. I smirked to myself. What's gonna happen if they know my wallet's filled with gold coins? It was obvious. They would run at me like wolves. Of course, I didn't plan on telling my wallet's business to others. Smelling the scent of rotting corpses, I entered deeper into the alley. It was then that I heard the sound of something ripping. Please, just don't touch my experiment materials. A young voice. After that, someone spoke in a rough tone. You've done this more than once now? What kind of *T are you spitting out? It's already half a year since the due date. You have to pay the price now. I headed towards where I heard the voices. In the middle of the twisted streets, there was an empty store set up. It was where the people were fighting. If you take all the tools, I really can't make a living. Let's go. There's nothing to see anymore. Take everything. Gangsters with good bodies got machines onto their rear cars. A young woman looking to be in her mid-20s grabbed onto them to plead. 1 week. Please just give me 1 more week. No, 5 more days. That 1 week became 1 month, and that month became half a year now. As the gangsters drove away, the store owner collapsed to the floor without being able to protest. She held her hand out to the rear cars even when her knees were being scratched. There's still incomplete liquid medicine. Ugh, why did we get caught by this crazy pharmacist? Lady, I'm advising you, but don't ever make medicines again. The rear cars creaked and disappeared into the streets. Only the despairing woman on her knees was left. Including me, all the other neighborhood people had come out to watch. They whispered amongst themselves. TSK. I thought that store would fail. The medicine is too expensive. Why is a single health potion 40 gold? She thought business was easy because she's young. Perhaps she had heard the whispers of the onlookers. The despairing store owner whipped her head towards them. Expensive? I only sell it at the original price. She looked quite pitiful. Her hair was stuck to her head like she hadn't washed it in days. The glasses on her face looked like antiques. Even her voice was cracky. Only our store sells these kinds of medicines at this price in Babylon. Why, you should actually be grateful that I set up my store here. Yeah. She's still not living in reality. Sheesh. Does she think she's better to say that? The onlookers shook their heads and the crowd dispersed. The store owner, who looked like no one would like her, was still there. Wait. Since you're all here, how about a bottle of health potion? With my special potion, even an almost dead hunter can flop back to life. I won't buy it, I won't. She tried to grab onto the onlookers, but it was too late. The water was already spilled. They cursed and disappeared. It has really good effects. It's not a lie. She plopped on the ground. Hey, Bei Hurayong muttered after seeing that unpleasant scene. Is the historical pharmacist you talked about that loser? What are you going to do if it is? I'm going to sincerely worry about your welfare. Thinking, this kid's brain must have gone weird after dying 4,000 times. And then I'll introduce you to the best therapist in Babylon. I snorted. You should have worried about my welfare when I started to see ghosts. That owner is definitely the historical pharmacist, so don't worry. That's not a historical pharmacist. That's a historical loser. You crazy bastard. Bei Hurayong spoke loudly, but I ignored him. I walked towards the owner, who was sitting on the floor. Excuse me. Ooh. She looked up at me. She looked even more pathetic up close. Her clothes were all too long for her. But since she was wearing a white coat, you could tell she was a pharmacist and not a beggar. Store ownernim. You're still selling, right? Note: store ownernim is a way to address store owners respectfully in Korean. Of course, this person wasn't a beggar. She wasn't an ordinary pharmacist either. If you're still selling, There's something I want to order. Lord of Alchemy Castle. She was a pharmacist who would rise to rank 5 status in the future. Right now, she was outside of the rankings, but she would definitely succeed. It's all right if it's a bit expensive. Ah, yes, of course. I can make you anything. The color came back to her face. Her store had been on the brink of going bankrupt, but there was a customer saying they would buy expensive medicine. But how expensive are you talking about? In the future, she was a pharmacist that I couldn't even think about buying from, but this time was different. I want to buy about 20,000 gold worth. She dropped her mouth open. So what if she looked pathetic? To me, she looked like a goose that laid golden eggs. And 100% pure gold ones at that. I smiled. What are you doing? You need to take the order, store owner Nim. I would be your sickening regular now.
Chapter 12. Solo start. 3.
Translator, HH. It's a bit shabby, but... Please come in. The pharmacist shuffled her feet. The store was messy like a tornado had passed through it. It's really shabby, but... She wasn't over-exaggerating. There were broken glass bottles all over the floor. Shelves were on their backs, and the books had all fallen out. The dust floating around was a bonus. It was a wreck. Wow, Bei Hurayong exclaimed. When I was alive, I used to hear that I was untidy, but this is way above my level. Their cleanliness sure is trustworthy. Hey, do you really want to eat the elixirs this lady makes? Are you really going to order 20,000 gold worth items from me? Bei Hurayong and the pharmacist asked me at the same time, like they had planned it. I smiled bitterly. If you don't believe me, should I pay in advance? Why, you don't need to go that F. She waved her hand around and paused. No. Actually, if it's possible, advance payment it is. Her face was completely red. She was embarrassed at herself for saying this. But this was how bad her situation was. Take as much as you need from my safe. I'll tell Sangrian in advance. As much as I need. She blankly mumbled. Yes, but my wealth isn't limitless. I'll be grateful if you keep it under 20,000 gold. What kind of medicine are you? Was she scared because of the amount of money? She was happy but also seemed anxious at the same time. Pardon me, but I can't make drugs. Because of my beliefs, making drugs is really... If you came to order drugs, I'll refuse. Oh ho, I thought to myself. She's someone who fits the title of alchemy master well. There weren't a lot of people who could refuse thousands of gold that was right in front of them, especially if they were about to go bankrupt. But she firmly said she wouldn't make drugs. This pharmacist looked weak outside but was actually quite strong inside. Ha! They're definitely not drugs. So don't worry. Then that's a relief. Specifically, which medicines are you looking for? I looked at Bei Hurayong. His mouth had been shut since we entered the shop like he didn't like something. He sighed after looking at me. Well, fine. She doesn't look like a skilled child, but I'll tell you the recipe. He should have said it earlier if he was going to come out like this. Listen. Bunny pig's liver and a balloon cat's eyes, and the shedding of a desert worm. I'll let you know from now. Bunny pig's liver, balloon cat's eyes, and... I delivered Bei Hurayong's recipe to her. Please wait a moment. I'll write it down. She frantically wrote it down. There were about 23 different materials. As the recipe got longer, her face turned more serious. Well, this is enough for the recipe. How it's made depends on the skills of the pharmacist. This is enough for the recipe. She quietly looked at her notebook, biting the back of her hand. If these are combined, it's something that intensifies reflexes, not something that relaxes but stimulates. No, I guess it's more of an awakening. Bei Hurayong looked at the pharmacist. The pharmacist continued to speak. It's an extremely complex combination. It might just be my mistake. But you would like these to be made not with dried or frozen materials, but with the most fresh materials, right? Yes, that's true, but... I nodded my head. That's correct. I knew it. Usually, there's a minute amount of poison in the desert worm's shedding. One of the ways to lessen this effect is to use the bunny pig's liver, but this has to be. She excitedly spoke. The stuttering lady in front of me disappeared and was replaced with a chatterbox. Yeah. There were people like this in the world. Her method is wrong, but she's a skilled person. Someone who ran into the subject that they liked at full speed and achieved great results. I didn't dislike experts like this. In how many days can you have it ready? Ah. The conversation that seemed like it had no end got cut off. She blinked like she came to attention. It was like she had fallen into her own little world when she was speaking. Sorry. I saw a pretty combination like this for the first time in a while and… It's all right. So how long will it take? If the money is enough, I can have it ready in 4 days. I would usually be able to get it to you faster, but I have to get new tools. For days. I can wait that long. Before I regressed, it took about 1 year to be able to get medicine from this person. For days was nothing compared to that. Hey, I still can't approve. Bei Hurayong continued to complain when we left the store. There's a lot of people who only know how to speak like experts. Those kinds of people end up being drug dealers. But we're gonna waste money. So where did you learn that recipe? It's a combination I made myself. The best elixir that I made after drinking countless poisons myself. It's a precious elixir that you can't drink in your world even if you want to. I grinned. The pharmacist said it was an extremely high-level combination. She's able to tell the true worth just with a glance, so just trust her. Even if she looks like that right now, she is going to be in the highest position of Alchemy Castle 10 years later. Bei Hurayong shut his mouth. You just cursed me in your mind. Huh? This ghost is trying to hurt an innocent person now. I pretended not to know what he was talking about. He was uselessly too quick for his own good. For days quickly passed. During that time, the pharmacist continued to take away money from my safe. Someone came from Sangryung to ask if it was really all right, but I told them to let her be. Even if it cost a lot of money, if it was for medicine made by the Lord of Alchemy Castle, it was nothing. Zombie. Vanna bet? Geez, what this time? That lady's gonna run away with the money. I guarantee it. I don't know about anything else, but my eyes can tell what kind of person someone is. That lady looks like a thief from birth. Quickly commit suicide. Zombie. Kill yourself 4 times and return to 4 days ago. Clearly, the ghost couldn't read people. On lunchtime of the 4th day, the pharmacist came to my room carrying the elixirs herself. Sorry. I wanted to give it to you faster, but it took longer than I thought. It's fine. You said you would make it in 4 days anyway. That's good. The pharmacist bought 3 boxes of elixirs. If I drank it 3 times per day, it would last for 30 days. If we went to the store Bei Hurayong wanted to go to, we would only get 2 days' worth. This was an increase by 15 times. And the effects are probably better. This was how you should spend money. I subconsciously smiled. Yes. I know it's weird asking this now, but why did you leave such an expensive order to me? She twisted her fingers. Oh, of course, I'm confident in myself. Looking at the recipe, I think there's only about 2 people in Babylon who can make this. But people only treat me like a freak. The reason why I left it to this person. It was because this person was the genius of the century, the guild master of the Alchemy Castle. I had calculated to have some connection to the person who would grow to be the master of a large clan someday. However, that's not all. Before I regressed to 4,000 days before, when the Flame Emperor had set fire to the slums. At the time, someone had arrived before anyone else to control the fire, even though she was one of the highest rankers. Helping the people, Lord of Alchemy Castle had muttered. That Flame Emperor, I don't like him. He gives me bad vibes or something. Talking about someone's back here isn't nice, but I still think Saintis could meet someone better. Someone who had seen Flame Emperor's real self. She probably just guessed it with her senses without any evidence. Even if that was the case, she had the outstanding ability of reading people. She was skilled, nice enough to run immediately to help people in danger, and could read psychopaths. Wouldn't it be a waste not to be close with this kind of person? I opened my mouth. Because you seem nice. What? I helped you because you seemed nice. Well, you probably would have made it big even if I didn't help you. But shouldn't kind hunters like us help each other to grow? We can't let psychopaths be the only ones to succeed. That's unfair. Store owner Nim and I should work harder. I said exactly what I felt without telling any lies. I couldn't be more honest than this. Now, it depended on how the other person accepted my words. She stared at my face and spoke. I see. Yes. Since we have to succeed first to change the world. It was a determined tone. Thank you, Customer Nim. As you said, I'll work harder too. Her fist was clenched. If you have anything more to order, contact me. I'll always prioritize your orders. I'll be grateful for that. We both smiled at each other and turned away. Unfortunately, my smile didn't last for long. Ho ho. I haven't seen a hunter who called himself nice in a while. And I've never seen someone accept it like that. Hey, are you guys crazy? TSK, TSK, TSK. You're not in your right mind. I know I said something embarrassing, so let's just start training. The next day, we headed towards the hunting ground. I took a sleeping bag and plenty of elixirs in my backpack. If there was something different than normal, it was that I was on the 3rd floor hunting ground and not the 2nd floor. There were lots of monsters that were still too much for me to deal with. Orcs and goblin hordes hovered around. I looked at them from far away. What do I do from now? Drink your elixir first. I nodded my head. I gulped down the elixir that was the tumbler I brought without any hesitation. The taste itself was normal. Tasted good, like honey and lemon were added to it. The moment I thought it was a relief that it tasted good. Thump. My heart beat faster than normal. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, but I wasn't. Sweat dripped down my back. The most interesting fact was that I could feel each and every drop of sweat on my back clearly. What is this? Thump. It wasn't just the sweat. The touch of the air on my fingers and the feeling of the ground I was stepping on. When I blinked, it felt like 30 seconds. This is effects of the elixir. Only Bei Hurayang's voice felt the same amongst everything that felt different. It slows down what you feel. It's easy if you think that it extends your time. I don't want to admit it, but that lady is pretty good at making elixirs. It was horrible. I could feel each strand of hair moving on my body. I could even feel the veins in my ears twitching. If I didn't know, I would think that I drank poison and not an elixir. Can't you feel it? What are you talking about? The thing moving in your heart. Thump. There was something there. No, something was flowing. And it wasn't blood. It was softer and more frail than blood. But it definitely flowed in my entire body. It was slowly spreading from my heart. Something that I had never felt before. That's aura. Bei Hurayang spoke. All hunters in the tower have aura in their bodies. They just live not knowing it. How much you're able to feel this aura and control it is what determines victory. Bei Hurayang laughed. The laughter lasted for 20 seconds. It was probably only a short second, but somehow it felt like 20 seconds to me. I felt tired, like I would fall over if I just let go. Usually, you get used to this feeling by quietly training by yourself. Inside of it, something big approached. But that'll take too long. Boom! Footsteps. Even the footsteps seemed long to me. When I lifted my head to see, a big orc was heading towards me. A talentless body like you has to suffer a bit. This damned. Alright, if you don't want to be hurt, use your aura, Kim Zombie. You have to train with real things. You're not gonna kick the bucket anyway, so what if you get a little hurt? This ghost really? I can't hear what you're saying because you're a loser who can't even use aura. He burst into laughter again. Are you in anguish? Kill yourself if you don't like it. Oh, then your kill count increases from 400. Then Grandpops Marcus will hunt you over and over again. Huh? Ah, my partner was really a bad bastard. Chapter 13, you have a skill too? 1. Translator, HH. Roar. The orc bellowed. Could have been a short growl and not a bellow. But to me it sounded like a long echo. 50 seconds. In that time of about 1 minute, the sound of the orc rang in my ear. Ku, UK. It was a head-splitting pain. Hey, focus. Bei Hurayong was ever the same in that slowed down time. Don't get scared by something like an orc. Orcs are just ridiculously strong. Their attack patterns are simple. If you can tell where they'll attack, you can easily avoid them and fight back. It's a piece of cake. That's easier said than done. He's coming. The orc swung his club around. No, he was swinging it. It slowly but surely approached my head. If I stayed still, my head would explode. It. I jumped to the side with all my strength. But my body didn't follow my command.
I'm slower.
Just one step. I could avoid the attack with just one step, but that one step was too slow. I felt frustrated. I was so frustrated I felt like crying. I could avoid it. I even knew where it would attack. You can avoid it. Don't give up. Bei Hurayong spoke in a low voice. Focus your aura on your feet. Amplify your senses. Like the flow in your heart is being sent to you right foot. Quick. Damn. He's a ghost, but his mouth is blabbering like it's alive. For the first time in my life, I felt what aura was. How would I focus this on my leg? It was really easier said than done. But there was no other way. I had to do something. Even if I wasn't scared of dying, I didn't want my head to fall off because of the orc's club. Move. The flow in my heart felt cool and clean, like a flowing stream. I focused on that cool feeling and tried to send it down to my right leg. Squirm. The aura in my heart twitched with my efforts, but it's harder than you think. Huh? It was hard. It's because there's no pathway for aura in your body yet. The path hasn't been made. Your body can be compared to a mountain road. You need to clear it like a highway to be able to use it. Hup. I continued to focus on my right leg while Bei Hurayong babbled on. If my heart was a blocked sink, my right leg was like a cup under it. Drip, drip. Aura slowly dripped off of the broken sink. You're able to feel it because you ate the elixir. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible. TSK. That lady's cleanliness is disgusting, but her skills are definite. The club whooshed close by me. I could feel the wind when it went by. The wind collided with my skin and dispersed. 1 second. No, if I was late by 0.5 seconds, my body would have been destroyed by that club. What? Relief only lasted for a moment. Happens? The orc grunted. He probably didn't like this. The fact that a weak-looking prey like me had dared to escape his attack. He immediately raised his club again. This time it was a horizontal attack to break my back. There wasn't any time to rest. I focused my aura on my upper body. What happens what? If make a mountain path into a highway. It was hard. The sink in my heart was still clogged up. I didn't see water flowing from it any time too. I was thirsty, but it was only releasing 1 drop at a time. I don't want to admit it, but Bei Hurayong is right. A mountain path without anything around it. It was a perfect metaphor that described me. So I was curious. If I could leave this level. If I could escape. After what happens? He smirked. When Grandpops Marcus killed you, your neck was cut without even a chance to fight back. Right? Yes. I remembered the view of the night sky and the crescent moon. Bei Hurayong's words dug into my brain. You can think of that as a clean street. A clean street. That beautiful attack was just a clean street. Even Grandpops Marcus has a long way to go. And let's not even talk about you. Zombie. I'm not nagging you because my personality is like trash. It's because you're worth being nagged. I clenched my teeth. Obstinance grew inside me. Hop.
He bent over.
Whoosh. The orc's club swung into the air above my back. It was close. I barely avoided the second attack after the first one. And I didn't plan on letting it get in another attack. What? I gathered strength in my knees. Look at you. I focused my aura on my feet. Not just focus it, but bend it. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. It was messy, but when aura gathered at my feet, I jumped up with all my strength. I lifted my sword. The target was the orc's Adam's apple. Guo? He looked down at me confusedly. I saw my reflection in his eyes, and the sword that was in my hands. My sword became bigger in his eyes. In an instant, my sword cut his throat and the orc's face crumpled in pain. Cry! Until the evening sky, in the large hunting ground, a scream rang out. When I thought it was finished. Don't let your defenses down until the end, Bei Hurayong shouted. The skin of an orc's skin is tough. Fix your aura on your blade. No, that's probably too hard. Just hit it like you're smashing it. And so I did. The orc scream became more violent. I squeezed out every drop of aura in my heart that I could and used it to smash my sword down. Every time I brought it down, the monster's scream became more pained.
Quo, haka.
Blood splattered everywhere. The blood of the orc covered my face in slow motion. I didn't avoid it. I didn't even blink. It was to save every last bit of aura for the sword. In a short moment, I felt the sword pierce the orc's skin all the way to the opposite side. He stumbled. Even the time that he stumbled was long. He slowly fell backwards. I didn't let go of my sword, so when the monster fell, I fell with him. Hua K, UK. Hup. I panted looking at the orc's corpse. It wasn't just the tired breathing. A moment later, my entire body became pained. The world spun. It really felt my entire body was going to rip apart. Uck? Does it hurt? It hurts, right? Yup, it'll hurt. Bei Hurayong smirked at me while flying around me. Since you used your aura when your pathway wasn't cleared yet. There's no way your weak body could take it. Sucks to be you. Why you? But it was nice seeing you bending your aura at the end. Good job. I'll compliment you. You have to be creative when you use aura. A lot of people are misled, but the smarter you are, the better you fight. I wasn't curious about those things right now. Cook. This pain. A pain like my bones were being crushed and my veins were exploding. My only interest was how to quiet this feeling. Usually it would pass with time, but because my time was extended, that wasn't an option. It just hurt. Still hurt. I felt like I was going to die. Does it hurt like you're going to die? Can't you see? Then you'll feel better if you really die. What? People who force their aura usually become half-disabled. This can't be fixed with potions. So right now, you just made yourself disabled to catch an orc. What? I told you, zombie. If you didn't have the regressing skill, I shouldn't have suggested this kind of training. Grandpops Marcus eats elixirs too, but he trains by himself. He doesn't stupidly attack monsters like you. This ghost bastard? But you return even if you die. It's the freaking best. Even with extreme training, your body is fine. Wow, I'm jealous. How nice would it have been if I had a regressing skill like you? Wow. How could he be so spiteful? Did this guy have a passive skill like son of a bitch? Or impudent manner? That would explain his trashy personality. Zombie. But if you kill yourself, your kill count increases again. And so, there's no need to raise your kill count from here. And it's dangerous if you get caught by Grandpops Marcus. A worrisome sound came from behind. It was something I heard before not too long ago. I looked back, and my bad feeling was right. A monster that looked like the orc that just fell was drooling behind me. Damn. The monster was the same, but my condition wasn't the same. As Bei Hurayong said, my body was half-disabled now. Even lifting a finger was painful. It's okay. There's a lot of players who can't understand aura their entire lives, and you somewhat got it just by taking the elixir. If this keeps up, 100 deaths should be more than enough. Step by step. Bei Hurayong sniggered. Let's go, zombie. 1 death coming up. At the same time, the orc's club started to come down. Slowly, targeting my head. Looking at the club right in front of my nose, I opened my mouth. **T. Have you ever felt your nose break, and then feel your brain explode into 2 right after that? You probably haven't. That's a relief, because it's really not a good feeling. If there was a silver lining, it was probably that I heard the voice right after my brain exploded. You have died. My world returned to normal. To be precise, my sense of time returned. Phew! A pitch-black area. The space where I stayed until my next regression. In the place that I was somewhat used to, someone that I didn't like was floating around. Bei Hurayong. Dang. What's this? Somewhere I stay after dying. I picked my skill cards here when I was killed my Flame Emperor and Sword Saint. Well, I'm calling it Netherworld for now. How wonderful. Bei Hurayong spun around the dark space. But zombie, why am I here? Why would I know? It's probably because you're on me now. I sighed. If we wait like this, I'll regress with a voice that tells me I'll return to 24 hours before. Alright, I'm curious if you also. It was the moment I was going to say I was curious if he would regress with me. The skill condition has been achieved due to death. The monster orc skill is being randomly copied. Ha! What? Bei Hurayong and I stopped at the same time. We both turned to look at each other. Bei Hurayong looked baffled, and my face probably had a similar expression. Skill cards are being created. 2 bronze-colored skills popped out from the darkness. I stupidly mumbled to myself looking at them. Monsters had skills too? And Bei Hurayong shouted. What is this? This is a cheating skill. Chapter 14, you have a skill too? 2. Translator, HH. The voice continued to speak regardless of the blabbering ghost. Please select a skill card. This was real. 2 orange bronze cards started to fly. They began to speed around me enough to make me dizzy. But my mind was on something else. *T. What kind of cheat is this? Getting to copy all the monster skills as well is unfair. Hey, who's the person that manages this tower? Why didn't you give the skill to me and to this lame-ass kid instead? Ah, let's be quiet now. Come out, you tower. This doesn't count. Ah, my anger. Bei Hurayong whipped his arms and legs around in fury. It was just hideous. He was no different from a child that was angry because their candy was stolen. He was so hideous that it was a wonder he could be that hideous. Sheesh. I should just focus on my cards. I observed the 2 cards flying in the air. Both of them are poop-colored cards, so it's not going to be a good skill. But my heart pumped. Goodness. The skill of a monster. I could share the same skill as a monster. I felt like I had done something covert, like I played a prank on someone. I'm curious. I stretched my hand out. Let's just pick one of them. And it was then, when I was just trying to grab any one of them. Huh? You're getting that? The ghost bastard couldn't stay out of it and interfered again. My excitement faded away. Geez, his ability to bring someone down was really amazing. Yes, it doesn't matter which one I pick anyway. Why doesn't it matter? Bei Hurayong looked at me past the cards. Since you're getting a free ride anyway, you should get a good skill while you're at it. I can't tell which is the better skill. They're both poop-colored. This is just a game of luck. What? How come you can't tell which is the better skill? Geez, you're especially bad at understanding today. I shouted in frustration. The colors of the cards are the same. I can only see their backs. There's no way to tell between them, so how should I know which one's the better one? Then Bei Hurayong tilted his head. But I can see it? What? I can see the front of the cards. Bei Hurayong spoke in a shameless voice. I was stunned into silence. What kind of *T is what I was going to say, but I realized in the middle of my sentence. Location. From my location, I could only see the back of the card. Even when I tried to look around, the cards looked the same. Like how you couldn't tell which was the back of the moon on Earth. I could never see what was on the back of the card. But that was just me. Bei Hurayong moved as he wished in this dark space. Yeah. He could move to where he saw the cards. Goodness! I muttered. Can you really see it there? Can you see the card summary? Bei Hurayong furrowed his eyebrows. Of course I can see it. What are you saying, looking at my eyes? I was famous for having good eyesight since I was young. There was a guy called Dog Poop in my village, right? So he shot a firecracker at me, but my sight was already good enough to avoid it. Eventually, I raised it up to heaven eyes. Ha, that was how perfect I... Eureka! Damn! Did this kid go crazy? Why are you screaming? Bei Hurayong was surprised, but I didn't care. Eureka! 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 I was just happy at the luck that came my way. Bei Hurayong looked at me strangely and clicked his tongue. This kid's brain really rotted like a zombie after calling him zombie. TSK, TSK, TSK. 2. What Bei Hurayong told me was this. Plus. Blessing of reproduction.
Rank E.
Effect. Nature has given us shelter, but also trials. This cruel world. Orc reproduction has amplified to defeat nature. An orc was killed? Don't worry. There's still 9 more where you can't see. However, you are frequently aroused. Chike. Chick. Rank. F. Effect. We added a chick to the end of our sentences chick. We don't know why we do this either chick. But you should get some of this chike too chick. The orc lifts his thumb. Then you won't be able to escape from the chick fun cheek. However, chike chick. Plus. Wow! Poop-colored cards. They were all lunatic poop skills. I couldn't stop being amazed. How's that? If I didn't stop you, you would have chosen the chike. Chick. Gongja, you were born as a man. You should experience the power of an orc at least once. Say thank you to me. Go ahead. I was even amazed at what the ghost said. That meant I was out of it enough to be amazed. I ignored Bei Hurayong, deep in thought. If I have to pick, I think chike, chick is better. Huh? Are you crazy? No. I'm right. I nodded my head. I was completely sure. No matter how much I think about it, I think chike, chick is more useful than blessing of reproduction. Hey, wait. Think about it a bit more. You have to be cool-headed. Smirk. I laughed at the fumbling Bei Hurayong. I think you're thinking the same thing as me. Before Bei Hurayong could try to convince me anymore, I grabbed the poop-colored card. The cards quickly flew around, but it didn't matter, since there were only 2 anyway. Selection complete. The skill is being copied. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. And no. Yes. Bei Hurayong and I shouted in harmony. Your current hunter rank is F-class. You will not receive a penalty based on your skill. At the same time, the dark world became brighter. My eyes burst open. I felt refreshed. This is nice. People need to sleep well to relax. This was no longer the 2 Pyong room that I used to stay in. It was the room that I requested of Sangrian. It wasn't spacious, but it was a big enough hotel room. After being chosen for the first place lottery ticket, I decided to stay here for the time being. Meanwhile, damn, I thought you would fall for it, but you're uselessly smart. Hee. Bei Hurayong kicked the air around me. I guess he was angry that he wasn't able to prank me. Just by looking at him, my mind became relaxed like I was looking at a painting. Let's see. Let's get the elixir's status window. I no longer had any reason to waste my time. I checked my status window on the way to the hunting ground. Plus, name, Kim Gongja. Rank, F-class. Skill, 4/4. Dash, I want to be like you, S+ passive. Dash Returner's Clockwork Watch EX passive. Dash Sword Constellation, A+ passive. Dash Chike, Chick F active plus. Good. There's no problem. My skill slots were full, but it was okay. I could just replace Chike, Chick. I'll use you as much as I want to until I get my next skill.
Gongya.
So I was thinking, I think it'll be okay to train just sitting crisscrossed. There's no need to train until you die, right? Crisscrossed. Mental training. How cool is that? Hoo-hoo. We arrived at the 3rd floor hunting ground. I could see orcs roaming around from far away. Chick. I observed their locations and pulled out the elixir. I drank it all in one gulp from the warm thermos. Hey, Gongja? Can you hear me? We should just quietly train. Even if we train in a crisscross position, I'll help you understand aura in half a year. HM? Just trust me. Kia. Tastes good. It was only the second time drinking it, but I already got used to it. It seemed like the pharmacist had specially taken care of the flavor when she made the elixir as well. I waited for the effects of the elixirs to take over me. Sword Emperor. Did you know? Huh? What? You're gonna sit crisscrossed? You call me zombie when it suits you, but you call me Gongja when you have the shorter end. And from earlier, you were calling me Gongja, and not zombie. Thump. I'm kindly telling you that so you fix that habit of yours. As soon as I stopped speaking, the world flowed slowly. My heart thumped. I could feel a faint flow in my heart along with it. Aura. The effects of the training definitely showed. Unlike last time, I immediately clearly grasped aura right away.
Ho oh ho.
I controlled my breathing and approached them. Flinch. The orc's ears twitched after feeling someone's presence. The large green monster slowly turned around. GRK? The orc's eyes grew bigger. He seemed confused. From his perspective, prey was walking on its own feet towards him. KRRRR. The orc lifted his club like he decided to gladly accept this luck. That was when I smiled to myself. Your skill is being activated. I opened my mouth.
Say hike.
Chick. Pause. The orc's eyes were bigger than before. His club stopped mid-swing. Chirk. Chike? Chi-ik? The orc tilted his head. He seemed to be wondering how to accept the fact that his prey was speaking his language. Of course, it was impossible to understand with the IQ of an orc, and my IQ wasn't lacking enough to throw this chance away. Chike! The language of orcs perfectly poured out of my mouth. It was a skill that made native speakers defenseless. Varar? Sage? Urk? The monster in front of me was even more surprised. It was clear he was so confused that he didn't know what to do. When I ran at him, he couldn't properly react. My sword smoothly cut the orc's throat. I added a single drop of aura on the sword blade that wasn't too much or too little. A fountain of blood exploded and the orc fell over. Sage? Urk?
Grosh. Chick.
Like it felt wronged. If it was translated to human language, it would have been equivalent to even you, Brutus. Chirk. I had a victor's smile. Forcing aura out of my body still hurt, but the condition of my body was incomparable to last time. I was okay. If I used just this much aura, I was fine. You cheating bastard. I knew you would do this. Bei Hurayong trembled. Do you like tricking the nice orcs like this? Huh. You don't even think about how the orcs feel. The innocent orcs are hurt because of dirty humans like you. I didn't repeat what he said about it being fine to train using any method. Instead, I just said a single word with a smirk. Chike. Arg. This is so annoying. Why did you give such a cheat skill to this weak-ass guy? Oh Tower. When 1 week had passed, I passed the hunting ground on the 5th hunting flood. Chapter 15. You have a skill too? 3. Translator, HH. A week passed. Gore. The monster stumbled, making the sound of a pot boiling. A king goblin. The senior member of the 5th floor had fallen. I looked down at the king goblin's face with determined expression. Gore. This monster was the strongest of the ones that I saw this week. How many times had I died to get this monster? I sent away the king goblin with the mind of sending away a brave enemy warrior. Stop ting yourself. You psychotic zombie. Geez. I barely managed to hunt this after 6 coins. Can't you just let me look in peace? 6 coins meant that I had put 6 lives on the stake. Right now, I was on the 6th coin, so I had died 5 times to get this king goblin. Bei Hurayong snorted. You're a psycho if you get lost in thought like that after catching a monster. I only speak facts. Wow, I see. Our Sword Emperor's personality is so nice. You might be able to tell from our conversation, but I was used to aura now. Time was still flowing slowly because of the effects of the elixir. It was just that I was speaking a lot faster than normal by focusing my aura on my tongue. Gork. Although it wasn't a steadfast victory and one that I used dirty tricks to win. I pulled out a poop-colored card and checked it. Plus, Goblin High Society. Rank F. Effects. The king goblin was lost in thought. The level of culture for us goblins is too low. All languages end in kirk. I cannot show my dignity with this. Then, the king goblin's genius mind flashed. That's right. From now on, I will speak Gork and not Kirk. Gork. It's a pronunciation that perfectly fits the precious king. However, the fights within the tribe become worse. This is a skill copied from the great king goblin monster. Plus, I clicked my tongue. Goblins worry about the most unnecessary things. Kirk and Gork as basically the same thing. That's why they're goblins. Humans aren't that different either. What? I was talking to myself. When I was about to ask him what he meant, a voice rang in my head. Your existence is becoming clearer. It was a voice that I had never heard before. However, I knew what it meant. Countless players had testified to it, and even showed their own videos about it. Finally. It was leveling up. Hunter Kim Gongja's level is developing. It was moving. I had lived my entire life as a F-class hunter. I was anxious that I might continue to live like this. But I had the copying skill and the regressing skill, and after hurdles of pain, the moment of leveling up finally arrived for me. Your skill slots are increasing. Your hunter rank is now E-class, although I was only an E-class. May luck be with you. Swoosh. Red aura flamed up from my feet. The thing that was similar to red liquid covered my body. Then it slid back down and disappeared. Was that a firework? Bei Hurayong scrunched his eyebrows. Or blood? That's confusing. I think it's either a firework or blood. That was just a level-up artifact, right? It's not an artifact that just looks cool. Bei Hurayong scratched the back of his head. It's a kind of hint. The type of artifact that reveals itself decides the shape of aura. Even the Flame Emperor that you killed. That guy's shape was probably fire. Fireworks, you say? I tried to remember. The scene of the Flame Emperor killing the Saintess with fire in the slums. It wasn't a good memory to rehash, but it definitely seemed like Yasuha dealt with a shape of aura that was relating to fire. The shape of a hunter's aura is usually based on their trauma. Important events, scenes, memories. The ones that benchmark your life appear as the shape of your aura. Like the shape of one's unconsciousness. Well, it doesn't have to be a negative trauma. But they generally are. I wonder. From what I can tell, yours is either fire or blood. Listening to him speak, I became curious. Now that you say that, what's the shape of Sword Saint's aura? Moonlight. Bei Hurayong casually tossed it out. Grandpops Marcus said he lost his way in the mountains when he was young. He didn't want to die, so he climbed all the way to the top, and as he reached the peak, the leaves covering the night sky started to show the sky. When he got to the top, he saw the entire black night sky. Moonlight, 月光. He said he thought of something then. The moon didn't shine by itself, but with the light of the sun. Even the life of someone who just accepts could be more than beautiful. I also want to shine by receiving that light. He said it was memorable enough for him to keep it in his heart his entire life. I was unsettled listening to his story. But he said it was when he was young. Yup, when he was 12. What kind of 12-year-old would have those deep thoughts? Bei Hurayong nodded. That's why Grandpops Marcus was a born boomer. TSK. When I was 12, I only thought about how to efficiently crush the bully in front of me. No, I don't think that's normal either. If Sword Saint was a born boomer, then what was Bei Hurayong? A born bully? Anyways, you're used to the 5th floor. Let's go up to the 6th. About that. I spoke. Can't we just go straight to the 10th floor, boss? What? I know that I can copy a monster's skill. I'm somewhat used to the aura now. I think that I can get the 10th floor boss now. Bei Hurayong closed his mouth for a moment. He looked fiercely at me. Kim Gongja. Is a newbie already being too arrogant? Definitely not. I firmly replied. In our world, no one had succeeded in passing the 10th floor for several years. Since I dared to say I would clear that high difficulty area, Bei Hurayang's worry about me was expected. I'm really confident, but I really believed I could do it. No, I was sure. If I can't do it with 2 coins, I'll call you Si-sung Nim. Oh? 2 coins? Bei Hurayang looked tempted. A guy that took 6 coins to catch the goblin boss is gonna defeat the 10th floor boss with just 2 coins? Really? You must not know, but I don't let people out of bets that easily. But I have a condition. HM? I lifted my forefinger. You have to tell me what kind of skill the 10th floor boss has without hiding anything. You can't lie about this. Tricking me with cards is also not allowed. HM. Sounds easy enough. Also, I grinned. And if I win, call me Gongjanim. As politely as possible. With respect. Why? Scared? If you're scared, you should quit. Squirm. The expression that a bully hated the most was probably scared. And Bei Hurayang wasn't a normal bully. He was the greatest bully that had climbed the 99th floor. His facial muscles twitched. Spit. This newbie is mocking the Great Sword Emperor just because he had some cheat skill? Oh, fine. Let's bet on it. Bet. Kim Zombie, you won't be able to subjugate the 10th floor boss and have to call me Si-sung Nim until you die. But since you can't die, you'll just have to say Si-sung Nim forever. Do you have a hallucinating skill as well? Get ready to serve Gongja Nim. Hehehe. Kihi. We both glared at each other and laughed evilly. Hunters who had been hunting goblins from far away whispered amongst themselves. Hey, that person keeps on talking to himself from earlier. And now he's even laughing to himself. Does he have a mental problem? He might look this way. Pretend you didn't see, pretend. I would probably have to cut back on talking to myself now. I calmly shut my mouth and headed for the 10th floor. For, unlike other hunting grounds, there was a doorkeeper in front of the 10th floor boss room. The person sent from the Hunters Association furrowed his eyebrows listening to what I said. You want to attempt the boss room yourself? Yes. It only took 2 seconds for his face to switch into an expression like he was asking, who is this crazy guy? I don't know if you saw the news last time, 30 honor members from Black Dragon Guild, along with the 4 highest rankers, but they failed. Hunting by yourself is committing suicide. So what? I was confident. Sending a hunter to an attack they want to is the association's rule. That's true, but he had a troubled expression. Pardon me, but I write down all the hunters who enter here. My boss will probably look through this, and I'll end up being a bad guy who let a hunter die. Please consider my situation as well. What should I do? I calmly stroked my chin. What? Hunters Association? We never had those guys in my world. I meant to say that I was the only calm one. These stupid fools. I didn't like how they did politics making guilds and associations. That's why they are still begging on the bloody 10th floor.
Hey, Kim Zombie.
Just beat this guy up and go into the boss room. Why would I beat up an innocent person? He dares to block your way. He wasn't only a psychopath but also a mosquito. Doorkeeper Nim. I clicked my tongue inwardly and got out a pouch. I can see you working hard. You're right. Me attempting it by myself is just a suicidal plan. But I really want to kill myself. Excuse me? I'm just so tired these days. I bitterly smiled. My girlfriend died 1 year ago. Some time ago, the Alchemy Castle said I have a terminal illness. Even if I live, it'll only be half a year, and I don't have the confidence to endure that half year without my girlfriend. What? Bei Hurayang grimaced. What kind of sh*t is this zombie guy saying? I ignored him, and I continued whispering to the doorkeeper. But even if I'm a lowly ranker, I'm still a hunter. I don't want to enter the Alchemy Castle's hospital wondering when I'll die. Even if I die, I want to challenge a monster until the very end. You had that kind of... He had a pitiful face looking at me. You know, the face people make when they listen to others' misfortunes. This is money I collected from fights. I handed the pouch to the doorkeeper. There was 100 gold inside. I don't have anywhere to use it anyway. You can have it. I can't accept this money. I want to lightly leave the world, doorkeeper Nim. And please don't write down that I entered here. It's the last request of my hunter life. His face turned heavy, like he was going to cry, and a bit of that heaviness was probably from that money bag. All right, enter. I didn't see anything. Ha, look at this. He was baffled. Hey, are the two of you filming a movie? This isn't a prank, right? Whatever the case, the doorkeeper let me in. I left him and moved inside. It was a cobblestone path. The place the 10th floor boss stayed was like an extravagant residence of an old noble family. I walked the cobblestone path. The 10th floor Flame Emperor Yusuha cleared. I stood in front of the large door. I slowly pushed the door open. This time is different. Instead of Flame Emperor, no. Creak. The door opened with a loud sound. I'll write a fancier legend than Flame Emperor. I took a step forward. And it began. Ha 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 ha. I heard laughter from around me. At the same time, the door that I used to come in closed. Boom! In an instant, it became dark around me, and the shiver-inducing laughter became louder. Candles flickered on one by one. Are you gonna play with me? Here and there. Candles flickered on although no one had touched them. Where candles were lit, there were dolls. Small dolls that children players with. Are you going to play with us? The dolls spoke. Vriestag? The flower had bloomed? Hide and seek? The ice is melted. The flowers are ripped. Let's go with hide and seek. Let's play with us. Play hide and seek with us. Ha 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 ha. I got ready. All right, I'll play with you. The aura that I trained in my body soared up, like it had been waiting for me. A voice rang in my head. You have entered the boss stage. The challenger is Hunter Kim Gongja. One person. May luck be with you. The stage that humanity hadn't cleared yet. The hide and seek of Hellfire residents began. Chapter 16, Trauma Penalty 1. Translator, HH. Black Dragon. The guild that had ruled at the top since the tower opened. We didn't fail the 10th floor because we lacked the abilities to. The rank 2 hunter who controlled Black Dragon. She challenged the 10th floor tens of times. Every time she challenged it, she failed. The rank 2 hunter lost, but she saved all the hunters who participated in it. In an interview, she said this. We were just unlucky. When Flame Emperor had passed the 10th floor himself, he announced to everyone. Luck is also a skill, losers. It was the interview called Loser Announcement. After that, Black Dragon started to be wary of Flame Emperor after being turned into a loser group. Well, it wasn't important anymore. Yusuha had already died in my hand. The possibility of that kind of interview was gone now. But the problem was this. Why was the Flame Emperor able to clear the 10th floor? Because he was just stronger? Or because there was another reason? The answer was revealing itself in front of me right now. 2. The boss stage is commencing. At the same time the voice rang out, the residents started to change. Everywhere, candles started to tilt over. Fire started where they tilted over. It was like they had poured oil on it beforehand. Fire instantly swallowed the Western-style residents. Ha 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 ha. Only the dolls were fine in the fire. You're it. We'll run away. Let's run away, run away. Let's run away from here. Hundreds, no, thousands of little dolls. Dolls filled the first floor lobby. There were probably 10,000s of dolls all over the entire residence. One of these. Gulp. I swallowed my spit. The real doll is hidden somewhere. A probability of 1/10,000. This was the reason why people had failed so far. Burning all the dolls while I find the real one. If I escape before I die, I only have about 10 minutes to look. The fire burning the residence wasn't normal fire. It was a shape of aura called Hellfire. That meant, this entire residence is burning up with aura. A boss monster who knew how to use aura. So far, people who challenged it died from Hellfire, escaped, or met one of these two fates. Hunters risked their lives on the probability of 1/10,000, but it was a waste. They only burned to death with horrifying screams. And here was the secret why only the Flame Emperor was able to succeed. That guy sucking all the luck. I muttered to myself. Yes. The aura of the boss monster was the same Flame Emperor's. To other players, this was hellfire. However, Flame Emperor felt comfortable like it was his own bedroom. Since the 10th floor's boss monster's hellfire was the same property as Yu Suha. Tisk. He probably looked around until he found the real doll. And he bragged about it, saying luck was also a skill. He definitely wasn't someone I liked. The hunter that lives off of luck is you. What do you mean, I live off of luck? I crinkled my eyebrows at his mocking. I'm barely hanging on with my aura right now. Sweat dripped down between my eyebrows. The burning heat. My body was covered in what was incomparable to the heat of a hot spring. If I didn't use my aura, I would have burned to death already. Yeah. But 1 minute is probably going to be your limit. Annoyingly, Bei Hurayong knew my exact condition. Also, Grandpops Marcus would be able to last 30 minutes. Do you know why he hasn't challenged here yet? It's to extend that 30 minutes to 1 hour. Ah, yes. Thank you for confirming the gap in our skills. Hee. Bei Hurayong freely flew around the lobby that was burning in fire. Dolls were laughing below and ghosts were snickering above. There wasn't a better ghost house than this. So? You only have 2 coins, but what are you gonna do now? What else would I do? I have to die. Look at you. Do you think your aura will suddenly increase if you die here? Bei Hurayong sniggered at me. There's only 2 ways to clear this room. Find the real doll with luck, or be able to use aura real well until you find the real doll. But you only bet 2 coins on yourself stupidly. It's not gonna work probably. Hee. Even while sweating, I kept my smile. This guy knows 1 but not 2. No. Is it that he knows 2 but not 3? What? Let's see who'll win after dying once. Now I had 20 seconds until my aura ran out. I approached a doll that was closest to me. The reason was, well, I didn't really have one. I just thought it was boring to stand there waiting to die. I just might have been real lucky for the doll in front of me to be real. Are you gonna play with us? Creak. The doll's neck twisted. Only her neck twisted. It wouldn't be strange if she was casted in a horror movie right this second. She was wearing a frill dress, but her dress didn't burn at all, like it was immune to the fire. Got you. I put the doll's head on my hand and spoke. Giggle, giggle. The doll let out chuckles with her indifferent face. Beep. Not me. That wasn't the only thing she released. She let out her lips. Skin. Eyes. Her body slid down like paper. The fire instantly swallowed the doll, and she continued to speak like a broken record. Not me. Not me. Not me. Not me. Not me. Not me. Completely melted down. Wow. I was speechless. My body felt hot, but I was shivering. It was more horrendous than I imagined. I got goosebumps. Why would they make the boss monster like that? Who would know the great meaning of the tower? Zombie. A weak ass like you getting a cheat skill is also a meaning of the tower. If the tower had a personality, it would probably be a pervert psychopath. You really? I couldn't complain any longer. Gurk? My aura had run out. The flames ran at me like they had been waiting for this moment. The soles of my shoes melted first, then my clothes, and the fire moved onto my hair. Ah! From my head to my feet. Ack! Ack! My entire body was burning. Although my skin was sliding down, the fire didn't stop. Rather, it clung on me tighter like it found a delicious snack. Nerves, bones, throat, liver. Ow sh. UK. Keek. And you're a pervert that surpasses the tower.
Che schivico.
Even if you want to be the greatest hunter in the tower, you accept burning to death like it's nothing. I admit it, Kim Zombie. You're a real pervert. I wanted to die. Quick. I wanted to die even a second faster. You? I couldn't speak. The sound was muffled. My eyes and ears had been burned. The moment I felt like my head would explode from overheating, the voice came from my subconscious like it had been waiting. You have died. Damn. They should have killed me a bit faster. Puhua. I breathed like someone who had just surfaced after a long dive. Although I hadn't really let out a breath, and it was just a feeling. This was the netherworld. It was the black place my bare body roamed like a ghost. Your death has satisfied the skill condition. The monster Hellfire Maiden skills are being randomly copied, and it was a place of opportunity for me as well. Skills cards are being created. Cards floated up in the black nothingness. Was it something unexpected? Although it was a boss monster, there was only one golden card. All the other cards were silver or poop-colored. Let's see. You haven't forgotten your promise, right? I know. Sheesh. Do you see me as someone who would break their promise? Don't worry. Bei Hurayong smirked. Let's see. What kind of skill does this lady have? Bei Hurayong floated up and headed towards the opposite side of the cards. He was letting me know the information on the cards in advance to me.
Oho.
Hey, this one's lit. Bei Hurayong read the golden card. Plus, Hellfire Trap. Rank, F. Effects, regrets, resentment, complaints. What you couldn't do, the voice that you couldn't say, the wishes that you weren't able to achieve. Burn them all. It's hot. Is it hot? Make the world a clump of fire. I feel like I'll die. D. If you want you, the aura's hellfire will descend anywhere within 2 kilometers of you. No one can leave the hell without your permission. No one. However, you have to be within the radius. It was a scary skill. This one's definitely it. Zombie, shut up and get this skill. HM?
Hey, Kim Zombie.
Why is there no reply?
No.
Nothing. I knit my eyebrows. I don't know why, but there's something off about it. What was it? It was an amazing skill, but there was something off. I felt uncomfortable, like I had choked on something and couldn't get it out. The feeling of the water pipe being broken but not knowing where it was. Anyways, read the next skills. HM? I don't think there'll be a better skill than this. Can't you just pick this? There's a skill I'm looking for. Come on, quickly. Humph. He pouted, but he read the rest of the cards. Alright, listen well. Labyrinth Plan A class. Doll Controller B class. Target Attack B class. Trap Installation C class. Pause. He was smoothly reading the cards and cut himself off. The last skill. Bei Hurayong's eyes shook at the shining silver card. Damn. I smirked. That's right. And no, it's not. Wait. It's fine. I got it. You don't have to read it. I was sure. That was the card I wanted. Please select a skill card. The cards started to fly around. They were fast. But I had focused on one card from the beginning, and it didn't confuse me. Hey!
Gongya.
Hey! Let's not be like this. Bei Hurayong continued to shout, like he knew. Look at this. Wow, a golden card. Wow, S-class skill. Dope. If you have this, you can make Hellfire when you want. How cool is that? I don't know. Why don't you know? I'll fall in love. If I was a girl, I would fall in love at Kim Gongja. Your charm. Let's get it. Let's go. Kim Gongja's celebrity life. I grinned. You should have realized something was strange. There were clues. Out of the 10,000s of dolls, there's only one real one. The real one is the user of the skill, so of course, they won't be damaged. I held out my hand. But why are the fake dolls fine as well? And I grabbed the silver card. Ayak. No. No. *T. No. There's only one answer. Sword Emperor. I flipped over the silver card. Plus, Night and Day Fire Caution. Rank A. Effects. Ow, that's hot. If we leave this alone, our house will completely burn up, right? But now you don't have to worry. The living and non-living things you choose will be immune to the fire and not burn. However, damage from water and ice increases by 300%. Plus, yup, the 10th stage, hide and seek of the Hellfire residents. The boss didn't have just the ability to burn things up. Let's go. They also had the opposing skill, not making things burn. I clenched my fist and let myself be drowned with victory. I came. I saw. I conquered. Nu,
Sobi.
This isn't right. This really isn't right. Bei Hurayong's mentality collapsed. What do you mean it's not right? With this skill, it's over if I make myself immune. I can slowly look for the real doll now. Game over. From today, you'll have to call me Gong Janim. Damn. This is a scam. It was set to be like this. Yuawawa. Call me Gong Janim now. My voice rang in the dark space. A voice that wasn't mine rang out as well. Selection complete. The skill is being copied. You are being regressed to 24 hours ago. It was the celebratory message that signaled my win in the best. Now, I could return to a day and challenge the 10th floor again. Clearing it was right in front of me now. Your current hunter rank is E-class. However, that wasn't the end today. You will receive a penalty due to your skill. Huh? Oh, right. It was the alarm I didn't see when I was rank F. But this time, for the first time, I received my first penalty. I wondered which penalty would be given. The trauma of your enemy is being reenacted. The extremity is weak. Hell Road. HM? Trauma? I tilted my head at the unexpected word. What does it mean to reenact the trauma of my enemy? Before I could finish speaking, the world in front of me turned white. Chapter 17, Trauma Penalty, 2. Translator, HH. Penalty commencing. The trauma of the monster Hellfire Maiden is being created. A fancy Western-style residence. I was here. No, the word here probably didn't fit. I wasn't here. It was just my consciousness floating around like a ghost, looking down at things from a third-person perspective. What is this? I was taken aback. What's happening? Save me. Then I heard a voice. A young child was sitting in the corner of the second-floor lobby. At first, I thought she was talking to me, but she pleaded to someone else. Please save me. I'm hungry. Something to eat. Something to eat. Please. A person dressed like a noble. Orphans like you are the plague of this kingdom. Something to eat. Left alone, you eat society. You don't even work. You wander around from one village to the next, spreading your disease. I'm a prison ward that isolates those like you from the kingdom. In an instant, information entered my brain. A time when there were many wanderers because there wasn't enough food. The noble gathered orphans into his residence. He funded an orphanage as a cover. He was known as a kind, wealthy man, a great businessman, and a conscientious man with knowledge. Others treat you as rotten. I'm different, but in this large mansion. I'm going to educate you. The noble was just a tyrant. Those who look for food just because they're hungry are beasts. Of course, you were born in the field like beasts, but you shouldn't live like one. I'm hungry. Endure it. Even if you're hungry, endure it. Endure it and become a human. The noble smiled. It was a generous smile. He was someone who was able to smile at a skinny child whose ribcage could be seen. Repent. The crazy bastard called other crazy bastards. Aak. Oh, children of witches. The plague of our kingdom. Don't worry. God never turns his back on you. Like him, I won't turn my back on you, sheep. It hurts. It hurts. Some god's priest raised his hammer. Pray. A time when lunacy was wrapped up as kindness. The screams didn't end inside the mansion. I'm hungry. Starvation. I don't like it. Please forgive me. Why forgive me? Torture. Thank you, kind sir. Kind man, reward for enduring pain. Promise. Thank you. Thank you, kind man. Brainwashing. These orphans were brought in like corpses and left as corpses. It was only the death of someone who was about to die, but the children couldn't imagine the pain between the two. Tens, hundreds, thousands were in the mansion, and tens, hundreds, thousands of deaths. I stared blankly at the sight in front of me. Just what? Wow. EFF. What's this? I was able to come to attention thanks to someone. You were looking too? I thought you weren't here. I was looking from the beginning. I didn't know you were here. I couldn't see you. Seems like both of our consciousnesses are floating around. That's not my problem. Bei Hurayong spoke. What kind of crazy psychos are these? Ah, they're educating them into humans? How would these non-human bastards educate others into humans? This is probably the origin of the 10th floor boss stage. Before my consciousness flew over here, a voice told, "The death of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted." If it was the enemy who killed me, it was the real doll hiding somewhere in the Hellfire residence. That meant this was the trauma the doll remembered. I had no idea. I whispered. The monster was a human when it was alive. Not all monsters are like that. Only the bosses are like that. Usually boss monsters are made from humans from other worlds. I heard him click his tongue. Carnivorous plants, or heroes of other worlds. Things like those. As you cross the 11th floor, it becomes more intense. What? Why didn't you tell me that? You didn't ask. He was so shameless that I was speechless. But I've never seen something like this. TSK. What? The origin you talked about. The scenes we see now. I knew boss monsters were from other worlds, but how would I know what happened to them? It's not like I'm psychic, Bei Hurayong muttered to himself. I feel like sh*T. Agreed. Yeah. Things worse than this were probably happening all over the world right now. But imagining it and seeing for myself was different. I didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. Fire. But the trauma ended soon. Some servant accidentally tipped over a candle. The servant passed by without noticing it. It was nighttime. When people were sleeping, fire slowly and quietly spread. It was too late when someone realized the flames. Cough, gasp, cough. We have to get Awa. The flames soared up. The ropes in the basement burned up. The chains burned up. The cuffs around the orphans burned up as well, and brainwashed kids, tortured kids, and starved kids burned. It was like the fire burned all brainwashing, injuries, and starvation. Ah! The children opened their mouths. The burning chains were tightened around the children's ankles and wrists. They couldn't move like they were dolls. They just screamed. However, I could hear it. I don't want to die. Hey,
I'm hungry.
I want to live. Kind sir. The grudges and resentment entering my consciousness. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't have a family, but it was still okay. I wanted to play a bit more, but it's not our fault. I feel wronged. I didn't do it.
I'm hungry.
The mansion burned up. The chandelier in the first floor lobby burned up. The bedroom of the residence's owner burned up. The fancy curtains. And the stone stairs that led down to the basement. I don't want to die. Crack, crack. Sparks flew everywhere. Now what I could see was a mansion burning up from far away. Trauma reenactment finished. The penalty is ending. And I returned to a day before. When I opened my eyes, Bei Hurayong and I didn't say anything. We both silently sat on the bed. Rather than being shocked, it was because we didn't know how to react. After a while, Bei Hurayong scratched the back of his head. It was really sad and pitiful. I saw it well. But isn't there nothing we can do? Wow, that's the first thing you say? You really? Yup. Right. My personality is trash. He frowned. Have you ever seen a gorilla get mad? It was totally similar to this. But the truth is always like sh*T. The 10th floor boss is just a monster, and the children have already died in another world. Something that happened a long time ago. Zombie. What can you do? And if it was something that happened in this tower, you could die 4,000 or 5,000 times to return to the past. But that happened in another world in a different time. Even if I was alive, I couldn't fix that. Even if I was Sword God and not Sword Emperor, I couldn't do it. He was right. Find the real king and hunt it. Kill it. Bei Hurayong spoke. And go to the 11th floor. That's the only way you're going to clear the 20th, 30th, 40th, and 50th floor. If you decided to become the hunter at the top, deal with these things yourself. He was right again. But Flame Emperor also thought that way. Flame Emperor. sh*T Emperor. Yusuha. The first human I hunted. I got up from my bed. I tied my sleeping bag to my backpack. I carried my backpack. I inserted my sword into my waist. In other words, I was ready to climb the tower. Even though it wasn't the best, I was still getting ready a hunter. Did you know? Yusuha would have 100% found the real doll and exploded its head. Whether he saw the trauma or not. Without any hesitation. So what? I don't want to be like that flame emperor bastard. I climbed the tower. Like the last time I tricked the doorkeeper. And I stepped in front of the mansion again. The same noble mansion that I saw in the trauma. Hey! You're not a baby. You're not gonna get the boss just because you don't want to be like that guy? What are you gonna do? You have to get rid of the boss to clear the stage, you zombie fool. Who said so? What? I put my hands on the door and murmured to myself. Damn. I was stupid. What are you talking about? I was stupid. And you were equally stupid. H*T. We're saying we can't remember. Bei Hurayong wrinkled his forehead. Did this kid lose his mind? You being stupid is a fact all over the world. But why am I stupid too? I grew up hearing that I was a genius. Skill card. I mumbled in annoyance. The S-class skill card we didn't pick. Do you remember it? The Hellfire Limit. You went crazy saying I had to pick this one. HM? Of course I remember. This zombie. Fine, listen. Bei Hurayong rattled on with a frown. I guess the fact that he was called a genius when he was younger wasn't a lie. He said everything on the card without a single mistake. Plus, Hellfire Trap, rank, effects, regrets, resentment, complaints, what you couldn't do, the voice that you couldn't say, the wishes that you weren't able to achieve. Burn them all. It's hot. Is it hot? Make the world a clump of fire. I feel like I'll die. If you want you, the aura's hellfire will descend anywhere within 2 kilometers of you. No one can leave the hell without your permission. No one. However, you have to be within the radius. Plus, I quietly listened to the skill summary and asked him, Sword Emperor, don't you think something's wrong? Sheesh. This is so frustrating. What's wrong? The last section. No one can leave the hell without your permission. No one. I spoke. It says no can escape from the Hellfire Trap without the boss monster's permission. No one. Then just how were the players who challenged the 10th floor able to escape from it? Huh? Bei Hurayong blinked. Huh? Damn. Yeah, why? There was a guild called Black Dragon. The person who controlled them was the rank 2 hunter. The Black which challenged the 10th floor countless times. Every time she did, she failed. The rank 2 failed. But all the hunters came back alive. They all came back alive. It doesn't make sense. I put some strength onto my arms. It slowly opened. It says escaping itself is impossible if the boss doesn't let you go. That's the skill. And they escaped perfectly fine even without killing the boss. Everyone. So it doesn't make sense. Then what happened? Sh*T. There's only one answer. Creak. The door opened like it was welcoming me with its arms wide open. Escape. The 10th floor boss. The stage that humanity hadn't been able to subjugate. The mansion of Hellfire Prison came to view. You have entered the boss stage. The challenger is Hunter Kim Gongja. One person. May luck be with you. Can't you tell seeing how she let them escape? The boss, they never considered the hunters enemies. The boss stage is commencing. They just wanted to play with the people who came. Candles. All over the mansion. Candles tilted over. Fire spread from where they fell over. Giggle giggle. Dolls came from flames. They couldn't move like they were tied down by something. They just turned their heads to look at me. Are you gonna play with me? The dolls opened their mouths. Are you gonna play with us? Freestag? The flower has bloomed? Hide and seek? The ice melted. The flowers all ripped. Let's go with hide and seek. Let's play with us. Play hide and seek with us. Ha 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 ha. The flames soared up. The chandelier in the first floor lobby burned up. The bedroom of the residence's owner burned up. The fancy curtains. And the stone stairs that led down to the basement. In the midst of everything, the children, who were now dolls, didn't burn up. I clenched my teeth. All right, I'll play with you. Your skill is activating. The skill I received from my last lie. I used the fire immunity skill on myself. The moment the skill was activated, the heat washed away from my body. I could breathe easily. My vision was a bit clearer from the smoke too. I could see the faces of the dolls. Huh? He's not burning. The dolls' faces were all different. They didn't have any expressions, but I knew. Isn't it hot? Weird guy. Can you play? Are you gonna play with us? I nodded my head again. Yup. Hide and seek. Be careful. I never lost hide and seek when I was young. Giggle giggle. It's a weird guy. Hide. Everyone hide. The dolls all laughed. I told them to hide, but no one moved. Tens, hundreds, thousands of children laughed. Ready or not, here I come. Ready or not, hide and seek began. Got you. I roamed the mansion. I grabbed dolls while I walked around. When I patted their heads, the dolls' heads creaked up. Then they opened their mouths to speak. Beep. Not me. The dolls disappeared while laughing. Not me. Not me. Everywhere I turned, there were dolls. There were so many. I got each and every one of them. One. Hey, this is another one. This is a memorial service. Bae Hurayong muttered. Memorial service. Comforting the soul of a dead person. I quietly walked around the mansion. I saw the chains that wrapped the orphans and I saw their cuffs. Where the chains and cuffs were, there were always dolls there. The fire burned up. It's not me. Not me. Not me.
No.
Not me.
Not me.
Not me. Time flew by. Eventually, I was in the basement. I had just stepped down the long stone stairs. There were dolls on the stairs as well. They were all toppled over, like they had stopped while trying to escape from the basement. I got all the children who had fallen on the stairs and stood in front of the last doll. Are you gonna play with us? The doll was leaning against the wall. Around the doll, there were hammers, scythes, and nails. I slowly walked towards it, and I patted the hairless doll's head. Got you. The head of the child who made this hellfire was small, enough to be wrapped around one hand. You're it now, kiddo. There was silence. The doll raised its head. Like the other dolls, the doll was expressionless. The doll spoke with the face that lost its expression. Kind man. Its voice wasn't the only thing it let out. Lips, skin, eyes. Her body slid down like paper. The fire instantly swallowed the doll, and it continued to speak like a broken record. Thank you. And it melted. Thank you. The doll burned up. The chains melted down. Cuffs, hammer, scythe, pick, nails, they all burned up. Even the trace of starvation. The fire that had lived its life completely disappeared. Death disappeared without a trace. I stood alone in the middle of the abandoned mansion. For years. Congratulations. For years, humanity hadn't been able to clear this place. Normal stage clear. Hidden stage clear. You have cleared the bonus stage. That day, the tower's 10th floor was cleared. Chapter 18, Trauma Penalty, 3. The challenger is Hunter Kim Gongja. One person. Calculating rewards. Calculation finished. The reward will be given 24 hours later, once you enter the 11th floor. Bonus stage clear. Something that no one else had done yet. I did that. Me who wasn't even in the ranking. If this was known, the world would flip around. Ha! But I didn't feel comfortable. Like I was happy and sad at the same time. I stood in the ash-covered building. Hey, why do you look like you ate sh*t? You even cleared the hidden stage. I can count the number of times I cleared a hidden stage on one hand. The reward will probably be pretty good. A psychopath like you wouldn't know why I'm gloomy right now, since you don't have any humanity. Now that I see you didn't eat sh*t but you're sh*ting me right now. It was surprising. My gloominess disappeared with a word from Bae Hurayong. Yeah. Living with this crazy geezer, I wouldn't be able to feel sensitive to things. I just think this world is terrible. HM? You just saw the boss. Whether it's our world or another world, bad things happen. I guess. Bei Hurayong nodded. Places where people live are probably all like that. We stood quietly like that for some time. We both looked at the remains of the mansion and shuddered. All right. Enough. Phew. Things like this don't fit me. Aside from that, Kim Gongja, you were amazing earlier. What? Using a method of your own to subjugate the boss. It was incredible. I'll compliment you. I furrowed my eyebrows. He was probably being genuine, but I got goosebumps. What's with the sudden compliments? Kid, I give compliments when there's something to compliment. This was something you overcame with not your luck, but your skill. You and I are partners, so we should be happy together, right? I furrowed my eyebrows even more. Weird. Nah. What do you mean weird? Good job. Kim Gongja. You're so cool. Kim Gongja. Let's continue going for the rank 1 when the 11th floor opens. So what if they all curse you saying it's a scam? They should get a cheat skill if they feel so wronged. He laughed cheerfully. HM? Why was he suddenly being like this? Unless the sun rose from the west or the tower collapsed tomorrow, there was no way Bei Hurayong would be like this. It was then. Announcing to everyone. Today, the 10th floor stage has been cleared. A voice. Announcing to everyone again. It wasn't a voice that only I heard. A voice filled the sky. Today, the 10th floor stage has been cleared. A congratulatory message that signaled a new era. After 24 hours, the 11th floor stage is being opened. Whoosh! Something exploded in the sky. It was fireworks. First, a purple firework exploded. Then red, blue, yellow, and all kinds of various colors decorated the sky. Ah! I blankly looked at the sky. The fireworks didn't disappear even though they exploded. They twisted and squirmed, and slowly formed a shape. Midnight. It was the shape of a clock. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. And the clock of the sky started to move. Bei Hurayong and I looked at the atmosphere. Then he muttered to himself. It's finally the start of the real show. I nodded my head. Yeah. I saw a fireworks show like this when I was alive. It's something I'm also seeing for the second time. But, I clenched my fist. But the past me was in a first-floor bar. It was just a spectacle to watch. I didn't even know what had happened. I lost the chance and ended up staying AF class hunter my entire life. Damn. The more I think about it, the more stupid I was. Bei Hurayong laughed. So, how does it feel being promoted from an extra to a main character? I didn't answer right away. Instead, I pulled out my phone. It was to see how the online community was reacting to this. What's this? What's the fireworks? There's fireworks on the first floor. Is it just this floor? I'm on the 3rd floor, but there's also fireworks here. As expected, the fireworks in the middle of the day were burning up the online community. Anyone hear the voice just now? I heard the 10th floor was cleared, but is that true? Did the Black Dragon Guild clear it? There wasn't any announcement. What's going on? Online posts. The next assault that the Hunters Association announced is 2 weeks later. It's not the Black Dragon. They're all in front of the cafe in front of Babylon Bank on the 1st floor. Picture attached as proof. Who cleared it? More posts. Breaking news. 10th floor cleared. Guild that cleared it hasn't been revealed yet. Breaking news. Black Dragon. No announcement of clearing. With every second, new posts were uploaded on the community. It was just one of them. All hunter communities were like this, and this fire soon spread to other communities. News agencies in Babylon frantically released one-sentence articles, and gossip sparked the fire again. Who is it if not Black Dragon? I'm praying at the 10,000 Temple RN. It's crazy here. Seems like it's not the 10,000 Temple either. Yeah, it's the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint cleared it by himself. 100%. Sword Saint can do that. At first, the fire burned individually. Some pushed for the 10,000 temple. Other places pointed at the sword saint, Count, Venomous Snake, Crusader, etc. All the greatest hunters were mentioned at least once. But what are you talking about? Sword Saint is drinking milk in a bar? It's not Sword Saint. Picture attached as proof. Venomous Snake was teaching training guild members. What are you talking about? Crusader working in Babylon Square. I asked myself. Sword Saint said it's not him. Wait, it doesn't make sense. This is Songyun's executive. I can't reveal my real name, but it's not Sangrian. Why isn't there a single guild saying they cleared it? What the F*******. The burning communities gathered as one, with one huge question. Then who is it? Does no one know who cleared it? Who's the hunter that subjugated the 10th floor? Just who? I turned off my phone's home screen, and I decided to answer what Bei Hurayong asked me earlier. My feelings right now. From some time, I was smiling. It honestly feels great. It was something I had never felt in my entire life. But I knew what feeling this was without anyone telling me. I instinctively knew. It was the feeling of being at the top. I feel like I'm on top of the world. Right? Bei Hurayong smirked. That's nothing more than an illusion. You're not on top and you only subjugated the 10th floor. But it's not 100% an illusion.
Kim Gongya.
You're closer to the top than anyone else in your world. I know. I turned my gaze. Now all that's left is to really be at the top. The stone stairs who had to pass if you wanted to challenge the Hellfire residents. There was one person running up the stairs. It was the doorkeeper that I had tricked saying I had a terminal illness. Pant, cough, gasp.
Hunter Nim.
The doorkeeper was soaked in sweat. It seemed like he had run immediately over, and he stopped in front of me gasping for breath. That just now. Was it you? I don't know what you're talking about. The 10th floor clear. The doorkeeper shouted. I'm in charge today, and you were the only hunter to challenge the 10th floor today, so it's a mess right now. The Hunters Association keeps on calling me to ask what happened. I looked at the doorkeeper. Buzz. When he was talking to me, his pocket kept on vibrating. It was probably the calls. Like he said, he seemed like the entire tower was panicked. I smiled. What are you going to do about it if I really cleared it? Excuse me? I asked what you're going to do if I'm really the hunter who cleared the 10th floor. That's... The doorkeeper had a flustered face. I wasn't able to check your ID, so I would do it now. Nah. Doorkeeper Nim. That's strange. It wasn't that you couldn't check my ID. You even took 100 gold from me. That's... You go through a lot while working. I softly pat his shoulder. He looked at me with a disoriented face, and I passed him to head down the stone stairs. I heard a desperate shout from behind me. Please wait a moment.
Hunter Nim.
Even your nickname is all right. Please at least tell me your nickname before you leave. Or else I'll be beat up by my association seniors. I answered without looking back. I don't have a nickname. Work hard. And don't follow me, or I'll really run away. Thankfully, the doorkeeper didn't follow after me. Even if he did, it didn't matter. I could easily lose him since he was tired from the stairs. Hey, his face is a sight to see. It's like he saw a ghost. Bei Hurayong snickered, looking behind him. Anyways, good job. That's how you raise the value of your name. Yup, you have to make people find you, even without you telling. Sword Emperor. Huh? What? I stood in front of the transmission stone that was in front of the 10th floor entrance. I realized. Realized what? Why you suddenly complimented me. I reserved the one heading down to the first floor and spoke. The bet. Bei Hurayong paused. I remembered. You promised to call me Gongja Nim if I cleared the boss in 2 coins, right? Wow, what are you gonna do now? I really did it in 2 coins. Our Sword Emperor Nim is in big trouble. Hey, Gongja, but we're partners. Isn't that a bit wrong? Bei Hurayong pleaded with a face that was about to cry. Think about it. Partners have equal standing. You and me. equal standing. Someone who dominated up to the 99th floor and someone who'll challenge the 100th floor. Hey partner. Friend. How beautiful is that? I brightly smiled. All right. Now call me Gongja-nim when you talk to me. Forever. It was then, when Bae Hurayong's face fell in despair. Chapter 19 The Luxury of a Cup of Coffee 1. Translator, HH. Mumble mumble. So who subjugated the 10th floor for real? I've been watching the news but there's nothing. Only gossip. Isn't the Black Dragon hiding it on purpose? And they'll do a big reveal. Ah. I said it's the Sword Saint for sure. In the city of the tower's first floor, people were hectic. People were happy that the difficult 10th floor was finally cleared. But they were all gathered in cafes to discuss who the secret challenger was. How would they react? If they knew that person himself was sitting right next to them. It's sweet. I sipped my caramel macchiato. This cafe across Sangrian was the only Starbucks in Babylon. I admired that fact that even though you couldn't leave the tower once you entered it, there were still franchises. And there was even the franchise with the red-nosed chubby old man as the mascot. The desire of humans. What do you think, Sword Emperor? Isn't victory sweet? Actually, I feel like even an espresso will taste sweet right now. Is this earphone broken? That's weird. There's no reply. I tapped the earphone in my ear. Of course, there wasn't any sound coming from it. It was a simple trick of the eye. I would seem like a crazy person if I just spoke to myself, so I pretended like I was calling someone. It actually worked quite well. No one in the cafe looked at me like I was weird. Sword Emperor Nim? Sword Emperor? Excuse me, Mr. Psychopath. Excuse me, Mr. Crazy Guy. What? Ah, now I can hear you. I thought you were deaf now. TSK, you made the superior Gongja-nim worry. Humans shouldn't do that. Ah, right. You're a ghost, not a human. I'm stupid, so I forgot. Oh, right. Sword Emperor. Can I speak informally to you now? It's weird if I speak formally to you when you call me Gongja-nim, right? Damn. Floating opposite of me, Bae Hurayong's shoulders shook. I've never experienced this humiliation in my entire life. Emperor. How could someone who was called an emperor become like this? Nah. It was just a joke. Even if I'm called Gongja-nim, I couldn't speak informally to such a senior. Although I could. I can. I'll just call you Sword Emperor Nim from now on. How's that? Satisfied? Just kill me instead. Bae Hurayong cried out. Get a new skill and replace the sword constellation slot. You can do it, you bastard. Kill me. Oh no. This person's saying things he shouldn't. Aren't we partners, partner? Forever friends. Best friends. Who in the world would kill their best friend? From now on, we'll be together forever. Sobi. Whatever. I'm just not gonna say anything. Grandpops Marcus. I want to go back to Grandpops. It was sweet. I looked up at the sky sipping my coffee. 22 hours, 32 minutes, and 50 seconds. The clock in the sky showed that an hour had passed. Just when I was thinking it was time for it to show up. Meow. A brown cat crawled up to me. It was too clean to be a stray. If there was something special about it, it was that there were 2 gold pieces on its neck instead of a bell. Gulp. I wondered how I should deal with this situation. Gold Piece Cat. Gold Piece Cat is a really famous. People wouldn't know about it now. This cat wasn't a normal pet. It would be a well-known mascot of the tower about 5 years later. I didn't know such a bigwig would come to me. I supposed I should pretend like I didn't know anything. I calmly looked down at the cat, controlling my face. Are you lost? Meow. The brown cat rubbed its head on my legs. I was a bit dumbfounded. If I didn't know its real identity, I would just think it was a friendly cat. Do you want to stay with me until your owner comes? Moo. I lifted the cat onto my laps. The cat calmly licked its paws in my lap like that's what it wanted the entire time. It even yawned with a meow. I can't believe it's a person crazy for cats. The acting is incredible. I rubbed the cat's head. Moo. As I was listening to the cat purr, a group of hunters came towards me. One of them spoke to me. "Excuse me, is your name Kim Gongja?" Just by a glance, I could tell their equipment was expensive. They weren't just a ragtag bunch. If not guild masters, at least executives. A group of those kinds of people were gathered around the cafe. I showed my ID to them. I wondered how long it would take. It took exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes. I see. The hunters' eyes shook upon seeing my ID. They frantically pulled their phones out and started to contact others. "Yes, I found him. In the cafe right across the bank."
No.
"Other guilds are also here." Yes, sir. "Understood, boss. Don't worry. I won't have him taken by other guilds." It was the eve of a storm. I contentedly watched what was happening in front of me. I feel like I'm a VIP. Well, most guilds will try to scout you. You cleared the 10th floor by yourself. That's a real VIP. I guess. Even a person who cleared the 99th floor calls me Gongja Nim. So it would be weird if I wasn't a VIP. Damn. The hunters ended their calls one by one, and they all looked at me with nervous faces. As I waited for the first guild to speak up, a large blonde hunter took a step forward. "I am the HR team leader of the Civil Militia Guild, Kim Gongja Hunter Nim. As you may already know, the Civil Militia is the most honorable guild in Babylon. If you enter our guild..." Just a moment. I lifted my hand. The HR team leader of Civil Militia paused. "Sorry for cutting you off, but let's speak after two things are clearly established. First, let's not leak anything to the media." I slowly looked at the hunters. I could guarantee that none of these hunters would be a lower rank than me. Before I regressed, I wouldn't even have dared to look at them. But now, I didn't fall short to any of them. My performance. I had the achievement of being the first person to subjugate the 10th floor. This was like a landmark that no hunter could destroy regardless of their level. Competent hunters considered performance important. If they were competent, they wouldn't be able to treat me like I was nothing. I won't sign a contract with any guild that leaks my name to the public. I won't even associate with them. Please be aware. You until when? Another hunt raised their hand to ask. The golden newspaper reporters are sticking their noses into all the guilds. Kim Gongja Nim. I don't know how long we'll be able to hide this. Well, I'm not saying to hide this forever. I pointed at the sky. The hunters all looked up at the sky too. 22 hours, 25 minutes, and 31 seconds. Just until today. Until the clock reaches midnight. Please keep the ban. All right. Somehow until then. Understood. The hunters all sighed in relief. I smiled. I can't be held up by reporters. Not when I have to run as fast I can to the 11th floor when it opens. I opened my mouth again. That's the first condition. And for the second dash. The hunters all looked at me with stiff expressions. They were probably nervous about what difficult condition I would request. I grinned and looked around me. This is a public area, so let's respect the other customers. Pardon? Can't you see the customers looking this way? They're surprised because you all suddenly gathered here. I was right. All the other customers were looking this way. Most of the customers whispered to each other with suspicious eyes. There was even a customer who looked like they were filming this. It's a nuisance. I know you were all rushed looking for me, but let's take it slow. It's not like I'll run away. Sorry. The hunters realized the environment and dispersed. I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason, but if you could move. Sir, how much would it cost to rent this cafe for 1 hour? Everyone, thank you for your understanding. If you come to Chun Mu Mun sometime, we'll... The scale of the large clan's executives was definitely different. It took 5 minutes for them to make everyone leave and rent to the cafe from the owner. The cafe was empty after only 5 minutes. All right. We entered a corner of the cafe and started to speak. Then let's start the negotiations. State your conditions. Funnily, they all had a cup of coffee in their hands. It was because I said they were being a nuisance. How cute. Our civil militia offers 10,000 gold for the contract fee. That was the starting point. 10,000 gold? Dang. You're showing you're poor in a place like this.
Kim Gongya Hunternim.
Please sign up with the Adventure League. We promise 20,000 gold and an executive position. Come to Chun Mumun Hunternim. Our guild grows combat-specific hunters and will take you in as a trainer with 25,000 gold. The position of a trainer is just annoying. Please think well. Kim Gongja Hunternim. If you come into our 10,000 temple, we guarantee an honorary position. To be honest, we hope you promote our clan, with 30,000 gold and a separate pay for other jobs. Association. Please work as an ambassador for the association. It was a mess. The HR team leaders all pleaded with me. I understood how they felt. All the high guilds probably felt pressured by Sword Saint. The lone hunter who didn't register in any of the guilds who was rank 1. Because of that, people probably wondered if there was really a need to register in a guild, if solo play was the best option. Although it's because Sword Saint is special, it still hurt the reputation of the guilds. And if a new hero that was as famous as the Sword Saint was born, I smiled. They would do anything to scout him. At the very least, block other guilds from taking him. Was probably the orders that these team leaders got. It was obvious. See, civil militia can give 36,000 gold as the contract fee. Sheesh. The poor guilds should step back. Are you trying to fight us with thousands? Don't you understand the situation? Us Alchemy Castle can. It was then. Sangrian. A heavy voice came from somewhere. 50,000 gold. The hunters all turned their heads. Their gazes landed on my lap. To be exact, it was the cat on my lap. The cat meowed and jumped up. His feet were soft paws when it jumped off my lap. But when it landed, that wasn't the case. They lightly landed with shoes. 50,000 gold. I can give it to you here if you prefer. The person looked back. Clang. The 2 gold pieces on their necklace made a clear sound as they shook. And the spot of Sangrian's vice leader position. Hunter rank 3. The guild master of the Merchants Association. Count. 50,000 gold and vice guild leader. How's that? A woman with the skill of metamorphosis brightly smiled and spoke. Although she was probably over 40, she looked to be in her 20s. She was probably drinking elixirs every day. She was the wealthiest person in the tower. A bigwig that I wouldn't have met in the past. I forced myself to calm down and smiled. Now we're talking. The first step of negotiating for my body ended. Chapter 20. The Luxury of a Cup of Coffee 2. Translator, HH. You got guts. Count slightly lifted a corner of her mouth. And you don't seem to be that surprised that a cat turned into a human. You're not like young folks these days. Ah, this is a compliment. Thank you. I do have guts. I even see ghosts and stuff. Ahahaha. You're even relaxed enough to joke. Amazing. Count started to wave her fan and laughed, even though he didn't say that as a joke. The hunters all peeked at each other. Only the Count laughed. The team leaders who had been loudly shouting prices became quiet as mice with the arrival of the Count. Ma'am, pardon me, but the large blonde hunter carefully spoke up. Pardon yourself. Isn't 50,000 gold and the vice guild master too much? Oh, of course, subjugating the 10th floor is amazing. But the skills of Kim Gongja are not known. As he went on, he stuttered more. It was because he suddenly forgot how to speak. The Count was covering her mouth with her fan and looking at him. She smiled with her eyes past the fan. Are you done pardoning? Yes. Then before you pardon yourself more, bring your bosses. Sorry, you guys won't understand me. It doesn't matter if you can bet higher than 50,000 gold. Just sit here comfortably. She was politely telling them to piss off. And since they were being told to piss off, there was nothing else they could do. They left one by one. And after 10 minutes, like they handed the baton over to someone else, new hunters entered the cafe. Sangrian, rank 5. Venomous Snake, Guild Master of Chun Mumun. I'm a step behind. I admit it's our mistake. Rank 4. Guild Master of 10,000 Temple Heretic Questioner. Mistake isn't the right word. Our job isn't to welcome a new hero, but to stop the existing hunters from being confused. You were too excessive. Rank 8. Vice Guild Master of Civil Militia, Crusader. Rank 2. And even the Guild Master of Black Dragon, Black Witch. Wow! I exclaimed to myself. They're all assembled. I was proud of myself. They were the highest rankers that I only saw in interview videos and such. They all sat down in front of me. I was able to realize how much more expensive my body was now. Welcome. Count cupped her chin and laughed. I don't know how long it's been since we gathered like this. It feels like yesterday when we subjugated the second floor together. Now we're all old. Sangrian. Before I boil you in soup. Shut up. Venomous Snake growled. Chun Mumun's guild master, the one-eyed hunter. The person known to be the one to successfully clear the second floor had an eye patch on his eye. They said it was a scar after challenging Sword Saint. I heard on the way here. What, 50,000 gold? Vice Guild Master? You always cosplay a beast and even your IQ's been reduced to a beast's? The 50,000 gold I could understand since that's Sangrian's specialty. Throwing money around? But Vice Guild Master Mayaz. All right, let's order coffee. Heretic Questioner spoke brightly. It's rude to enter a cafe and not even order. Should the people who lead the greatest clans in the tower be like this? I'll order a cafe mocha. Everyone. I'd like a warm Americano. A cool cafe latte sounds nice. Hazelnut latte. Hot. Additional shots. Grande. The guild masters spoke one by one like they had been waiting. The only person to be surprised was Venomous Snake. What? Coffee? Hey, the world's been turned upside down because the 10th floor was cleared, and coffee goes down your throats? Are these bastards suckers for caffeine or? Chun Mumun would like a dark espresso, I see. Understood. This religious guy? Store owner Nim. Please take our orders. Heretic Questioner ignored the Venomous Snake and shouted. Flinch. The barista at the counter trembled. She became pale at the fact that she would be making coffee for the highest rankers. Would you like to order? Yes. Heretic Questioner beamed. The Guild Master of 10,000 Temple. The blonde hunter. The young man who was in charge of making sure religious fights didn't occur in this place where people from all over the tower were gathered was famous for speaking formally to everyone. I heard he even spoke politely to terrorists he questioned. 1 tall iced cafe mocha. 1 tall warm Americano. 1 tall iced cafe latte. 1 grande warm hazelnut latte with a shot. And 1 espresso. That's my order. Yes. Yes. Right dash. Heretic Questioner turned his gaze. What would Hunter Kim Gongjanim like? All kinds of gazes landed on me. The table instantly became quiet. An amused gaze. A bright gaze. A violent gaze. A cold gaze. An indifferent gaze. 5 faces and 10 eyeballs silently looked at me, like they were testing my reaction. Don't be scared. Then, Bei Hurayong, who had been quiet all this time, spoke up. They're not much. Just think that they're not that much. You were even killed by Grandpops Marcus. None of them are better than Grandpops. I know. I knew well. It's just a mind game. And it was a twisted, tricky mind game. I shrugged my shoulders. Store owner Nim. Do you have a menu? Sorry. Maybe because I have a macchiato earlier, I don't really feel coffee right now. I want to decide after seeing a menu, Never mind. Please give me a hot chocolate if you have one. All right. Composure. I had to show a composed attitude right now. These people didn't randomly come here at once. Earlier, when the team leaders came and now the hunters all arrived at the same time. Was this a coincidence? Never. A strategy hidden behind coincidence. They were acting. This is a strategy to make me lose my composure. It was a high-class strategy, kind of like how gangsters ganged up on one person to threaten them. Well, Even if they're a bit more scarier than hunters. It was a frozen and tense atmosphere. It's nothing compared to being burned alive. In other words, it was just a little ice. Before I was killed by the Flame Emperor, I would have trembled in fear seeing these people. But not anymore. I wasn't scared at all. The reason was ridiculously simple. Try to kill me if you want. Even if they killed me, I would be fine. Bei Hurayong nodded his head. Yeah, like I said, that talent is your strength. Glare at them like they can try to kill you if they want. Put power behind your eyes. Like these losers who can't even kill you are acting tough. Thanks for the support, but I'm not gonna let you off the hook. This damned. Bei Hurayong grabbed his head in despair. On the other hand, the heretic questioner's expression changed. Interesting. It seems like you didn't do much before subjugating the 10th floor. A sudden change. I guess you can't tell what's gonna happen to anyone. He did do something. The Count covered her mouth with her fan and smiled with her eyes. That youngster was chosen as my guild's lottery winner. He's got luck. And guts. And I don't know how, but seeing as he cleared the 10th floor, he's got skills. Luck, guts, skills. If a youngster has those three, they'll succeed. Ha! So that's why I said earlier. Venomous Snake sighed from across the table. Don't do this and that and just scout him. Would the person who cracked the 10th floor be a newbie who doesn't know anything? TSK. We put on an act even though it didn't work. That's not important. The guild master of Black Dragon, who had been sitting quietly, stood up. Just because some of our reputations were hurt doesn't mean all of ours were. We're all busy. Let's push back blaming others. Grunt. Hunter Kim Gongja. The witch looked at me. I'll ask directly. Which guild are you planning on signing up for? A steady gaze. If you're planning on not registering in any guild like the Sword Saint, let us know in advance. We have to discuss how to handle the media if that happens. And if I'm planning on applying, an intense auction will start. The witch calmly spoke. We've stayed too long on the 9th floor. It was just tough. But since you cleared the 10th floor, the chance to advertise the value of the tower to the outside world has come again. A chance, you say? Yes, chance. A chance to bring people from the outside who aren't just war refugees. The barista brought a tray over and served coffee. No one spoke. The witch just took a sip of her hazelnut latte. And most of all, the hunters who were living comfortably on the 1st floor will have a renewed sense of adventure with the 10th floor open. What kind of world will be waiting there? Even the realists will wonder. The shortage of food will be solved. The witch looked at me like she didn't expect what I said. You're quick to understand. That's right. It's hard to manage the supply of food with just 9 floors. I've been opening a pathway from the outside world to here 24/7. The Count smiled. I'm not as strong as I used to be. It's a bit tiring with my age. We need a new product. The witch continued to speak. We need to bring adventurers to the land beyond the 10th floor. And we need to find things that can only be found past the 10th floor. Then we need a way to positively appeal to the outside world. Something like, start of a new era. And you're saying that's me, right? Right? Exactly on point. They were all things that would happen in the future. That was also the reason why the guild masters couldn't touch the Flame Emperor. To be a hero, being the new icon of the new era. It was because for the tower to keep growing, there needed to be new heroes. But the Black Dragon still tried to assassinate the Flame Emperor. I thought of the conversation I overheard in the slums. Who ordered you to kill me? Just answer that. Was it the Witch of Black Dragon? The Saintess had nodded her head back then. If she was telling the truth, then the witch in front of me had tried to poison the Flame Emperor. I couldn't know the reason why now, but we'll get along. Why? Someone who hated the Flame Emperor can't be a bad person. Like the enemy of my enemy was my friend. I felt a camaraderie with her. I understand what you're saying. You're saying the guild that successfully catches me can be the new symbol of the tower's growth. And other guilds will probably have to act as lackeys. Yeah. I'll feel bad if that happens. So let's do this. The hunters focused on my words. I pulled out the trump card I had. A trump card. The witch tilted her head. Are you saying we should choose by playing a game? The guild you'll be in. Yes. I'll join the guild of the winner. I don't even need a position or contract fee. However, I grinned. If I win, I'll apply simultaneously to all your guilds. Ah, I'll only be a guild member on the outside. In reality, you have to treat me like I'm on the same level as you all. And you can sell my image, so it's good for you. I'll be on the same level as the leaders of all the greatest guilds. How's that sound? At that moment, the eyes of the guild masters changed. Ha ha ha. Count burst out in laughter. A youngster who just subjugated a single floor wants to be treated like us? Yes, if I win. Amusing. I'm fine with that. The Count put her coffee down and looked around. What about you guys? As long as there's no tricks, I'm fine as well. The heretic questioner agreed first. Let's not use our skills. Then you all have the advantage. If you get caught using your skill, that person's automatically disqualified. Next was the venomous snake. Our guild is poor anyway, so if we bid on you, we'll lose. Even if I lose the game, I won't lose anything else, and if I win, I'll gain a lot. Sounds good. And the Crusader agreed. Lastly, the witch nodded her head. Fine. I'll accept your suggestion. The gamble was on. We decided the rules of poker. The rules itself were simple. The highest rankers neatly checked whether there were any tricks on the cards. Sword Emperor. And when the cards were distributed. Huh? You don't really want to call me Gongjanim, right? I called out to Bei Hurayong, who was still in despair. Let's do this. Do what? Just call me that until the end of this game. Bei Hurayong's eyes widened. Huh? Can I really do that? Yes, of course. I grinned. Instead, you have to tell me what cards each of these players are holding. Yes. All right. Bei Hurayong jumped up and down. That's easy. As expected of Gongjanim. Look at this generous guy. I don't know how someone can be this nice. You want to know what cards these bastards have? Yup, don't worry. I'll even tell you if they're cheating or not. Sir. All right. Time to begin.